arrangement for orin àyájọ́ ni. Orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Since I was born, but now I am getting old. I gonna motan wa kuna toga book.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am, there you are, and here we are. Here we are. Before we do anything, we have to pause for a moment. There's a long standing member of this platform who has not been around for a long time. And anytime he does show, before we get to him, he disappears. So I'm going to bring him on right now because I don't want to lose him again. And I know he doesn't like to hang around for too long. So that voice that started this platform with us is back again. Baba Akure, I hope you're there. Baba Akure, how far? Baba Akure, yeah, you see, this is what happens. There he is.
Good evening, woman, or good night, or good morning. I don't know.
Look at that. Look at the VIP treatment. I stopped the show just for you because I know by the time I do all of my thing, you would have disappeared again.
Well, it's
not
my fault.
Is our fight over?
No, well, we never had any quarrel or any fight. It's just that I just too busy. A lot of things on my desk, both home and at office. So, well, part of it is issue of Nigeria because if Nigeria is good, I will have enough time to relax myself. But
the requests you are getting from home, yeah,
even from home, and people who are coming here, the students and things like that, that I need to help them, and the issue of house crisis and things like that. We have people who came here with 3 kids, 4 kids, no place to put them. Then I have to find house. So all these things just take my time, even away from my family and things like that. So it is just too much for me.
Yes, you need assistance. Do you have assistance? You should tell them that you have a team. You should have a team. Do you have a team?
Actually, I have some. I have because they employ me. So I have complained to the organizer looking for funding from federal government. So if federal government provide more money, then they will be able to employ another person.
All right, brilliant. All right, keep up the good work. But have you been able to keep up with the politics at home? So catch us up to where you are politically, because we've not spoken to you for a long time. So where are you now in the politics of Nigeria?
Well, I just want Nigeria to be better. With this issue of certificate saga that is going on, it is very barbaric and it is very disappointing, and it is affecting a lot of people right now. Looking for job, based on my own understanding, I have seen how the issue of Nigeria politics have been affecting some students who are likely looking for job. So it is a very big issue right now. So it is affecting everybody. So because this thing is all over the world right now, and when people hear that, oh, the president of your country did this, so they will look at, okay, if
are you having those conversations in Canada? Are people coming up to you to ask you what is going on in Nigeria, and you deal with students? Are you saying they are querying their credentials even more now?
they are not really questioning their credential, but the point is that when you as a Nigerian looking for a job, with what is going on in Nigeria right now, it's like they feel like withdraw a little bit. Even I can tell you, we have seen that in the issue of renting house. Because in this community, if I must let you know, when I first came, I was the first Nigerian in this community, and first Nigerian in the school in this community. Few years after, we had like about 2, 3. Then following that, we have about 10. But this year alone, I can tell you, in one class alone of 25 people, we have 18 Nigerians in that class.
18 out of 25.
18 out of 25. There is another class. Out of 25, they have 15 Nigerians in that class. So, so you can imagine. So people now like, we never see this before. And here in Nigeria, you saw it is a very, honestly, one man is very disappointing with what is going on in Nigeria. It is very disappointing.
How is your community? How are they responding to the influx of Nigerians? Are they embracing them, or are they a bit trepidatious?
Well, honestly, I don't need to hide anything. They little bit withdraw when they saw a lot of because I can tell you, Nigeria dominate this place right now. Even the so-called school, and I'm looking forward to 2025 because I want them to be the best students in that school. So
is that that's the graduating year? Is that the graduating year?
Exactly, because it is 2 years diploma. So we see how the community reacted when they saw influx of Nigerians here. They what is going on here? And one of the reasons
is it a predominantly white community?
Yes.
And are the Nigerians changing the demography of that community?
It seems so right now, because if things works out well and they got good job and they stay back, I'm not going to doubt when and if they behave themselves, because I have been having meetings here and there. So all these things keep me away even from my family. I have to use my own money sometimes to pay for the halls so that we can have a discussion. So this is how far I have gone, right? So that we can have a discussion where this is how you guys have to behave. Make sure that you behave this way. Make sure you behave yourself, and don't bring that issue of attitude from home. Don't bring it down here. So I'm not going to be surprised if we have a Nigerian mayor.
No, we are looking forward. I've pushed you in that direction before.
In the next 5 years.
No, but don't joke about it. We have had this conversation with you before. We want you to take a political office in that. You're a leader in that community, so why not be the mayor of that community? Why not? So we can come and celebrate another Nigerian success story.
Actually, a lot of Nigerians who came before this batch, they be calling me that. Even in the public, that is what they call me anyway. They don't really care about backlash or whatever anybody says. Even in my church, a lot of Nigerians that attend my church, that is what they call me. So, but that's okay. We'll see what will happen down the road.
If you make that decision, I will come down to Canada and campaign for you.
That's fine. But generally, what is going on in Nigeria is very baffling. It is not something that people can really proud about it. And when you talk about Nigeria, honestly, I'm not saying Nigeria. They are very good people. They are hardworking people. But we have one or two elements that always mess up the name. Now, if Nigerian government or politicians, if they are saying that we are the person that is spoiling Nigerians' name and all over the world, so what can we say about this thing that is going on right now? What can we say about
so what is your position? What's your position regarding this Tinubu certificate saga? So the Chicago State University has told us that he went there and graduated, but that doesn't seem to want to end the
Yes.
story. So where do you think this story is, and where do you think it's going to land?
Well, as Nigeria concerned, you know how Nigeria stay. For the Nigerian part, I don't see it going anywhere anyway, because not in Africa anyway, because it's never happened in Africa that so-called president or even ordinary councillor just honorably resign and say, well, I answer. That is, I don't see anything going to happen. If anything happens, well, that's fine. But I don't see anything happen in Africa based on that. But I think when you're talking about the issue of what happened in the United States, I think there will be a lot more to what the politician or United States government as a whole is going to deal with that school. So if that answers your question. So, but for Nigeria, I don't really have faith in that anything is going to happen. They will just.
Do you think Tinubu is going to be the Nigerian president for the next 4 years?
Well, like I said, I don't really see where miracle can happen, but I don't see anything. I don't see anything happen removing him from that position, unless if he decide to remove himself or to get out of the place, because they don't. Some of his supporters, they don't see anything wrong in what happened. Truly, they confirmed that he went to Chicago State University. Fine. But the question now is that the certificate that was submitted during election, Chicago State University, they are debunking it that they don't know where that certificate came from. So, in one hand, he went to school in Chicago State University. On the other hand, the document that he was submitted was not originated from the school. So that is a big deal right there. So.
Why is it a big deal? The school said he attended and graduated.
Yes.
So is what he said is qualified for. He's qualified for.
No, one man.
Whatever that certificate tells, whatever that certificate tells us, the school also confirms it.
The point is, well, the fact is that we agree he went to school there, but the fact is that okay, now let's put it this way: if the foundation,
what does the certificate tells us? The certificate tells us that he graduated from the school, and the school also told us that he graduated from there.
Well, but the fact is that that certificate is submitted is not originated from the school. Nobody is disputing that he didn't go to school. He went to school over there, according to them. That is, if they're still telling all the truth. Because some of these schools too, they are very funny, because all of them are looking for money. They want to grab whatever they can grab to sustain themselves.
Are you suggesting that Tinubu bribed them?
Well, what I'm saying is that some schools are very funny. I'm not saying that particular school. Some schools are very funny too, and they can do whatever they want to do when they have millions of dollars to do anything. But the school is claiming that the certificate that he presented was not emanate from them. So that is the question here. The question of going to school in Chicago State University, that one is done already. We all agree.
Are you aware that the school also said that he graduated with distinction from that school?
Well, there is no doubt about that. If he graduated from
yeah, so what does his certificate tell us? What this certificate that you are?
I didn't even read it anyway. But the
certificate tells us that he graduated from that school.
Yes.
And the school confirmed that he graduated from there. So
yes.
where's the crime? Where's the crime?
The crime is that he submitted the certificate that was not originated from the school. So it is just like, okay, now if you say you are the leader of a country and you want to put everything right, well, you also have to do everything right. I'm going to cite an example for you. There was a day the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada was driving on highway of Calgary. The speed limit at that place was around 100 kilometers. But she was going on 128 or about 130 kilometers per hour. RCMP stopped her on the road and they gave her ticket. That is what we call you lead by example. If you want Nigeria to be, okay, now, like I said earlier.
Yeah, but she committed a crime. Tinubu has not committed a crime.
What do you mean, one man? If somebody submitted wrong certificate that was not originated from a place, what are you talking about, one man? You said the person didn't commit crime. Okay, now because they have not proven so in the court, right? Is that what you are saying?
No. That's not what I'm saying. You know, if the content of that certificate, which they've not actually said that is fake, but a lot of people are putting that spin. But whatever, if the content of that certificate leads to false information, then that's a crime. But if the content of that certificate is verified by the institution, then there is no crime committed. So if they are saying the certificate is fake, then all that INEC has to do is to confirm that this certificate claims that XYZ attended your school and got this grade. So if the school confirms that that is the case, then that is the case.
Well, but the school already told you now that the certificate was not originated from them. The certificate that was issued and submitted was not from them. So what is it so hard to understand in this case?
That's what I'm struggling with anyway. I don't understand what the case is.
Well, I think you need to understand, because I am going to make you understand. The school, there's no doubt, he went to Chicago State University, fine, right? He passed with a distinction, that's fine. But the certificate submitted, the school said they did not issue that certificate. It's just like me. I went to St. Thomas University. Then I'm not going to fight for any political office in Nigeria, because I'm not interested in all that crap. Then want to submit my certificate to INEC now. And I went to Ojuelegba or under bridge in Lagos, and I got one that resembled to the one that's supposed to issue from school. So what do you call that? You will say, oh yeah, because I graduated with honor, one of the dean students or whatever they call it, graduated so year. Then I have to present, and then you say, oh, that's okay. Anyway, one man, what is wrong is wrong. We just want best for Nigeria. That's all. If I could be Tinubu, where he has been president of Nigeria at least for some time, for a few months now, it will be on his record honorably, just resign and just go home. But they won't do that. That is Africa. That's Africa. They are not going to do that.
All right. What else are you looking at in the news cycle outside of this Tinubu's certificate?
The point is that I don't see. Okay, now I noticed that some people are saying that all eyes are on judiciary and this and that. Well, based on my understanding a little bit about the issue of court proceedings, Supreme Court is to interpret law, not to accept new evidence. Based on my own understanding anyway, I could be wrong, but it is for them to interpret law. So when there is an issue of confusion with the issue of law, then they interpret, like this issue of Abuja, you must win 25% or whatever in Abuja and things like that. These are their duty to interpret law. That is the major duty. It's not an issue of bringing fresh evidence. That's why I'm saying to you, I don't see anything coming out of this anyway. That's why I'm saying that, because I don't see them accepting any new evidence. Maybe if they have to do that, then they have to send it back again to the court that hear the case. Then they will make their decision from there.
Follow now. Baba Akure, follow now. And your money now. This guy is the child. Follow.
I don't have it. The only problem I have is that I want Nigeria to be better, because no matter what, I am going back to Nigeria. I am not born in Canada. I am not born in Antigua. I was born in Nigeria, and Nigeria man I will remain. I want best for Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to be good. So by the time I'm ready to go back there, at least if it is not up to the standard that we are seeing here, at least it will be closing to that. So Nigeria man I remain, no matter what is going on there. I am not happy with what is going on. I want the place to be better. So it's no issue of for long. I may not support Tinubu, but when he started removing some elements of previous government, like central bank governor, like EFCC chairman, I thought he was doing good. At least to remove those people and replace them with some other people to reshuffle the place. I saw that to be a very good step. But with what is going on right now, I don't think we are going on the right direction.
Do you think what is going on now is a distraction? Do you think because it seems a lot of it seems much ado about nothing really, and it looks as though people are struggling very hard to make a big deal out of something that is somewhat puerile, something of no real impact or anything. The important matter is that the guy is educated. The school he went to said he went there. Yes, you say it's a high crime that somebody forged certificate, but the school, because we read the position on this platform, and there was nowhere that they said that certificate was forged. The narrative is that they were pushing the guy from the school, and he said he's not able to verify that certificate because they don't have a copy. And that is what all of this is wrapped around. But a lot of it seems somewhat nonsensical. And the totality of it doesn't quite have the weight that people are trying to leverage to. Is this the last kick of a dying horse? The dying horse, Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar?
Well, like I said earlier, one man, I don't see anything, whichever the way they interpret it. Either they put it there that, okay, the document was forged or whatever. This is Africa case, because you never seen any politician resign honorably in Africa. So, and I don't see anything happening. Why? Based on my own understanding, the Supreme Court is to interpret law. If there is any issue with issue of law and that it's not clear to some people, it is for them to clarify that and explain it. And whatever their decision is, that is final. There is nowhere to go again. So that is why I'm saying I don't see anything coming out of this. We might talk from now to tomorrow. Nothing is going to happen, based on the fact that it is African contest and the Supreme Court I don't see them accept any fresh evidence, because they only interpret law.
All right, brilliant, Baba. So it's been that long, so I wanted to capture you before you. So let me carry with it. Yeah, so sometimes by the time we get to you, maybe you've gone off to do other things. So let me carry on with the intro, and then open the show up properly, and then we get into the fullness of it. So the majestic Baba Akure, you've all been asking, nothing has changed, though. It's still as independent of mind as we've always remembered. So thank you, Baba Akure. Stay with us. So that's Baba Akure, and that of course is Thomas. So we're having what is shaping up to be another banger of a session. So let me bring on the talk. Yes, I didn't even ask you to click on like and subscribe. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to the studio, and that's a thing hanging in the comment section at the top. Your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. The dollar sign as well, you can use that. I don't encourage you to do that enough. Use this dollar sign to super chat at the space. So what are we contending with? We're contending with these. We're not going to escape this space until this space runs its full course, because every single session we're saying we're going to abandon it, but every single day it ratchets up to the top of the headline. Atiku finally approaches Supreme Court files fresh evidence against Tinubu's victory. So now, he can approach the Supreme Court, but are they going to accept it is the question. Let's rattle through it. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has finally filed fresh evidence at the Supreme Court of Nigeria against the qualification of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the February 25th, 2023 presidential election. Atiku, a former vice president, said in the fresh evidence that he is categorically and authoritatively asserting that the diploma certificate of the Chicago State University used by Tinubu to secure qualifications for participation in the election is fake, having been allegedly forged. In a motion on notice filed by his legal team, headed by Chris Uche, SAN, Atiku asked the Supreme Court to invoke its Order 2, Rule 12 of 1985 to admit the fresh evidence of certificate forgery and perjury in support of its pending appeal before the court to do let me take that entirely all over again. That's too many pauses in between. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has finally filed fresh evidence at the Supreme Court of Nigeria against the qualification of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the February 25th, 2023 presidential election. Atiku, a former vice president, said in the fresh evidence that he is categorically and authoritatively asserting that the diploma certificate of the Chicago State University, CSU, used by Tinubu to secure qualification for participation in the election is fake, having been allegedly forged. In a motion on notice filed by his legal team, headed by Chris Uche, SAN, Atiku asked the Supreme Court to invoke its Order 2, Rule 12 of 1985 to admit fresh evidence of certificate forgery and perjury in support of his pending appeal before the court to do substantial justice to his case. Atiku in the motion marked XYZ blah blah blah, prayed the apex court to grant him leave to produce the additional evidence and for the court to receive the fresh evidence from him. Respondents in the motion are the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and the All Progressive Congress, APC, as first to third respondents, respectively. The motion is predicated on several grounds, but mainly on the release of academic records of Tinubu, evidence of the registrar of the Chicago State University before the United States of America court, and the deposition of the same witness in respect of the diploma certificate President Tinubu presented to INEC for the purpose of eligibility for the election. Other grounds in the motion are that the second respondent, Tinubu, was not qualified at the time of the election to contest the election as required by Section 137, subsection 1J of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. Based on facts available to the appellant/applicant, Atiku, at the time of filing their petition, the first appellant, Atiku Abubakar, through his United States of America lawyers, Alexander De Comont and Agela M. Liu of the law firm something or the other, given the address, unsuccessfully applied to Chicago State University for the release of copies of the academic record of the second respondent. So this bit here is to tell you then what justifies the Supreme Court having to take that new evidence. Because what they are saying then is that in the course of the appeal itself, they were in the process of trying to secure what they purport to be this new evidence, but they were not able to secure it at the appellate phase. So it carries on. Given the strict privacy laws in the jurisdiction of Chicago State University, the request for the release of the academic records and certificate issued to the second respondent could not be granted without an order of court and for the purpose of use in pending court proceedings. The first applicant, through his said United States-based attorneys, thereupon brought an action in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Illinois, application of Atiku Abubakar for an order directing discovery from Chicago State University, case number XYZ, blah, 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 for an order for the production of documents and testimony for use in a proceeding in a foreign court, seeking document and testimony from Chicago State University concerning the authenticity and origin of documents purporting to be the educational record of the second respondent, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The second respondent, Tinubu, applied and was joined in the matter as an intervenor, vehemently opposed the application. On September the 19th, 2023, the court issued an order granting the application, and thereafter the second respondent applied for an emergency stay of court order, claiming that he would suffer irreparable damage and injury if his educational records were released, which order of stay was granted. On September the 30th, 2023, the court overruled the second respondent's objections and ordered the Chicago State University to produce the documents on October the 2nd, 2023, and to produce a witness for deposition on the 3rd of October, 2023. On the 2nd of October 2023, Chicago State University produced the document pursuant to the court order. On the 3rd of October 2023, also pursuant to the court order, Chicago State University provided a witness to give deposition testimony, in which deposition Chicago State University disclaimed ownership and authorship of the document that the second respondent presented to INEC, purporting to be Chicago State University certificate, and also disclaimed issuing any replacement certificate to him. The deposition was not in existence or available at the time of filing the petition. So now this sentence here, this is the grounds that they are using to appeal to the Supreme Court to avail that that new evidence, to admit or avail that new evidence, because the deposition was not available during the appellate stage. They were still in the process of trying to get through the American legal system to access it. So is that sufficient enough grounds to, because a lot of lawyers will tell you that that the Supreme Court is not an evidence court. It's essentially a review court to review essentially judgments made by the appeal court. The deposition was not in existence or available at the time of filing the petition. The deposition sought to be adduced is, along with its accompanying documents, such as would have important effect in the resolution of this appeal. The deposition is relevant to this matter, having confirmed that the certificate presented by the second respondent to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, did not emanate from the Chicago State University, and that whoever issued the certificate presented by the second respondent did not have the authority of the Chicago State University, and that the second respondent never applied for any replacement certificate, nor was he issued any replacement certificate by the Chicago State University. The deposition, which is on oath and deposed to in the presence of the second respondent's attorney, is credible and believable and ought to be believed. The deposition is clear and unambiguous, and no further evidence is needed to be adduced on it. The evidence is such that could not have been obtained without reasonable diligence for use at the trial, as the deposition required the commencement of the suit in the United States of America before receiving same. it is not possible to obtain the said evidence before the trial court below. So they essentially they could not have gotten it at the appeal court stage. The deposition was made on the 3rd of October 2023 after the conclusion of the trial at the court below, and was not available to be tendered at the trial. So they're really pushing to get it admitted by the Supreme Court. A presentation of a forged certificate to the Independent National Electoral Commission by a candidate in an election to the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is a weighty constitutional matter requiring consideration by the courts as the custodian of the Constitution. The original certificate's deposition has been forwarded to the Honorable Court by a letter addressed to the Registrar of the Supreme Court. It is in the interest of justice for the Honorable Court to exercise its discretion in favor of the appellants/applicants. The motion was supported by several paragraph affidavits deposed to on behalf of Atiku and PDP by one Uyigiwa Osage, a legal practitioner from XYZ ABC. It's not XYZ ABC. I'm just not bothered to read the address. Pardon me. It's not energy drink, by the way. It's just a water bottle. It was an energy drink, but now it's a water bottle. I'm not gulping a Red Bull at that time. It reads in part that the first appellant/applicant contested the election to the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on the platform of the second appellant, which election was conducted by the first respondent on the 25th of the day of February 2023. That the first respondent returned the second respondent as the winner of the said election, and hence the appellant, being dissatisfied with the return, filed a petition on the 21st day of March 2023 before the Court of Appeal sitting at the Presidential Election Petition Court. That the court below had, by a judgment delivered on the 6th of September 2023, dismissed the said petition, whereupon the appellant/applicants appealed against the said judgment to this honorable court in September 2023. That the record of appeal, let me see if it's not too much more. Yes, because I think we get the meat of it. That the record of appeal has been transmitted to this honorable court, and the appeal duly entered, and the said record of appeal is now before this honorable court, running into 9,000 pages in 11 volumes, upon which the appellant/applicants are relying in this application. That I know that one of the grounds of the appellant/applicants petition before the court below is that the second respondent, Tinubu, was not qualified at the time of the election to contest the election and did not meet the constitutional threshold to contest. So I think this may well be the damning paragraph right there. Not the damning paragraph against Tinubu, but the damning paragraph against the application. So listen to this again. It says, that I know that one of the grounds of the appellant/applicant petition before the court below is that the second respondent, Tinubu, was not qualified at the time of the election to contest the election and did not meet the constitutional threshold. So he was qualified. That's this. If we're still talking about the academic space, then he was qualified, and the institution where he got the qualification from told us so. And he met the constitutional threshold even so. So that's just it. Meanwhile, no date has yet been fixed for hearing of the motion. So So that's Atiku playing his last card. So let's go on to this one, which is essentially Tinubu launching against the Buhari administration. Federal government suspends N-Power, probes disbursement of funds. So let's just rattle through this. The federal government has suspended the N-Power program indefinitely. This was disclosed by the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Betty Edu, while speaking during an interview on TVC on Saturday. According to her, the suspension was a result of irregularities observed within the scheme. Edu noted that an investigation will be launched into how funds were expended since the beginning of the program. So, you see, because this is Sadia Farouk's space right there, that's humanitarian something of the or the other. And Sadia Farouk is the heartland of the Fulani engine of the Buhari administration. He was married to the former, she in the course of that administration, married the former chief of naval staff, who also the heartland of the Fulanis. And that whatever it is, that Empower scheme is essentially an undocumented process where they just used to heavily hemorrhage money from the Nigerian state. So in instances, they claim they were handing out cash, and I can show you, actually, I'll just look for it now. I can show you Sadia Farouk just allegedly handing out cash. She was handing out cash, which is to tell you that this is undocumented money. Let me see. Sadia Farouk handing out cash. Let me see if I can quickly grab something. Well, I've seen that instances. There was a clip of her in somewhere in Edo State somewhere, just handing out wads of cash. I've never seen anything like that. Anyway, I'll look for it in the course of this because I don't want to hold up the session for that long. But essentially, that whatever it is, that humanitarian XYZ Empower no, is just open stealing. Revealing reasons behind the suspension and what will follow, the minister noted, we must go back to look into N-Power and understand what the problems are. So we will basically suspend the program for now until we have done a proper investigation into the utilization of funds into the N-Power program. So does Tinubu have the gravity to take on, because that's the heartland of corruption, that the NNPC and the Customs Service, those were the heartland of the corruption, and of course, the Ministry of Justice. So those four places, those were the heartland of the corruption in the Buhari administration. But does Tinubu have the testicular fortitude to take it on? We want to know how many persons are basically on the program right now, how many persons are owed, the amounts they are owed. We are totally restructuring the N-Power and expanding it. There are lots going on. We met people who were supported. There are lots going on. We met people who were supposed to have exited the program last year, and they are still claiming they are still teaching. Sometimes we contacted the school and the places where they are working, and they are not there. They are not working, yet they are claiming that they are being owed 8 to 9 months stipends. The Empower program was launched by President Muhammadu Buhari's administration to tackle youth unemployment and help increase social development. So good luck with that, whatever your name is. So now, it's not only Tinubu's credentials that is in question. No, everybody's credential is in question. But would you believe it? They are also the obedience space or the article space or whichever space it is. They are also querying Soyinka's credentials. So Soyinka up for grabs as well. Soyinka challenges critics disputing his academic records to produce evidence within 30 days. So this is the fastest, according to him. Professor Wole Soyinka has told those claiming he has fraudulent academic records to submit all evidence to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission, ICPC, and the Directorate of Prosecution within 30 days so that they can probe him. This is coming after one Joseph Dahib's 1998 article, which referred to a 1996 report in which a scholar, Professor James Gibbs, was quoted as unraveling some claims allegedly made by Tinubu are surfaced on the internet. Gibbs was quoted as saying he relied on a variety of sources, including contemporary Leeds publication, archival materials, Soyinka's works, and interviews I had with him in arriving at the fact that he had on Soyinka's academic record. So I'm just trying to see what's going on here. Okay, it's not too long a read. So the article partly reads, the claim by Professor Wole Soyinka that he obtained a first-class bachelor's degree in English literature from Leeds University has been challenged. Instead, what the Nobel laureate actually obtained from Leeds was a second-class degree. This is startling revelation made by Professor James Gibbs, who has closely monitored the activities of the former Leeds students in English literature. However, in a statement titled A Moral Call to Amoral Conscripts, Soyinka said he is awaiting the decision of his lawyers on whether or not to file a legal action. He also said that if he is found guilty, the laws that govern fraudulent academic claims should be invoked and applied against him to the utmost limit. So there it is. The obedience now querying the veracity of Wole Soyinka's credentials. So it's just a gift that just keeps on giving. So yes, Atiku files also. I think we've already done that. So we've already done that. Okay. Let me see. Which other one is there any more? All right, so we leave it there. It's very much a case of bring your own, very much a bring your own sort of a session. So let me play you a couple of clips, then I'll play you the K-Guide song, and then we'll kick it off. So let me play you this clip first. Is this yeah? Let me play you this clip first. This is Yemsen Wike lambasting Nigerians as ungrateful people.
Yes. You see, what people do not understand is that when something is bad, and we have lived with it, and then you have a new government that says, look, we want to make a change. But taking decisions to make a change, it requires sacrifice. You know, Nigerians are so impatient, which I don't blame them. Having passed through this period, things are so bad. So they're looking at it that there must be a change immediately. But it doesn't occur that way. It's not a miracle thing. It's not a magical thing. You take certain decisions that bring about those changes that will make us survive very well as a nation. But see, what they want is say it now, do it now, which is not that part. So those are the changes that say hard decisions will be taken. Let us be patient. At the end of the day, these decisions we have taken that made people to make sacrifice, is it worthwhile? And which I believe, yes, it will be worthwhile. Just like what we are doing in FCT, so many things were bad. And we are trying to say, look, you are complaining that things were bad. So we must put things in proper perspective to achieve the result. But the doing is to note that you also have to make some sacrifice. That's what we just said. So nothing more than that. Thank you.
The Renewed Hope agenda has been very inclusive of women so far.
Yes.
Would your team also include more women?
Of course. First of all, look at the secretariat. You have a woman in charge of health. And like I said, because we believe in inclusivity, there has not been director of women in FCT. But now we're saying, no, you don't do that. You cannot exclude them. So create a director that will take care of a women affairs. And that's why we have come to the First Lady. They want to partner with you in terms of what you're doing for women. So as I go back now, I'm going to make a memo to Mr. President to approve the director, the creation of director of women, so that we can have a director that takes care of the women and children. So that's what I've said.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So that was Wike lambasting the Nigerian person for just the level of impatience. 3 months going on 4 months thereabouts in situation, and the Nigerian people expect Tinubu to have solved all of Nigeria's problems. So Kulu temper, essentially what Yemsi Wike was saying there. So Kulu temper. So Kulu temper. So now this Tinubu saga is opening up a window for people to come to bear as themselves. Let me just not preempt it. So there are people. There's a lot of people closeted within the Nigerian space. I'm deliberately making the language vague and ambiguous. There are a lot of people closeted within the Nigerian space, but this Tinubu saga now is opened up a portal for people to have expression just under that umbrella to show us exactly who they are. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about this.
Mad, make all of us join the mad together. Sure, you get me? Since Nigeria feel they produce president where go enter university as male, come out as female. Now I just think so to I be done they hide my secret before. Me too now female. My name is Mrs. Magnus Oraka. Now be woman I be trans woman. You see, this country don't become joke. As it become joke, we take and joke finish. The truth is that Nigeria don't spoil. We could join spoil.
Oh, all right. There's reading. It goes on for about 2 more minutes. But if you look at this guy again, this is it's done it so perfectly that you probably suspect that this is not the first time that he has done it. So he has used this window of Tinubu's. They wrote F on some form, and then they described him. So he's used that window in order to come out as publicly as a cross-dresser. And this guy has done it so perfectly. I will bet my bottom dollar that this is not the first time this guy has put on women's clothes. Look at
mad.
this.
Make all of us join the mad together. Sure, you get me? Since Nigeria feel they produce president where go enter university as male, come out as female. Now
it is even taken on the mannerism. So there it is. The window opens for of our closet cross-dressers to come out as themselves, but not at all a cross-dresser. Oroyo joins us, so thank you, Oroyo, for being here. Baba Akure, of course, you met him; he's still here. Foley joins us. I think Foley is now in Abuja. He previously used to be in Ekiti, but he'll tell us in a moment. Mr. joins us. King Emeka joins us. Thank you, Emeka, for being here. UFC Superfan is here. The Majestic Thomas, and not at all the least, Ola is here as well. So I'm going to play the Kegite song, and then after the Kegite song, we take opening remarks, not so much interjection, if at all any interjection, and then we open up to the conversation. But then, of course, the sequence has to be kept and observed. So we go to the Kegites. Egbe lemon.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù. ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agwesheme, death have nothing to do with us. So that's what that means in Yoruba language. That was the Kegites, the fraternity of the Kegites, and they are inviting that death has nothing to do with us. So I say amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So we kick it off. Ikuko Neru Agweshe. So we kick it off. A 3 to 5 minute monologue just to tell us what you're looking at in the news cycle. We've heard from Baba Akure. We kick it off with Folly B, who hopefully is there. Folly, Bawoni. Ogagba. Folly. All right. I think Folly may be taking a moment. Let's go to Oroyo, see if it's ready for us. Oroyo, you're up next.
Hi, woman. How are you?
Salam alaikum. Our body. Look at that. I didn't know you would understand that. Or you are Gebota people. Good to have you again. So what have you been looking at in the news cycle? What caught your attention today?
I didn't really check through the internet for anything actually. But yesterday, when I was on, I wanted to speak to this Uber's situation.
Go for it, but speak up a little bit more. Your voice is a bit faint.
Okay. As for Mohbad's case, I'm thinking they will convict the wrong person because the people who were with him 72 hours before his death, like the 3 guys that announced his death, those guys were not among the suspects. So to me, I don't think.
Who are those? Do you mean Prime Boy? Prime Boy is amongst.
No, not Prime Boy. I think they announced his death in a car. They even mentioned that the wife was inside that particular car when they announced the guy's death. So those people were supposed to be questioned, but those guys are not among the suspects. And even
it's still a strain to hear you, by the way. You need to speak up just a little bit more, just so we can get the fullness of what you're saying.
I said when they announced the Mohbad's death, they announced the death in a car. And inside that car, there were 3 boys that their face showed up. So those particular 3 boys, they are not among the suspects. And in such kind of case, those people who are within 72 hours, those are the prime suspects. So if those guys are not questions, that means they are not ready, they are not doing any good job there. So me, I don't expect justice from there. At the end of the day, they will just convince the wrong person. And definitely from my own point of view, I'm suspecting that the nurse who gave him injection, that will be the person who will go in for it. Then as for Atiku's case in the Supreme Court, this one is just a question. I just needed a clarification. When did he start his Mongo Park journey to Illinois? Is it after they've delivered, the tribunal have delivered their judgment, or during the time of the case? That was when he started the proceeding. So if it is after when the tribunal have delivered judgment, then I don't think they will accept that evidence they are saying that they got. That's their new evidence.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Stay with us. Let's go on from you and hear from Emeka, who's also here. Emeka, are you ready to go? King Emeka. All right. Whoever is ready to go, indicate and we come to you. Who's ready to go? No one is ready to go. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, one man, okay.
I can hear you.
All right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Emeka, are you ready now? You are muted. Emeka. All right, let's go with Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, I want to show you a headline before you go into your 5 minutes monologue. This surprised me somewhat. But should this surprise me? 73.9% of Nigerians happy with their lives. And this is based on a report. Does that surprise you, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, I guess it does. Given what we've been hearing so far about the economy, how everything is going sideways, and people can't eat, can't move. So, when was the survey conducted, anyways?
I'll have a read through as you're talking. It says carry on, but I'll get that for you. But carry on. What's caught your attention in the news cycle, or are you still with this Atiku now filing that he wants to introduce new matters to Supreme Court?
Well, I guess I thought we all know by now that new evidence cannot be admitted to the Supreme Court in order to pass judgment on this case.
So, what do we need to do with that?
Sorry, that's Baba Kure. Carry on. Sorry, carry on. That was Baba Kure. He unmuted himself.
Yeah, I was saying I think we all know by now that we can't have a new evidence produced for this case going to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court is going to use all the information that they have, all the documents from the tribunal court to make that decision. So what the question is, are Atiku's lawyers leading him to do this, or that he himself wanted to continue on this path of destruction? Really, that's the question. So I'm not sure why he would do that, or the purpose of that new filing would do, because we know it can't be admitted, right? Am I mistaken? Anyways,
no, it can't be admitted, but should it be admitted just for the purposes of having this settled once and for all? And if that's going to cost Tinubu, then that's his burden. Should this be admitted, whatever it is that Atiku feels he has?
Well, I guess under strenuous circumstances, if I'm not mistaken. But I know, can a new filing be admitted, or a new what you call evidence can be produced? I think those are two distinctions there, if I'm not mistaken. Or Benny or anybody can sort that out. Filing a new case. Anyways, let's leave that to the lawyers. I don't know. But what I can say so far. Well, I guess, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you okay? All right. Based on my understanding, I think the only thing that can happen right now is maybe one of his political like some of his of political party member, those who contested during the primary, those are the people that can go to court now. There is nothing Supreme Court can do about this issue of new evidence. It happens everywhere in the world. Supreme Court is to interpret law and deal with any issue that raised based on the judgment from appeal court. So the issue of new evidence is not going to fly. So the only people that can go back to court is those that stand out during a primary election from their own party. That is my understanding.
Okay, well, that's fine. I think we all learning anyways. So one thing I've learned also, that in the context of America, right, a certificate um, cannot be forged. Why? Because it is reproducible, and for that reason, it cannot be authenticated by the institution that actually that the person went to, like in the case of Tinubu, right? So, um, you know, because third parties are allowed, and quite frankly, if you stretch this and take into the court the rigorousness of the courts, be it in America, maybe in Nigeria, it sounds like an individual can reproduce their own certificate because, again, as stated from the deposition that you read in the past couple of days, it's irrelevant. The certificate itself is irrelevant to me. And I've been trying to talk about it in the sense that it's a form of communication. Uh, Tinubu might as well have written down in his own handwriting that he went to Chicago State University. And that was the purpose of the certificate itself. That it just to communicate that this man went to this school, CSU, and that's it. In whichever way that certificate came about, it's almost irrelevant. So the claim of forgery here, it's unauthenticatable in that
Boss, can I
regard.
ask you a question?
You can ask, but it's meant to be a monologue. But ask that
Oh,
question
no.
just really to test your mic, and then
Yeah, yeah,
we allow
yeah.
Yeah, carry
Thank you
on.
very much. Do you think this certificate issue is going to go to the very last end and the court will have to decide on this matter?
It may not even be raised at all, and if it was to be raised, I'm going with my own submission that you know you can't. It's like it's if the word unforgeable, you can't forge it. You can't forge a certificate because just like the guy from the CSU said, the registrar said, we have copies here that have not been picked up, even by Tinubu himself, I believe. But whichever way that is certificates come about is not in our purview jurisdiction. To try to authenticate it. It's to us, it's irrelevant. They didn't use those words, but it's irrelevant. That's what they're telling us. We don't care about this stuff. You know, we don't care about it. If that's what you guys want to do, go sort it out yourself. But to want to claim forgery or counterfeit, we don't care because we can't even authenticate it. It's a non-issue. That's the word. It's a non-issue that you guys want to kill yourself over. Go ahead and do it in your Nigerian space. As far as we are concerned, we don't care. We just told you that this guy went to the school. He graduated with honors, was a good student, was the president of the accounting union. What more you guys want? That's the verification of an individual attending an institution or school. Now, when people try to be duplicitous, like Rational Mind, trying to produce a certificate or rather a license as being required by the employer, is not always the case. You can put it in there if you want to. We can put it in there, but it doesn't show anything. But if you have like a tradesman's or woman's licensing, yeah, that number that is printed on your license usually is a repository in a database somewhere. If it's not statewide, citywide, or the particular trade that you get a license from, and it can be easily verified. Usually nowadays online, you go to the website and punch in the number and pull it up. That's it. That's it pretty much. Okay. I have a certification also in supply chain, and on that certificate, they put a CPS and it's called. They put a number on there, and usually, if you apply for something, they say, "Do you have a certificate?" Say yes. They ask for that number. They don't ask for a copy because if they want to verify if you really have that certification, they just contact the school or the institution, in this case ISM, and see if this person truly is got a certificate. So it's what we have here right now is we're trying to mix in American standard or requirement with that of Nigeria, and it's almost It cannot be done. It totally two different jurisdictions, and there may be somewhat of an overlap, but not quite, not quite. But so at the end of the day, but again, from what I've learned so far, American institutions don't care about your certificate. They don't care. Go take care of yourself. They don't care about it, and they're not even going to authenticate it. It's not their job.
Prince, the argument is not so much if Tinubu attended and graduated from the university or not. It's that particular piece of paper that is submitted to INEC. The question is, even if he was given a certificate and he lost it, it doesn't really matter if he has that certificate or not. But that particular piece of paper that is submitted to INEC, was that forged or not?
That's what I've been answering.
Yeah,
that's what I've been answering in the sense that, look, it's unauthenticatable. It doesn't matter if it's forged or not. That's the point here. They don't care if it's forged. Again, it's a piece of paper that is meant to communicate. Again, Tinubu could have just handwritten. Of course, INEC requires that you submit that certificate, a certificate, right? But it might as well have handwritten that, hey, I went to Chicago State University and produce and put the year and whatever, and that should have sufficed. That was the purpose of the certificate to communicate.
There's somewhat of an ambiguity to the word forged. Because if you say something is forged, then by implication you are saying that thing is intended to mislead.
Correct.
The certificate that Tinubu to submitted was not intended to mislead. It was intended to verify.
To communicate.
Yes, to communicate. So what that document is communicating, is it verifiable? Yes, it is. And has it been verified? Yes, it has. In law, there's two elements that you have to there's two elements that you have to prove in law. There's something that is called actus reus, which is a criminal action, and the other one is called mens reus, which is a criminal intention. So those two has to be proven before a crime can be adjudicated to have been committed. So criminal intent and criminal action. So the criminal intent, is it to miscommunicate that he attended that university when he did not? No. Is it to miscommunicate that he graduated from that university when he did not? No, he did graduate from that university. Is it to miscommunicate or forge or misrepresent his grades? No. So there was no criminal intent, but was there a criminal action?
No, well, man, there was no criminal action. I don't know. It's a form of communication, and written information could have sufficed. Would have sufficed. So again, let's put in. People are trying to remove. They're trying to like parse everything, like separate everything, and put out of context. But if you put everything together, just like you just did logically, that's the whole purpose. The whole purpose to communicate that Tinubu went to CSU, and that's it, right? That's the whole purpose. But again, people are trying to talk about forgery or what you call it, forgery, counterfeit. That's what they're trying to claim, and quite frankly, it is working to a lot of people that are anti-Tinubu, the obedient, and people in opposition. Yeah, it works. It works because they prove forgery. But again, no, because the school, you can. I actually believe that you can actually go have a certificate, redesign somewhat if you want to. If you're like, this CSU certificate looks kind of cheap, I can do much better. Put some gold, whatever lining and silver here and there. I think you can do that. And a lot of people said on the show that.
Yes, thank you for saying that, Prince. Because there's a leap from authentic to fake. So it's not a binary space, is it? there's the reproduction, there's the enhancement that you have said. There is everything. He has presented the document to say something, and that thing that is said, that is same with that document is true. So that's just it, isn't it?
Exactly that's it. Yeah, that's it. And even I think there's also an issue with what you call it, the signature on the certificate, right? Um, I'm not even sure it works. If one copies uh, in a digital way, copies a signature of electronic document and copy and paste in another in order to recreate one, is that forgery? Is that forgery? Or counterfeit? I don't know. I mean, that's something that needs to be parsed out. I mean, if I know for sure, if I take a pen and a paper and I try to trace somebody else's signature, that will be considered forgery if it's accurate or not. As long as the person that said, "Hey, um, that owns that actual signature said no, it wasn't theirs." That's another thing to contest. But again, to wrap it up, CSU, they've said it. The registrar said, "Look, they're not in the business. That's it. We are not in the business of authenticating certificates because it means nothing to us. To you guys, it means the whole world. We understand. Go deal with it. But we can verify that Tinubu went to this school, he graduated with honors, president of the accounting club this year, and boom, done."
Look at that. Tinubu will rule over them for 8 years, whether they like it or not. But thank you for that. So that's Prince Daddy providing a counter narrative to what was delivered by Baba Akure earlier on. So unique and peculiar, but for reasons of his perspective, here comes Emeka, the mighty one. King Emeka, you're up next. Opening monologue, 35 minutes.
Thank you, Woman. Thank you for the patience. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, panelists, and to the comment section. Like, share, and subscribe. Woman, I actually have said that what I will be wanting to avoid this certificate issue, but it appears that it's not going to go away. It's like the 25% FCT situation that never went away. And I'm surprised that is still not being discussed because it was all over the media space. Lawyers were all taking positions, those who were biased, those who were ignorant, and those who just want to act like they just don't care. Like Madam Zita has said, the headless mob would always want to lash on anything and try to create chaos out of it. So this is exactly what happened with the 25% state. Went to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal decided to make a mess out of the lawyers who were presenting this and interpreted it properly. And even till then, until then, I think till then, before this certificate issue came up, a lot of these headless mobs have been saying, let the Supreme Court rule on it. Let the Supreme Court rule on it. Now, to let you know why I support Madam Zita on these headless mob actions, that 25% issue now is not discussed anymore in the media space, whether social media or mainstream media. Now it is not the certificate issue that is the front burner. So we all know what the outcome is going to look like. And honestly, I want the Supreme Court to accept this as evidence from Atiku Abubakar. I want them to, so that it doesn't look like, oh, and the Supreme Court decided not to accept the evidence and threw it away. Oh, they've started again with their technicalities. They've started again with their corruption. All eyes on the judiciary. We cannot trust the court. The court system is rigged. The court system is corrupt. The judges have been bought. There are lots of agbado, lots of corn into their pockets, and they are all compromised. I want them to take it on, even if they know that the filing period is over. I want them to still admit it, and even if they don't want to rule on it, but they should give a clear interpretation of what this means. The reason why is we're in the information age, and a lot of misinformation and propaganda is being spread across our media system now. So we want the people with the right authority to speak on this matter and lay it to rest. Even if they say, yes, Tinubu or the president must have done something, let's hear from the people with the authorities, because what I've been listening to, what I've been hearing is going out of order. We've listened to the eloquent Ogbeni speak on this matter. We've listened to other lawyers speak on this matter on different platforms or different media spaces. We know the position of the law on this matter, but yet people are still pushing an agenda. So let the people with the right authority speak on it and let this matter be buried once and for all. Now, let me move on to something I want to discuss about. That is this humanitarian, this empower issue. You see, I think a lot of us Nigerians, many of us are not patriotic. Now, each time we get an opportunity to serve our country or to hold power or to be a symbol of authority in a specific assignment or project or commission being given to us, we try to mess it up. The reason that Empower was brought up was to serve the underserved, was to serve youth who are considered to be poor, who do not have the right skill set, or to elevate them out of poverty and to improve their skill set so they can provide for themselves and for their family. Now we are hearing garbage. We are hearing corruption. We are hearing that funds has been siphoned, or funds have been misdirected, or funds have been used for other motives. It is tiring. The last I checked, we are 78. We are close to 75% debt servicing to our revenue ratio, which means for every 100 naira we receive, we are using 75%. We're using 75 naira to service debt. So, for how long do we continue to eat our breakfast, lunch, and dinner before we now say we are done? Why are we wicked to our country, Nigeria? And why are we wicked to ourselves? We should do an introspection. I'm not just calling out the leaders, I'm also calling ourselves, because a lot of us are terrible people and very wicked. We should do an introspection on ourselves and tell ourselves the truth that we are not patriotic. We are wicked to our country and we are wicked to ourselves. It is sad to hear that a program that is designed to lift people out of poverty, it's now being used to enrich people who are already rich. It is wickedness in the highest order. And these people need to be in jail and rot and die there, including their family members too, because they benefited from all this. It is so sad the way we are going now about with this in our country. And I don't know what we intend to gain. I think someone was saying we always love to blame our leaders and refuse to look at ourselves. But give us the opportunity to become leaders. I think we would even double the effort and the wickedness of these leaders.
Emeka, what are you making of Tinubu? Not Tinubu, but Soyinka's credentials now being questioned?
Oh God, my goodness, this is getting out of hand. I have to be very. I watched it and I was like, what is this? It's like this is fascism in action. Fascism in staring at our face. And what is sad about this is that if we continue in this plight, if we continue in this action, it will turn around and bite us one day. If we keep going after people who are against or who have a different opinion from us, one day when we have a different opinion from others, they will come out and bite us. It's like dog eats dog, or cat eats cat, or we are just mauling at ourselves. We need to be careful. We have to respect the opinions of other people. We may not like it, but we must respect their opinions and we must be able to move on. I think there are people now who go about insulting the president, but once you insult them a little bit, they begin to frown. They begin to shout. But you have been insulting the president. It's like you can't take what you serve. So let's look at that's why I'm going through this angle. Let's do a thorough introspection of ourselves and be factual with ourselves. If we do not like the opinions of others, respect their opinion. If you have a rebuttal, provide your rebuttal. But when you are going after their livelihood, or when you are going after them because you just don't like what they say, that's fascism. And one day you would be the victim too. Thank you very much.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Excellently put by Emeka. So thank you, Emeka. So let's go on from Emeka and let's hear from Mr. who joins us. Mr. You're up next, Mr. Omil. Mr. Felicia? Hello? All right. I don't think Mr. is quite ready for us yet. Let's see if Folly is ready for us. Folly B. All right, Folly B is not ready for us. Let's see if Oroyo is ready for us. Have we spoken to Oroyo? I think we have. Let's hear from UFC. UFC.
Hello.
What's going? All right. I was just about to start kicking people
Yes,
off.
I'm here.
Yeah,
Evening,
good to
guys.
have you. Yeah, good evening, UFC. Good to have you. A 3 to 5 minute monologue. What caught your attention in the news cycle today?
What caught my attention is that what I observed is that concerning the issue of certificate, it's like most people did not read the deposition, and they just go about. Sometimes, like they just go about what they hear online and what they see on the media. Also, currently, right now in the Nigeria space, there are no independent media or journalists who can just say things the way they are. You understand me? Without taking side. Like everyone is the whole country, people just take side. There are some people supporting Tinubu, there are others obedient, the others Atiku. It should not be like that. Journalists supposed to do their job and allow the citizens to figure the rest out instead of taking side. So something needs to be done. I think we need some new set of journalists who will just read the news and say it as it is instead of taking side. Also, the guy that called you earlier, it's strange that he's speaking on the issue, but he hasn't read the deposition.
Oh no, that was Ababa Kore, yes.
If how can an educated man like that, you are speaking on an issue you have no idea about? Most of us allow people to feed us with secondhand news instead of just go on online. There are files of the deposition. You can read it by yourself instead of allowing people to digest the news for you. It's like we like to be spoon fed. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
All right, brother, stay with us. Let's go from you and let's go to Zita, who I'm certain is ready for us. So Zita, you have been speaking on the goings on between Palestine and Israel. Are you coming from that angle or are you coming from Nigeria, Zita? Zita? Yeah.
I'm doing something, but I'm not coming to that angle. I always stand with Israel. I don't want to speak on that. But you say we can say anything that caught our attention, right?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Okay. There is something that caught my attention. You know, this word, headless mob, I want to throw more light on it. That's what caught my attention. When Soludo used the word headless mob, he did not assign it. He just said the word headless mob. He didn't assign it to
can you give definition to that so that people are clear on yeah.
I'm coming to that.
Yes.
He just said headless mob. He didn't assign it to a nation. He didn't assign it to a state. He didn't assign it to a tribe or an institution or a person. When I borrowed that word from my brother, Professor Soludo for Solution, I did not assign it to a nation, to an individual, to an institution, to a tribe, or to a state. But peradventure, anybody wants to assign that word, that phrase, to him or herself I will assure the person that it's been a long time Nigeria has been looking for them. Well-meaning Nigerians. They've been looking for them. Now, let me explain what I understand by the word headless mob. They don't have a head. Because when somebody has a head, they can see, they can hear, they can smell, they can think, and they can speak. And somebody will be in control of them, like the boss. Now, when you don't think, you don't reason, you don't see, you don't smell, you don't hear, it means it's whatever you feel, you move about, doing a lot of things at the same time like a blind man. I remember some people will say, when they did this, why didn't they call them headless? When you come out and say, I am fighting this cause, there is nothing wrong in it. You fight the cause, win the cause, lose the cause, that's fine. But when you start running around the cause or a problem or a challenge like a headless chicken, you hold on to this. You say, this is your problem. This everybody's okay. Let's look at it. He said it's a problem. They want to touch it. You say, no, that's no longer the problem. This is the problem. They say, okay, where is it? Let's look at it. You say, no, that's no longer the problem. This is the problem. You are headless. And when you are that kind of headless somebody, you cause commotion. And your job is just to cause commotion. Nothing more. Because you don't want to be settled. You don't want to be settled until you are quenched. Just like a headless chicken. When you cut off the head of a chicken, you go, no matter how you try to catch it until it settles. So that is the understanding of a headless. What do you want? You complain of something, it's okay, fine, let's look at it. We are talking about it. By the time you think we are trying to settle on that, you jump to another thing. You say no. In fact, you will even tell them that actually that's not what you're talking about. That this is now what you are talking about. And everybody will move because they think that they can settle you. So they will immediately move to the new thing you are talking about. And when they move to the new thing again, halfway you scream, no, actually you did not understand this. Okay, I mean, how long will we continue like this? Their mission is to cause commotion. Yeah, they're not going anywhere. They can never be pacified. We just have to deal with it. But the only thing
can they be managed though?
No,
because,
you can. If woman, let's get these things straight now. Let's start trying to make it look nice. It's not nice. It's not nice. You can't manage it. Because who is going to manage it? If there is a head, it can be managed.
Do you think Buhari mismanaged that space?
Buhari wouldn't have even managed it in the first
No. You know, you had an inflection of it. You had a variant of it under the Buhari administration, which wrapped around that Jubril at Sudani narrative.
No.
And he just largely tried to ignore it. But is that the best way to manage it?
No. In the first place, Buhari, I don't think he understood it. The first attempt he made, he thought he understood it. By the time he understands that they are headless, he kept quiet. Because when you think they have a head, you go grab their head. You are kidding. Or you think they have a head somewhere speaking for them, you go touch them. No. In fact, anybody who tries to position himself as their head will be in trouble. Because actually, Nigeria, everywhere meaning Nigeria is looking for their head. So the moment you put yourself in forefront, positioning yourself as their head, you are in trouble. Because they got no head. And the moment they grab you, the person that grabbed you plus you that was grabbed will be shocked that the headlessness will still be going on. Life. So that's what I want to say. I did not assign it to anybody. I want to make that clear. I said headless mob, just as my brilliant first-class brother Soludo for Solution said. It took me time because I'm not as smart as he is to digest what he said. So I did not assign it to anybody. But if you want to assign it to yourself, that's okay. And if you think you can assign it to yourself and face me, that's still very okay. So that one man, that's my monologue for this night, this morning.
You know, Fela Kuti had something on that. He called it Joro Jara Joro. You know, you remember Fela's song Joro Jara Joro Zombie known that one way.
Yes.
So that's it.
When somebody will look at himself and call himself a zombie, I don't know why the person will want me to have a conversation with him or her. I wouldn't call my fellow human being a zombie. But in my country, people are excited answering zombie. And every time I come to one man platform, I want to speak, they will want to interject me. I want to argue with me, want to encounter me. Why will I be talking to you when you say you are a zombie? It's not working now. That's my submission, one man, please. It's not assigned though. I want to make this clear. I did not assign that headless mob to anybody or any nation, institution, tribe, region.
What are you making of people querying Wole Soyinka's credentials?
One man, I told you that this headless mob will never go away. Are we not talking about Tinubu's credential? Is he not going to Supreme Court? Very soon, what everybody will be saying, allow Supreme Court to judge. It's with the Supreme. So they have to start another thing. Man, I don't know why am I the only person understanding this headlessness?
What would you make of it if after the Supreme Court judgment comes in, they then train their focus, their stethoscope, their telescope, they then focus it on Wole Soyinka? What do you think that will signal to the space?
I didn't get your question. What did you say?
No, I'm saying once they've exhausted this Tinubu's hanging charge or no hanging charge, and they get no joy there, if they then redirect their focus on Wole Soyinka and try to start to unpick his reputation, what do you think this will signal to the space?
I don't know what you think it will signal to me. I have already signaled what it is. It's headless mob. So whatever they say, the only thing I will do is that I will try as much as possible not to have a conversation, a discussion, an argument with them. Because I don't want your platform to be getting rowdy anytime we talk. But trying to see reasons into what they are saying or want to settle it or want you to have a conversation and see a way out and make an understanding. What man you're not gonna do? You're gonna get any of this I just said. By the time that I'm done with Wole Soyinka, by the time Wole Soyinka's own case is as if it's getting clearer, another one, then we pick another one. That's their mission. But the annoying aspect of it is that the smart, crooked, some group of smart, crooked people ruling us are using it as what I call reverse psychology. It's a big distraction. I don't know if you have cut off a chicken head before, the way it performs. It's something
You know something
so
funny?
Nigerians are watching that their performance, and we leave these people signing our will and our wishes for our country into their pocket instead of attacking them. What has Woloshenka's certificate got to the price of Obono in the market? If I may
You know something funny? You asked the question, and it took me back memory lane. You know, during Christmas, when you buy this bunch of chickens that you have for Christmas, so there was this Christmas all those years ago that we bought this bunch of chicken, and my father invited me to kill one, and I couldn't. You know, he looked at me in a funny way. I just couldn't. I couldn't. You know, it gave me a funny look, but I just couldn't. You know, and so I've not killed a chicken before. It's just because yeah, I could not. So, you know, he gave me the knife. I said, it's down to your son. I said, no, it's not down to me. I'm sorry about that. You know, but I just could not. But let me take you to this headline. You see this headline? It runs contrary. This headline on the screen, it runs contrary to the popular narrative that we're hearing now. Are 73.9% of Nigerians happy with their lives? So this is a report, and it's dated the 7th of October 2023. But this seems to run contrary to everything that we hear coming out of that country. So does this surprise you? 73% happy with their lives?
No. One man, I will say it is correct and it is wrong. It is correct that if you look back in the history, there was a time Nigeria won the happiest country on earth.
Yes, that wasn't that long ago. Actually, about 2 years ago, that was still the case. Yeah.
So when I was in Nigeria, I wrote to the body and they explained to me what they used. I didn't believe them, but I started making my own investigation. Have you ever watched a Nigerian telling story of how somebody was beaten, probably to death, or how somebody was beaten and the person ran away? He says it and laughs over it. One thing I don't know is whether he's actually happy, or is it us? Is it an instantaneous happiness? Or is it that they are actually really happy that that incident happened? So I begin to use all those things they said they used as yardstick. You walk into our open markets and you see a woman under the sun with sunburns all over her. She will be willing to have a nice conversation with you happily. I used to call my people enchanting faces. That's how I describe my country. They said my people have enchanting faces. The woman with all those
do you think Nigerians are psychologically unbalanced?
I don't think so. And you dare not use that kind of word about my people. You know what I believe in.
But that's what you are describing now. You are describing people that are not mentally stable. You are describing a mentally unstable bunch.
No, they're not mentally unstable.
Somebody that describes somebody being killed in front of him and describes it with glee, that's mental instability.
No, I don't think so. I think it's fast adaptation to their situation. Because if you see the way Nigerians adapt outside of Nigeria, even in the most goddamn cold place or goddamn hot place, you begin to put everything together and you will understand that is ability to adapt to situations as fast as possible. You will see the woman under the sun with those buns on her, begging you, shutting you up, laughing with you, cracking joke. She has adapted. Some countries in the world, I don't think they will take it, but it's adaptation. And that's why I say nobody should abuse that. We should pick all those people abusing that their adaptation and deal with them. But I don't think that thing is, if you can go down and they tell you what they use for that, you will understand what I'm talking about. Just like when these people, you remember that time they did that thing, they said, is it Bulgaria or one country?
Do you think Nigerians are the most peculiar of all human types? Are we the most peculiar people of all the people known?
One man. How many have you seen?
I've seen a lot of people. I've done a bit of traveling. I've been to the Middle East. I've been to India. I've done a bit of Europe, and I've never really met a mindset quite like Nigerians. Just
one man.
Very peculiar people.
It's just like saying, announcing somebody as the most handsome man on earth, and I feel like asking them, "Did you see my husband?" So is saying something with the information in your hands? I don't think so. But they are good people. They are. Nigerians are good people.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's go on with the monologue. Stay with us, Zita. There's still a few more topics that I'd like to run through with you. But not to keep him waiting any longer, let's bring up Ekene. Let's see what Ekene is thinking about today. So, Ekene, are you ready? The Megiddo of Alaba Market.
Oh, man.
Ogagba.
Yeah, well done, everyone on the platform.
Alpha, sleep day your voice today. What happened? Long day?
Yeah, I've been sleeping throughout the day, so I just woke up now.
Well,
yeah. So
what's actually on the news in Nigeria today? Is it still pretty much the same story? When you switch on the news, what's the headline there?
Almost the same story, but I will touch on a few things. But there was an interview that I listened to that really want to speak, because it's all about our governance. Anything we say here is how to get things work in our country. But if I say that I am perceiving it coming very soon, I'll be lying to myself, because the governments are not doing a lot of sacrifice. So the issue of minister was brought up today, and I begin to reflect about it. How are we going to move forward? Because everything, the resources of this country is recycled among the rich and the political class. So that is why you have, the government can have about close to 50 ministers. I don't know, even when we are still shouting that we need to cut a lot of things to make this country work. A lot of ministers I see are not effective. They are not necessary. There are most prominent ones. They are necessary, the ones that are delivered. But just come to think about it, ever since those inauguration of those ministers, it's just few, maybe the Minister of Interior, the other one, work and housing. Few of them, maybe the finance minister is still trying to get his balance. He has not gotten it, but he's making some move. He wants to make some mark. So, but other ministers, just I don't know. I don't really know why they are there. Don't really know why they are there.
Which portfolios do you think is not fit for purpose? Actually, let me run you through the portfolios, and then you tell me. But you have to be snappy with it also. Don't go long and extended. I'll run you through portfolios, and then you'll tell me if they are necessary or not, or if the country can do with or without them. So the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, is that a ministry that you would approve of?
Yeah, communication. I don't approve it.
You don't.
Yeah, I think the government can communicate to the people by themselves.
You know you know, hold on. That is to do with the internet, the television stations, the radio stations, all the regulations, all of that. You don't think there should be a ministry for that?
I don't think there is nothing much there. Just we have our media houses. You just give them their directive. They get you know why all these things communication is happening.
Hold on. Don't go long and extended. Who will give them the directive? Who will give them the directive?
We have a government now. We have a government, just like what we are talking about this issue of certificate and all that. The president have a work to do in it. But it seems him himself will feel relaxed, and that's why people are buying into the narrative, saying their minds. But you don't think that if the president himself,
hold on. You don't think there should be a minister of communication and digital economy? You don't.
Even when you have them, what have they communicated? And that's my point. Even the work you give them, they are not doing it diligently. So if I find those things are not working the way I want it to be, the best thing is to cut it off.
So you want to cut off the Ministry of Communications?
When you are not communicating now, in Geli, that yellow guy, what has he communicated? Many of them.
Okay, all right. You know, is it even worth going through the rest of the list? All right, I'll run through it, but just give me yes or no, not extended survey. Minister of okay, let's leave the Minister of State, Minister of Finance and coordinating Minister of the Economy. Is that a ministry you approve of?
Yeah.
All right.
Finance is very important. It's very important.
All right. Minister of Marine and Blue Economy. Do you approve of that? Marine and Blue Economy.
Marine and maybe that one, you know, that's a new ministerial this thing. Maybe my point is this. One man, you see, my point is this. All these guys are not functioning. You understand my point? So I don't know, and I begin to ask, what's the reason for this if they cannot function?
Yeah, but you cannot see the.
That's really my point.
You cannot see the. You cannot see. You know, when these people have not been in situation for more than 3-4 weeks. You cannot see.
Yeah, but somebody has shown some mark now. The interior minister has shown some mark now to show that he's serious. He wants to do something. Do they have to wait for the whole year for us to begin to see their performance? Some people in that their list that was inaugurated the same day with them had shown some mark. The guy was in many media houses showing what he wants to do, how he wants to do it, and what he has done. Showing blueprint, showing this is what I want to achieve. At least he has made some achievement, and he still set some agenda for himself. That as my ministry, my position, I want to go this far before December this year. And that's how to move a nation forward.
Under the Tinubu administration, they are introducing something called KPI. So KPI means key performance indicators. So so that is essentially to set targets for you, and then you have to show if you meet that target. So they've done that, and then they've hired, I think, KPMG, which is one of the biggest administration powerhouses globally, to supervise the KPIs. So those KPIs is essentially to say that so you employ me, for instance, Ekene, and you say I want you to take on this project, and then we sit down together. So you are telling me that within 3 months the project should have reached XYZ stage. And then because you're a busy man, an international businessman, you then employ a supervisor to then supervise that those targets that we have both agreed on are met within the time scale. So that's the system that they are using. So you may or may not see them in the headlines, but they have targets which must be met.
Well, for me, I know what you are saying. I know that there was a target set for them, but let's wait and see. But for me, I think few of them and is too much. Is too much because at this point in time, the situation of our country trying to cost the cost of governance and all that. I think few of them can be merged and they carry them along. So that's my point. One man. It's not necessarily uh, the duty assigned to them. A few of them, even most even and they, and I find you know most of them their capacity are being questioned. It's just few vibrant ones. You understand?
I agreed with what you said from the onstart. That was what made me go and dig out the list of ministers, because I agree with you as well that there are certain portfolios that you wonder what they serve. You wonder what they're there for. So, but these ones, I wouldn't query the Minister of Communications, certainly not. And the other space that I think they should get rid of is this Minister of State. So it's somewhat duplicitous. You have a minister, and then you have a junior minister, and then you have a DG. So at the top decision level, you already have 3 decision makers. So then where's the function? So those minister of states, they have to get rid of them. But some portfolios, the Minister of Finance, of course, it stays. The Minister of the Blue and Marine Economy, I think that certainly stays. The Minister of Power stays. The Minister of Solid Minerals, that stays. The Minister of Tourism, I'm not quite sure, but you may argue for that. The Minister of Transportation, because it's a third world country, you can argue that. Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, yes, you can still argue that. Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology. So now, that Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, you can as well merge it with the because what's the distinction? Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, and then you have another Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology. That's duplicitous, so that one of them should go. Minister of Women Affairs, that even has no meaning. That's just give somebody a job to lose money. So that actually goes. Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, of course, that stays. Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development. So yes, Minister of Aviation I can understand, but what's the aerospace development? I'm not quite sure we are sophisticated enough for that level yet. Minister of Youth, so that's just for its own sake. Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, so yes, of course, you can see that. Minister of State for Gas Resources. So that's another ministry that was just created for its own state, because we then have Minister of Petroleum Resources. So what's the distinction between the two? Those are 2 areas that can merge. Minister of Sports Development. So the Minister of Youth and the Minister of Sports, I think that's essentially the same portfolio. Minister of Abuja.
Yeah.
Yes. So the Minister of Art, Culture and Creative Economy. So what's the difference between the Minister of Art, Culture and Creative Economy and the Minister of Tourism? So do you see? It's the duplicitousness of it. So there's a lot of unnecessary portfolios and duplicitousness within the whole structure. And that is where it's just, it's big.
Yeah, that's it, one man. They need to, at least some of them need to be merged together so that you shorten the list. Because all these guys, they'll be getting their money. They'll be getting, and I think they have some. They also inaugurate some people to work under them. All these ministers, you see all those things. So why the waste? Why the waste? When you know you can merge most of those things together, then shorten the list. All that. So, but for me, one man, it really caught my attention, because that's a few things you look and you ask yourself, how are they going to work? Because when you pay all these guys huge amount of money, even their securities, operate all these things, their allowances and all these things, what else? What is left for the nation to survive with? So it's very quite. It's what I don't understand, because even the American system we are copying, I don't think they have this number of ministers. I don't think they have it. So unless anybody is here will correct me. If they have it, then let's have it. But if they don't have it, why are we doing it? So all these things are the things you need to put together, cut it off in order to balance your economy. These are eating a lot of money. If we want to tell ourselves the truth, they're eating a lot of money in our system. So, but the woman, the issue of this certificate of issue, you know, for me, I never wanted to make any point about it, but you know, you gave me the reason to talk about it yesterday because you are the one that read it out, and I picked my point, and I already said it that certificate is forged, no matter how you want to put it. But it's quite unfortunate that we cannot get the truth again in our space, so people can say what they want to say. So, and that's the reason why people like me, I never regarded certificate, and I don't regard it, and I still stand on it because even the people, educated ones among us that have the certificate, cannot really stand to speak what is right. For me, I found education in Nigeria as a way of building up yourself in order to deceive people, lie to people. Education doesn't make us wise. Education makes us hypocritical. We use education to find defense for corruption, for irregularities. And that is the simple thing that I found out in the Nigerian space. Many educated ones today don't speak the truth. You can find some, but many of them don't say the truth. They just carry certificate because they know how to blow grammar, because they know what the words they will use. The next thing is to use it to confuse the space. Instead of them to come out clear and say, this is not right, because what you read yesterday, to my common knowledge, was just simple. But a lot of grammar, a lot of defense have been brought to it because of being educated that we are. So it's as simple as that. But for the Supreme Court, I'm not expecting anything there. But with my common sense and my common knowledge, I know that something went wrong in that certificate. You are the one that read it out. I've not read it. I don't even care to read it. But when you are reading it yesterday, I was listening. I was paying much attention to it. So I was able to pick out the things.
Which of the certificates, Emeka? Which of the certificates?
The certificate saga that is going on now between Tinubu and Atiku now.
And that's what I'm saying. Which of the certificate, the one we are talking, CSU or which one? Because I'm interested in the particular one that we are talking.
The CSU, the position that was made by the court now, the CSU, before they arrived, those conclusions that was made there.
You see, about my brother, sometimes openness matters. Sometimes openness matter. We have to be opened and look at this thing from the lens of which particular country. You know, Nigeria is a legal space on its own, and America is a legal space. Now, the environment we are talking here is America, not Nigeria. Because when you talk of America, with respect to this now, what Tinubu did, for some of us that were saying it, I'm 100% convinced that certificate was not forged. Even if you sat within your own house and you do all those things. Because why did I say this? When you receive the diploma we are talking about, because I was even surprised that Baba Kuretu was saying it was a forged certificate. On your transcript, you will see all this legal grammar. They will blow it there. That we know that this is authenticity. This is authentic confirmation of your degree. They will even quote one act of 1974 that protect the family out of all those stuff. When you see, for some school, it starts with that. For some, you see at the end of that transcript. But on this diploma is just something for celebration, something that you just like, maybe you are pumping your champagne or whatever. That's in America. If you come to Nigeria, it's another thing entirely. Your certificate in Nigeria, in fact, once you just change anything there, any alteration, render it void, invalid immediately. But not in America. That's why we keep saying that. You see people, how many people have you seen in Nigeria that will print multiple copies of their certificate and place it on the wall? But in Canada and America, it's something that we use to brag. We put it there. We just want our family to see what we achieved. So so we have to separate. Now, the thing now is, with the court in Nigeria, see what Tinubu is doing with respect to what he got in America as forgery. That's where the technicality is. So if it's not forgery in America, then I don't know how it's going to be forgery in Nigeria, because it's not a legal tender. What I mean by legal tender, it's not what you do. It's not a legal thing in America. You understand? In Nigeria now, when you want to work in Nigeria, you submit your certificate to your employers, not your transcript. They will still contact your school and verify. But in America and Canada, it's your transcript. Even though when you work for government there, they ask you to submit a copy of your diploma, but you must still submit your transcript. That's when you work for some government agencies. So I don't know why, because some people, including the obedient, they know these facts. Except if some of them that school in America, if all of a sudden they've forgotten that they once attended American school. That's the point. And one thing we are missing in Nigeria is this. I've seen the like of what's the name of this used to do this this magazine, Daily Muhammadu, trying to stock it or something on morality. Of course, yes, I know that there are morality on part of this thing, but the question is that who defines that morality? What is moral to you may be immoral to someone else, because morality is just your own ideology that you're imposing on others. That is why morality cannot be the basis of the law. It is true, all illegality are immoral. You understand? You can call all legality and immorality, but not all morality can be legality. Just because you think, oh, this is the moral standard we set for ourselves, all of a sudden it becomes so moral. We can't run it that way. So to me, I think people should now look at the escalation of this. Now you will see how funny people are. They've extended it to Wole Soyinka. What's that telling you? So Wole Soyinka now, all of a sudden.
Let me say this, because I don't want to go too long, because the reason why I tend to listen to you much is because I respect you so much. But that doesn't mean that I will not disagree with you most of the time. You understand? So morality not being the basis of law is something very ridiculous. So that means that we are not ready to build a nation. Yeah, morality. If you speak so much, the last time I spoke with you, I believe you are a Christian. I know what morality speak much about. Even in the Bible you are using, it started with morality, the Ten Commandments and all that. There was
okay, can you let me make an example for you?
So let me finish, because we have to tell ourselves the truth. When the law says this is this, that's how it is. No matter how you want to cover it. I'm not the one that made that law, the issue of forgery, because we set that standard for ourselves, that before you become the president, this is what you're going to do, this is what you're going to achieve in terms of education, qualification, and all that. So, but when you are, those are because we want to look good in the eye of people, so that people that come to the seat of power will come with clear conscience that I've been able to present something that the nation desire before I become the president, or even the legislature, not even the president. So it's because of morality they did that. You cannot tell me it's not because of it. Those laws are meant to be obeyed. But it's quite unfortunate that in our nation, most of the time, we don't see those things as anything anymore. Because of maybe we support this party or that. I'm a party member. I'm a party man. But that doesn't mean that if I see anything good in this government, I will not say it out. If I see any functioning minister, I must say this one is functioning. It doesn't blind me. Being a party member cannot blind me. I don't have to defend anything just to make my party look good. You understand? You might say some obedient, you might say few, but for me, I'm speaking for myself. The way I feel. I just told you one man read something yesterday, and I found something that is not right with it. And that is forgery. But
Okay.
it's just that we regard we just
Ekene,
yeah.
wait, let me speak.
All right. Have that interjection, Ola, but it's
Come on,
meant to
this
be
is
a
the first time I'm
monologue.
speaking now, and I've been here for more than 1 hour, for several hours.
Well, hold on, Ola. It's meant to be a monologue. Have that interjection. Let Ekene respond, and then Ekene round off, and then we come to Ola for your monologue. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's Ekene rounds up where when it comes to me, I will respond to his statements.
All right, Ekene, back to you.
Ola, let's be sincere to Nigerians, because it's not for people like me. It's for Nigerians. A lot of uneducated ones out there. Like I'm not going to say that I'm too educated, because I come here most of the time to mix my brain up to know if I can get something here. That's the most reason. That's why I listen so much. If I come here, I'll just relax, listen, get something before I speak. So, and that is why I listen very well, allow one man to read, and that is why I was telling him, read, let me hear, read, let me hear. So when he has read, I've been able to come up with my position. Do you understand? So let us not confuse Nigerians so much with the certificate and all that. Let's tell them the truth. We know the system is corrupt. Nobody can deny it. The system is corrupt. The only thing I expect the president to do is to begin to make amend in our system. Which if he neglect it, I'll be very disappointed at him. If we want to get it right, we must first of all begin to mend that system, both in the judiciary, in the legislative arm, and in the executive arm of the government. You cannot tell me that everything is right there. Everything is not quite right. The reason why you are elected, whether you have good certificate or not, is to put some morals in the Nigerian system, so that the people out there will look at us and say, yes, this country is a country that love to keep their law. It doesn't necessarily mean that you must be educated, but doing the right thing. But once you have the first law that you have made for the nation, you have to attend this position before you become a president of a nation. How many people have kept that law? It's a question to ask. And the current president has an issue with that. That's the point. There is nothing to cover up there. Hola. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ekene. So Ekene, stay with us. And at some point, after we finish the opening monologue round, I want to see if people are interested in what is going on between Israel and Palestine. Because that's something that's come out of the left field, and it may impact on you and I. But we continue with the opening monologue. We go to Ola Bishop, then Ajane Koko, and then we'll see if we can open up the space. Ola, you're up next.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I greet you now. See, my first response will be to Ekene. When I said everything, at least except maybe in some outlier cases, you understand, everything that you can see under the law. I'm just talking of the law, penal code, dealing with people, using to reason. Anything you can see that can make the court convict person and sentence someone to jail or penalized is immoral by standard. When you look at those things, it's immoral. But there are some things that the society will see as immoral that is not illegal. That is what I'm saying. Whether we like it or not, that is the situation as we speak today. I will give an example. When I was trying to make the congregation you belong to as an example the other time, there was a time that people believed that, watching TV is a sin. Apothiation, all those stuff. Now, from the moral of your group, that's your ideology, that's your doctrine. Already, anybody that is watching TV somewhere, you are seeing that person as a sinner. Whereas it is immoral, it's immoral to you, but within the society, it's not illegal. Now, that's the basis I want to, because I know that today now, anybody that will see maybe Supreme Court decide otherwise, that will not satisfy those people that want Tinubu to be disqualified based on CSU. Oh, they will see, oh, Nigeria favor illegality, immorality. That is misinformation. What we are not considering in this situation is this. We are talking of a degree, something, an act, something that happened in another legal space entirely. If CSU, if American legal system, we not say what Tinubu did is illegal, then on what basis? What's our own basis of saying what he has done is illegal? After all, it's an American certificate we are talking about here. It's not a Nigerian diploma. So it is not about, oh, it has to be my way, it has to be my definition. No, you have to respect where the law is coming from. It's like saying, oh, two people, they got married somewhere now, and they are coming to Nigeria. Oh, we don't recognize your marriage because it's not our space. It's law. We don't have law run by that. We have to follow it by the rules. That is exactly what I was trying to pass across to you. So don't let us be disappointed. Let us allow the judiciary to do their job. If we must even include this thing in our constitution, then we can pass it to the National Assembly to do the right thing. We can't be acting on our opinion. We can't be condemning people based on our opinion. There's still a case that is still ongoing in Nigeria now with our jungle justice and social jungle justice mob, because we are suspecting someone on the death of one artist. The next thing, oh, just because that people appear like Omota, now automatically he should be held responsible, even if you later find out that this guy was not even culpable. So that is why we are, because if you want to judge your society based on morality and not your law, then it's going to be the survivor of who the survivor of the fittest, who is stronger than you.
The issue of forgery is a law in Nigeria now. According to what is this section 137 or what? I don't know where they are cited. Is it not a law?
See.
I
was making an example to Patostic yesterday when he was trying to say something on Nemora. I asked you, in the American and the Canadian system, everybody, if you want to go by that, the word forgery, everybody forged their resume because you are they call it tailoring. You are tailoring your resume to what you think you can do. Even if you've not done that thing before, but you believe that you've acquired it just to get that job. If you didn't, if you refuse to do that, there's what they call the application system. There's a software you use to weed out qualified and unqualified candidate. It's going to weed you out, and you will stay there forever without getting job. Now, that's not by standard, by some people's standard, that is immorality. But if you will take someone to court, you can never win that because it's never in the penal code or maybe the bylaw that, oh, what that guy was doing, what they are doing is illegal. So let's forget about this sentiment. And how ridiculous that sentiment is what pushed some people to even extend it to Wole Soyinka that, oh, you now have to explain yourself now. Is that not becoming too ridiculous? So to me, that of CSU, I don't know. I'm not speaking about that of whatever Richard Daley, I don't have information of that. I've said it clearly here. So I'm not basing my argument on that. Just I've already defined where I am. So even law must have to be relevant to a space. You don't just say because it is law, it is law. You now forget about the relevance. It's just like a project. You must have specific things that this thing is addressing. And law is always dynamic. And these are the truth that, because when we keep talking this way, we are misleading the people that, oh, because if you get something wrong in America because in terms of our cultural background, we say differently here. Oh, it's automatically illegal. No. So I just wish we should just move away from this. Then The other thing I want to talk about is that Ministry of Innovation, Communication, and whatever, then Science and Technology. Honestly, if you go and look at their job functions, they are totally different. Totally different entirely. You know why the ministry that is responsible for communication, innovation, they've separated IT entirely, ICT entirely from the other science and technology. And if you look at our country today, what seems to be working more than other technology is that ICT part. It includes a lot of things apart from monitoring, the telecommunication company, ICT infrastructure, setting up standards for information technology, and licensing for the broadband space, maybe to radio station and all those stuff. You understand? They still have others, but the other one, general science and technology, is totally another different portfolio. So when you look at it now, if you which one, this guy that was heading one the other time, that was doing this national ID card or whatever, that kind of job fall under that innovation or whatever. But doing research to see how you are going to look for pesticide to deal with pests that's dealing with agricultural produce, all those stuff, that you find that other Ministry of Technology and whatever. So to me, there is nothing wrong about that, because we have to note sometimes that when we say we should condense this all this ministry, we have to be very careful what we are talking about, because condensing those ministries simply is that we are trying to send some people out of job. When we are saying we still have this high level of unemployment, but by our bureaucracy, the bureaucracy we are demanding for, we just want to send some people. When people say we have overbloated civil service, that's not true. We actually need more civil servants. The only thing you can say is that the current set of civil servants we have, probably they are not performing as they are supposed to be performing. That's the only argument I can buy there. Then lastly, the one about Nigeria is it APS or
whatever? Before you continue, how many ministers? Because I don't know, I want to know how many ministers did the U.S. system practice?
I don't know. I don't know for the US, but I know for sure that we have equivalent of innovation, and communication, whatever I mean, Abata here. So that's what I can say. You know, so
Because I had 15. I had 15 ministers. That's what I had. So I needed to confirm from you before you said that we don't have overbloated ministers.
You know, American system is where you have perfect devolution of power. For example, when you practice through federalism. So, like in the state, in the province where I am in Canada too, is similar to the United States. So we have ministers in the province too. You know, all those provinces, as we have. So we call
you know, I typed that question into Google, and this is what it came up with. How many ministers in the United States? It says the cabinet does not have any collective executive power or function of its own, and no vote needs to be taken. There are 25 members, including the vice president, 15 department heads, and 10 cabinet level members. So broadly, round about certainly less than Nigeria. This is what it's indicating. How many ministers in the UK? Let's see. It says the Prime Minister decides the membership and attendance of the cabinet. The total number of cabinet ministers who are entitled to a salary is capped at 21. So 21 ministers in the United Kingdom, which is the top 7 largest economy in the world, and Nigeria with 52 ministers, a third world country.
Okay, one man. We have to look at the difference, the discrepancy in the system we run. Now, in America, we don't have duplication of ministries at the state and the federal level. This is what I mean. Now, in Nigeria,
sorry, what do you mean you don't have duplication of ministers?
Of ministries. Okay, look at it this way. In Canada now, the federal has no business with education. They have no business with agriculture. You understand? Probably it runs the same way in America. So in Nigeria, where we have both Federal Ministry of Education and we have Federal Ministry of Agriculture, definitely.
But ministries at the federal level replicate at the local level in every system.
You don't talk of my system because I know my system more than yours. So maybe you want to talk of the United Kingdom.
If you have a Ministry of Health in Canada, you still have a health department of some sort at the localized level, which will be headed by somebody. I mean, what is that not the system where you are?
Like I told you, to the best of my knowledge, we don't have duplicity of such situation. Yeah, we can have something we call Health Canada, for example. It's not the same thing as when you have Ministry of Health within your
all right. Name a ministry that you have in Canada. Name the ministries that you have at the federal level.
The ministry we have at the federal level.
Yeah, name 10. No, not the whole list. Just give us 10.
Baba, this assignment you are giving me. No, I don't want.
No. The point that I'm making is if you have like a Ministry of Health at the federal level, which coordinates the entirety of the health structure of Canada, at Quebec, for instance, you will still have some sort of commission, department, etc., which localizes the health needs of that space, which essentially is the system in Nigeria too.
One man, what I'm talking in general is this. Most of those situations you see in Nigeria that are duplicated, they are not duplicated in Canada.
Yes, and I'm asking you to cite the example.
Like I give you an example now. I said the federal government in Canada has no business with education. It's a function of the province. I just make an example. So if you find minister of education at the federal level, then that means that I will just be learning that for the first time here. Because after all, this forum is for us to all learn. Because the province controls the education. If you find the federal minister for agriculture in Canada, then I will hear that for the first time, because I will be hearing that for the first time because, like I said, nobody is beyond learning. We learn every day. But to the best of my knowledge,
I'm not talking about anyway. I'll just have to give that up. But I'm not talking about what you have at the local level that is not replicated at the federal level. I'm talking about what you have at the federal level that is not replicated at the local level.
Okay. Like I said, I can't just figure that off my head, off hand now. So that's why I don't just want to disturb.
All right, carry on with your monologue. Bring it home, and then we go on to Bishop. Carry on.
So I will come back to it later. So so when you don't have so many duplicity, so you expect some of those functions that are at the federal level to be within the state, but it's not like that in Nigeria. So you have many, and those ministries, even before the government even appoint a minister, it's my considered opinion they are existing. So job that those ministries are creating, to me, is very important. Very, very important. Because like this environment now,
all excuse. You just give people job and pay them money without function, and you say that is creating job. You just give people post and you give them money every month without any positive impact in the society, and you say that is creating job. Is that how you define
my brother? There's a difference between productivity and we saying we don't need those ministry. You understand?
My point is, even are they really productive to pay them that money?
Yeah, hold on. Let him respond, and then let him carry on with his monologue. Yeah, Ola.
So the ministry, you see, the ministry we are talking about in Nigeria, it's not as if they don't have job. They have. It's when they are not doing it, it's what is another thing entirely. Like when we used to have like a sanitation officer.
What Ekene is saying to you is that a lot of those ministries are meaningless. If you have a ministry of sports and then you have a ministry of youth, what's the distinguishing factor in those two spaces?
See, they are not meaningless. It depends on what meaningless means for you.
We all know what meaningless means. Yeah.
Okay, for example, a worker working in one of those meaningless ministry that will send his children to school.
No, that's not what we're. No, you can find a job somewhere else. All right, bring it on. Yeah, carry on.
It depends on the way you perceive meaningless.
All right.
At this ministry, are we saying there are no jobs for them to do? There are jobs for them to do.
No. Of course there are. What are you talking about now? We're talking about ministries created to serve a particular purpose for the nation, not essentially to create jobs for people. Because if you want to create a job for people, then you create an environment that creates jobs. So anyway, just carry on with your narrative and then bring it home, and then we're going to Bishop.
Good. See, this is what I'm saying. Like when you go to universities or polytechnics, you want to process your transcript. There are some academic staff there, they are supposed to post it, but if you don't follow up and you don't run after these people, your transcript will sit there forever and they will not get them. Does that mean that those roles are not really there? Does that mean that there are no jobs to be done? There are jobs to be done. The only thing is people are not doing their job. In these ministries we are talking about, there are jobs there. People are not doing it. That's what I'm saying. When people say, okay, we are defending nonsense, we are doing this, it's good to say we are defending nonsense, because especially when
are you saying the ministries are created just to create jobs? Is that the?
I'm not saying the ministry are only created to create jobs. The ministry is there, they have jobs to do that they are not really. Okay, the question is this: we asked about two ministries the other time, and Ekene was even saying, which I respect Ekene's view about it, but to be honest, up till now, he does not even understand the difference between the two ministries.
Don't presume on what he understands. He gave you an understanding. It may not be your understanding.
You even read through it. Like I said, when you are talking of licensing, okay, who has oversight on all those MTN, all those communication, all those ICT, all those like the infrastructure supporting our fintech in Nigeria? You are talking of that ministry, the one that is supposed to create database for Nigeria, that is saying, okay, you should be doing identity card. Who are those people there? Is that ministry we are talking about? So they have their job function. Not performing.
All right. Bring it on. All right.
So I know that this sentiment that, okay, we have this sentiment, oh, civil servants are too much, they are doing this. Okay. Good to say. And I keep saying something is that I look from my own angle. This is just you can have another perspective. This is my own angle. People there, they are working. Some people are doing their job, some are not doing their job. I agree. But we cannot create more economic crisis, because people don't know that if you reduce the workforce in Nigeria, you are creating more economic crisis and insecurity. So be very careful when you are saying, oh, send these people away. No, you should be saying,
all right,
improve on the productivity. If these people cannot even do this job, even if you want to create farming for them, put them there. But let's stop this idea of say, oh, let's not just reduce them. To me, it doesn't sound well for me. It doesn't sound good. So that's my opinion about that. Thank you.
All right, Bredan. Excellently put by Ola. We'll push that space later. But let's go on to Bishop, who has been patiently waiting for his turn. Bishop, are you still with us? Bishop.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, gentlemen.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So, Bishop, we're at the opening monologue space. So it's just a space to free flow and bring us on board what you're looking at in the news, which we may have missed out on. Good to see you, Bishop.
Yeah, thank
Floor
you.
is
Good evening.
yours. Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening once again, Nigerians, from wherever you may be listening from. Please do the needful, click on the like button, and do share and subscribe if you have not done so. I basically came in when the academy was talking and was talking about the usefulness or otherwise of Ministry of Digital Economy and Communication, and he was mistaking the job of the Ministry of Communication with communicating with us and giving us information. He said that repeatedly, and I felt that's completely not correct. The job of the Ministry of Communication is not to communicate and inform with us. The job of the Ministry of Communication is not just to communicate and inform us. If that is it, then what's the job of the Ministry of Information? The Ministry of Communication has much more. And if we want to start analyzing the functions and the departments and agencies, parastatals department and agencies under the Ministry of Education, we will see that is either not informed enough, and it's very important to inform you and let you know that look, Ministry of Communication is far more than just communicating with us or informing us and saying that it is not useful. Now, having said that, we need to come to the realization of the fact that, look, we have some states in Nigeria that have 40 ministries, 40 commissioners in states. Am I an advocate of reducing the, what do you call it, civil servant or the overbloated workforce, as I believe it was? The reason is because we have not been chatting and creating enough areas where they can function effectively. Now, if somebody has come on board and he has plans to put those agencies, put them to use and maximize their potentials and what they can do, and has gone ahead to by himself, the information you gave us earlier on about KPMG and KPIs, set up KPIs and appointed one of the best auditing firms in the world, one of the best and the greatest and the most respected, to be able to monitor and measure the performance of those people. Then he has something off his sleeves. Why don't we just allow him to run the government the way he feels he wants to run them to achieve results? Look, sometimes criticism is good, but that is if it's objective. Sometimes it is very easy to detect that criticism are just born out of sheer pettiness, and I don't want to use any other harsh word. Do I want a lean? Yes. But if he has what he wants to run and he knows how he wants to run it, why don't you let him run it first? Because I am very sure you don't know more than the man that has been elected to rule. You don't know more than him at all. Way far from it. So sometimes, yeah, when people are doing things I don't understand, but I know they know more than me, I want to see the outcome. What I do first is not to jump and just criticize and call people, and just say things. So that's that. If I Ola said quite a few of what I wanted to say, even though he was finding it a little bit difficult to. I kind of understand his thoughts. Unfortunately, maybe the presentation is almost impossible, because the way I will find it almost impossible too. We are comparing origins with Apple when we want to say Nigeria and America has just 15 ministries. There are some things you want to do in America from the beginning of your age to the last of your day. You don't need to go to you don't need to go to federal. You don't even need to go to state. There are certain things you can do at the state level from the beginning to the end. From the beginning to the end. Look, in Nigeria, we still have federal registry that is in charge of marriages. They don't do that in America. In Nigeria, if you have a problem in the one local government and you are going to court and your case gets to the Supreme Court, you have to pursue it to Abuja and Supreme Court. You don't do that in America. There are Supreme Courts in the states. If you are in Georgia, if you are in Alabama, if you are in Tennessee, they have their own state Supreme Court. So the devolution of power is actually very working, but we are not there yet. So if we are comparing Nigeria with America in such instances, I think we're just being outrightly mischievous, or we have just been clever by half. Are there challenges? Yes, we can do better. But at the moment, that's how the man wants to run his show. So for me, we cannot be comparing Nigeria in that instance. If the man and Bosun Tijani, Minister of the Economy, was saying something yesterday. He was signing some deals, was it yesterday or a few days ago, whereby about 1.2 million Nigerian youths will be employed in the digital space. Digital economy is bringing so much money to Nigeria. Nigeria, out of about 7, what do they call them, unicorn in Africa, Nigeria has 3 or 4. And we are the most prominent in the digital space, in the IT space, whether it is home or abroad. We are dominating Africa very fiercely. Unfortunately, a lot of the great things that our young people are doing are not being publicized, because the bad news always cover up the good news. People are always very excited when it is bad news about Nigeria. Nigerians are doing great things, and the government is trying to bring them to the forefront and support them so that, we can maximize, we can bring out the potentials in them. So Bosun is doing some good job. Maybe you have not dug to see what he is doing. It's everybody that will shine. There are some ministries that you are not even going to shine, because shining is not even it's not, we cannot be outdoing ourselves to say, oh, I want to take glory. Let them do their work. Now, the problem with our ministries and the workforce is that we need a complete reorientation. Somebody that we put them to work. Look, I was somewhere today and I took cognizance of something. I was somewhere just for relaxation, and they call it Six Flags. And by my own estimation, there are more than 200 or 300 people that are working in that single facility alone. I asked my brother that we were together that, look, how much do you think, from your observation, how many people do you think have visited here today? We all agree that maybe in one day, because it's weekend, maybe 10,000 people visited there. We paid about $60 or something per person. I was just doing mental arithmetic in my head. It is functional. There are so many things we can make functional in Nigeria that will be self-sustaining, because they will be generating funds if people are truthful. It is not just about me. And people are doing their bit. Nigeria we have civil service, but some people don't even go to work more than 2 times in a week. And when they arrive at 10 o'clock. And when the minister or the man in charge complain, they will lock him in and they will start singing solidarity forever. Until we break away from that mentality, until we emancipate ourselves completely. Now, look, anywhere they put me, I want to add value, and that value must be visible. We're not going to move anywhere. But so far, I think we should give the man some breathing space. Let him experiment whatever he wants to experiment. He has boasted. He said, I begged for this job. Let me do it. I can do it. I am capable. I have what it takes to turn Nigeria around. And I do tell people, it is not going to be over. It's not going to be like the snap of a finger, like just switch on electricity. Now Nigeria is going to turn around. No, work must be done. When we put in the work, we put some time for the thing to mature, and we begin to express results. People that are already castigating this a cabinet that is not even up to 2 months or thereabouts. People that are even castigating a cabinet that they have not had one circle of budget. They've not had. Tinubu have not had his own budget. So all these ministries, they were just running on the previous year's budget that are not even being funded. As a fact. So they've not had their own. None of them have brought their own innovation or project. They're just running to complete the one, except the one that can be achieved administratively, that does not need funding. But we are always quick to, it seems what what are they doing? They are not doing anything. They are not doing anything. Come on, give me a break. We can do better than that. So having said that, I am particularly very interested and disturbed about the development in that's the second thing. And good enough, one man mentioned it. The development. Okay, before I say that, I agree totally with Ajale Koko yesterday. His submission about Mohbad and what's his guy's name? The musician. What's his name? Help me, please. Naira Marley. I'm not a fan of Naira Marley. In fact, I detest him like anything. I don't like him. When he started, I felt he was, polluting the morals of a lot of our young people, especially this idea of we don't get respect. Or how did they used to say that? We are Malians. We know the respect. We know they wear pants. We know they wear bra. The level of decadence, the level of lewdness, the level of immorality he brought.
But that's the music space now. That's the artistic space.
Well. Unfortunately, so I'm not fighting it. I'm just telling you how distasteful I found it. So I don't like him. But on this matter, Ajale Koko addressed it very well yesterday. The fact that I don't like him does not take away the fact that he is less to be culpable in the murder murder case. Everything worked in its favor. Oh, were there bullying? Were there assaults before? That one can be charged. But for anybody to say they want to charge him for murder because they hate it, because the noise and the shout, I think that's not fair. The guy, ignorance, illiteracy, stupidity, outright stupidity, and I don't know what to call it, was what killed the young man. It was when Ajale Koko spoke yesterday that I now went to, okay, let me even read. Because I don't know Mohbad until he died. And I started hearing his name and the rest. I don't know him from Adam. I never had any of his song, but somebody, my sister here was not telling me, oh, look at this song. I said, okay, I think I heard that song. I don't know who sang it. If you play the video song today, I will not know whether it's the video. I don't know them. So, but I'm not faulting people that know them and enjoy them. But on the event that led to his death,
you stopped with Sonny Ade and Ebenezer Obiabi after that.
Even beyond those ones, if you talk of Ike Dairo, Yusuf Olatunji, Haruna Shola, Lekalimu Gaiba, Ayinde Bakare, you are talking. But this I would go a little way to obey because high life is the way. So, but that's by the way. So, and I went and I read, I think early in the morning, what happened. And I saw that, okay, he fought with his friend. When he wanted to hit his friend, he mistakenly hit his hand on the mirror. He cut his hand and it bled. And they said he should go to hospital. He refused. He should go to clinic. He refused. He was doing self-medication. So Ajale Koko, even though I had but it was when Ajale Koko spoke yesterday that he presented it very brilliantly. And if you want to be very fair, let the security agencies and procedure, let them take the place. Somebody spoke earlier today and he was already concluding that, oh, they are going to turn the thing around. He does not expect them to do justice. He did not even have an idea of what has happened or how the investigation is going. He's already saying now the fact that there are some people who are there with him. Look, they will have screened everybody, and the people of interest that needed to be invited have been invited. The ones that was not seen was declared wanted, and he has made himself available. These two young men, Naira Marley and the other Naira Dollar, what's his other name? Sami Mali, the other one. They were not in the country when this happened. The space of the time they were out of the country, there was no conspiracy. It was not like a premeditated murder or something. It was something that happened, unfortunately, regrettably. But let justice take its course. So for me, I know it's going to be tough. It's going to be a long battle. There's a saying in my place. So if Tinubu wants to run his administration that way, so that we can hold you responsible that, look, everything you said you wanted, we gave to you. We gave you, so you have no excuse for failure. But these ministries can be put to super use if he concentrates on them and he draws out. And we cannot undermine you can talk about some other ministries, even though I still don't agree with one man, when you were talking about what's the difference between Ministry of Sport, youth, separating it from sports development, Ministry of Sport. There's a lot that you can, innovations that you can bring.
You don't think they can converge the two ministries together?
Yeah,
it seems somewhat a bit it seems duplicitous somewhat.
No, I don't agree with you. They can, if the man there wants to. But if he has things he wants to bring in, he wants to inject, he has ideas that, look, I can make the Ministry of Youth to be independent, to do this in this area, and the Ministry of Sports, so that we can win laurels. Let them concentrate on what they are doing. So look, you are purely to develop talent. Let's start competition at the 8th grade. I was seeing a small documentary on the Nigerian, a young girl that started playing golf at the age 1 or 2. Look, my friend said something jokingly many years ago. He said, if you want to be a Wimbledon or global champion in tennis, you must have been handling rackets from age 2 o'clock. Age 2. That's 2 years, not 2 o'clock. Sorry about that. That was a slip. That you must have been handling rackets. Now, you cannot just start playing tennis at age 15 and think you want to be another Serena Williams. It's not possible. So if we have a system of catch them young, continue reproducing our, youth age grade competitions in all the sports available, whether it is combat pro, whether it is the track, whether it is the field, whether it is and we start catching them young and develop them and give them incentives. Some children are reading their head out in schools today, and they are doing in advanced countries because they want scholarship. Give sports people scholarship. They will excel, and when they excel, we will all be better off. So they can, if he has that vision and wants to concentrate on that, and let the Ministry of Youth. So we don't know what he has. We have not seen his plan. I don't believe that Tinubu does not have plan. I believe he has so much plan, but he has not even started implementing them because we want all these things to clear out. So for me, I'm giving him that space to say, let's see how he can. But I'm expecting a whole lot from him. That's that. On this, I don't want to talk again. Like we said 2 days ago, was it 2 days or 3 days ago, that this gentleman said, I don't know whether it was Emeka, somebody said about this certificate saga. Quite honestly, I want to rest it. Maybe after now, I think I said so too. Yeah, maybe after now, I will after the Supreme Court when we roll the sleeves up to get to work, to be able to do things. Maybe then we will now discuss. But it's a lot of distraction. And my submission also on that is that look, we are just destroying the institution of the presidency, and if we sow this seed, if we continue to sow this seed, no matter, irrespective of whoever becomes the president in the future, every other tribe is going to pick on him, and the attack will be very ferocious. And then they say something. They say, who will they first do? Nobody they pay. And the person will do last. And they pay. So if people think that you can throw stone, you can cast aspersion, you can castigate, you can, you can discredit, you can do. Yeah, the time is coming. The payback time. There's always a seed time and there's always a harvest time. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful deliberation.
All right.
I'll just go and join you in the.
No, still on the screen. We'll still do the circle round again.
Okay.
People were delighting in hearing you so clearly, and they were saying, "Oh, Bishop is not in his truck today." So, are you at home? Are you at home today?
I'm home. I'm home. I went on
yes.
vacation. I went on vacation with my family, so we just got back.
All right. That's good. Aram first me. That's brilliant. Yes, brilliant. So next we go on to Ajanle Koko, or only to land then on the mighty Pansat, but first Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, just a monologue to us. What you've been looking at.
One man, I didn't listen to your reader, so I won't be able to. I don't want to be talking blah blah blue blue. So you can go to someone else. Let me be here listening to.
I can give you
everybody.
a topic now.
All right. I think Ajanle Koko really wanted to yield to Pansat. That's probably what he wanted to do. So Pansat, you're up next. So I'm sure it will carry on in the civilized manner that it has been going on. So Pansat, the one and only.
Yeah, that's guaranteed. Let me say hello to everybody on the panel and those listening to us on the comment section. Our country obviously is a focus. That's why we're here all the time. I hope everybody understands that. There's no other ulterior motive. We are all here because of the country.
I thought you were here to be in the elegance of my presence. Is it about Nigeria, or is it about your pal, one man?
A little bit of that is that we Nigerians would like to, associate, have some fun. It's just that the state of the country.
Pansat, can you do me a favor?
Yes, sir.
There's a chap who is or probably a lady who certain to be a new voice. Are you happy for me to hear from this person and then come to you?
Absolutely. Let's do that.
All right. Thank you for doing that. So Kinika, let's hear from you. Just no more than a 5-minute monologue. Introduce yourself to the space. Where are you joining us from? And what agitates you? Oh, gone. And there it is. After all that. All right. So back to you, Pansat.
We tried, right? Maybe
we did try. Connection problems, no doubt. So right. sorry. Carry on, Pansat. Floor is yours.
No problem. So we all knew when Tinubu was coming into office that he's going to be inheriting all kinds of problems. Whoever was coming into office, in this case, it's Tinubu, right?
despite his ongoing legal challenges. The courts are likely to confirm him, were likely to confirm him, his victory, and all that kind of stuff. Everybody knows that. APC is in power. They're remaining in power. They were in power. They're remaining in power. So it's like a continuity in governance. He was likely to appoint individuals to his key government positions. These are all known things. But there shouldn't be any excuses. He's got the majority in the House, both houses. They did lose a little bit, but they still would only need a few people here and there to pass legislation. But they are the dominant political power. So it's not just Tinubu when we're talking about, we should be remembering this APC. We gave him the leeway that business environment will remain challenging for a while. So it's not success that we're looking for. We're looking for direction. Okay, I hope everybody agrees with that. What did he do? We've had old faces in new roles. Old faces in new roles, same policies. Things are getting worse. My only concern, even though it doesn't seem that way because Nigerians are pointing fingers at each other, but we should know none of it is questioning anybody's patriotism. We all love our country. Those in diaspora, they want to come home. Some people want to do business back home. Some people care about their loved ones in Nigeria. We've had a rough decade. So at some point, we'll have to say, let's stop and have a new direction. There is nothing that is being discussed that is stopping Tinubu from doing certain things to ameliorate the situation at home. Nobody's stopping him. All the critics he has are not in government. They're not impeding anything that he wants to do. It's nothing to stop him from coming out, talk to the press, get a message out, expand his base, bring the country together, free political prisoners, especially our activists, the younger ones, like Showore, for example. Do certain things to show that you inherited a fragmented country. Now, I hope this time I'm addressing those who are surrounding him. This is something he could start tonight, tomorrow, in a dramatic fashion, despite the legal challenges he has, do the right thing for as long as he could hang on. It's not rocket science. The opposition are very weak, Labour Party and the PDP. They're going to challenge his victory. That's true. The legal process may be prolonged. Some factors are known. It's going to take about 240 days to rule on that election from the beginning of those petitions. So meaning judgment could come as late as end of this month. And there's no precedent for the courts to overturn presidential elections. So nobody's expecting the courts to do otherwise. They may confirm his victory. And these challenges should not disrupt anything. So he can't hide under that. Any fair person will still judge him on his performance. And so far, after over 100 days, it's been woeful. So in that spirit of this particular discussion that's normally overlooked because we're being partisan, ethnic sometimes, religious, there's still the main aspect of governance. even if you resolve all doubt in his favor. The point is still that it's a continuity. He's in a majority. He's inherited a difficult thing, but he's been running for president. He should have known what to do by now. So despite everything else, he is just not a good president unless he decides to change after this message that I'm delivering to them. Now, so let's now talk about politics. The mores, M-O-R-E-S, a society is very, very important. The things that are essential, the characteristics, customs, and conventions of any community, a country, a nation, or whatever you may have, their way of life, way of doing things, conventions, customs, traditions. It's very essential to that society's survival. We're known for many things. The things that we're not known for having a subpar education. If somebody says they graduated from Unilag or Nsukka, and let's say you go into diaspora, you still would like to compete even with the likes of people in Harvard. And we cannot lose that. To come and define diplomas or certificates as something you could go and print your own, as ceremonial, as something you could tender, and if you're caught forging it, and you say, look, I could make my own prettier than the official one. We shouldn't be having that kind of debate because we have Kenyans, Ghanaians, South Africans in our midst sometimes just listening in. These people have reverence for us. But for whatever reason, we have a superior educational background to some of these African countries, and I don't like that. I'm not saying that to boast. I want it to be standardized to where all of them, all Africans have the same thing. But we can't have somebody, no matter how beloved or how hated, go to our electoral commission, submit his qualification, and it's a forgery. And then he's caught, because that's where the problem begins. You could do it if you could get away with it. And it will be your individual shame. But as a country, we cannot condone that. We come here, we fight all the time. There are divisions, there's politics, but there's also morality and the mores. When he's caught, there ought to be consequences. There shouldn't be personal words, forging, he forges a certificate, and the description of that forgery.
You keep insisting that he forges certificate. Where are you getting that from? Because we went through the deposition yesterday, and there's nothing in it to say that he forged the certificate.
Yes, we went through with one man, and I remember what I said yesterday, that what APC and people who support Tinubu have been doing is when you discover truth, something shocking that he did, and you're stunned, and you can't talk because you're ashamed of it, but within 24 hours you recover.
Where does it say on the where does it say on the deposition that you forged the certificate?
When
or even implied, yeah.
When an institution is asked, did you issue this certificate, and they say no.
Where does it say that on the? Where does it say that? I have the deposition on my screen.
between I don't see the screen where you have it, between page
No,
42 page
yeah,
42 to 44. You could actually, if you want to start from the Genesis, go from 41 to 44. It's very, very clear on many occasions. We read it out yesterday, and the attorneys there were very careful because that's what they were looking for, right? Even with objections after objection, she actually answered despite the objections. Now, she was asked, did you issue that what they call the INEC certificate? And unfortunately, she said no. Now, when you tender qualifying, with our laws, okay, I quoted you the Constitution is 137 1J, 130, section 137, subsection.
You
J.
shouldn't because you shouldn't be quoting the Constitution because you don't have an interpretation for it.
Listen to me. Let's not go
No,
that route.
you don't. You don't have an interpretation for it. So why would you quote it?
Well, just put it on the screen. That you put everything on the screen, but remember what you don't put on the screen. It speaks volumes. Put it on the screen.
Put what on the screen?
Section the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, 137. Section 137, subsection 1J. Put it on the screen.
Hold on. No, can you hold on? Bring down the octave of your voice first. And then the second thing is we don't have a legal person to give it the interpretation. And I know you are not a lawyer. So what purpose would that serve?
Let me tell you, when people start, if you make it mandatory for people to lay a foundation here, I will be the first one to do it. You don't know what I have, but
we know you are not a lawyer because you would have told us if you were.
You don't know that. Maybe I've taught law for many years.
But
you don't require anybody to lay a foundation.
Pansat is an anthropologist.
He's an anthropologist.
But one man, please, here's what I'm going to beg you of one thing. Put that on the screen. You don't need to be a lawyer to read our shambolic constitution, right? It's one line. In the other cases, let's say when we're talking about the federal,
do you need to be a lawyer to interpret it?
No, you don't, because
you don't need to be a lawyer to interpret the Constitution.
No, you don't, because here's why: the only body authorized to interpret that Constitution as to what it means, but more importantly, what it doesn't mean, is the Supreme Court. Everybody else who talks about it here,
and what are they made of? What are the Supreme Court made of?
Because they are constitutionally given that power to do that, but it originates from the United States in a case called Marbury versus Madison, right? That's the origin of that powers given to the Supreme Court. If you dig up that case, Marbury versus Madison, that's where the Supreme Court assumed the powers to interpret the Constitution, what it says, what it doesn't say, including laws passed. They could strike a law down by Congress and say, look, it's unconstitutional.
All right, carry on with your monologue because people are saying, but you don't have the interpretation of the Constitution, so you'll just be misleading people.
But please put that up on the screen, because it's one line. This is not like the section 134 about the Federal Capital Territory, where you be doing math.
Unless, are you telling us that you are a lawyer?
Listen to me. You should be able to tell. Do you understand? It's not me wearing on my sleeve.
Because you are saying section something. Because you are saying section something you heard on Arise TV. That makes you a lawyer.
I'm the very first one to talk about this. The very first. You've been on panels. You've seen me. You've seen law professors. I don't wear anything on the sleeves, a badge, right? What I really want to know something. It's not about my title. Forget about that. Don't worship idol. For everybody who's listening, because I trust that everybody here went to school, put up that line, section 137 1J. Put it on the screen.
All right, just carry on with your monologue.
But please, one man, do that for me. It's really be very important in what I'm saying, right? So it is very clear what forgery that they're talking about. You say if you submit anything to INEC, if it's a forgery, you're automatically disqualified. It's not ambiguous. It's very clear. It's not for legal minds. It's not for anybody else. That's just what it is. So now we read the transcript. and it's obtained from that transcript that the INEC, quote unquote, the INEC certificate was not issued by that institution. If you say if you tender it and say it's issued by that institution, and it's not, it's a forgery. Now, what does it entail to be issued by that institution? In this case, Chicago State University. If they issued it and printed on the campus, they issued it. If they issued it by a second vendor outside campus, they issued it. If they issued it by a third party, they issued it, right? And they went up to it. It doesn't matter how they printed it, the process. So you can't hide under that and say, if you go to somebody that prints certificate authorized by that Chicago State University to print it, then they issued it. But if they did not, it will not show that they did it. That's a forgery. That's period. But remember, this is where we are now. We are waiting for the other shoes to drop. Nobody has evidence so far, but there's identity theft involved. The rabbit does not run around in the afternoon for nothing.
Whose identity was stolen?
There is allegedly Abimbola. That's when you see that Bola A Tinubu, that A, right, may not be Bola Ahmed. Okay, it's missing it. There's no Ahmed anywhere in the documents, right? So far, there's a social security number involved in this thing from Southwest, but there's an Abimbola Tinubu, right? If FBI, who has a 2,500 documents to be released, 500 starting from this month, 500 a piece a month. Now, to cross-check it, you know how bad they wanted my COMEX, right? The CIA and FBI, they have 2,400.
So has this Abimbola come forward to reclaim her identity, or she's keeping mute for reasons
very
of pride?
Good question, because that's where it becomes much more sinister. If that Abimbola hasn't come forth because she was whacked and somebody whacked her and took her identity, then we're talking about.
So she doesn't have a family.
That's the point, right? This question you ask, you should ask Tinubu about his own family, right? She's an American citizen,
right?
Okay. So if anything happened to her that is foul play, right? The statute hasn't run out. It depends on when it's found out.
Is there a recording? Is there a recording of? Is there a record of her death?
That's what I'm saying. All that has to come out. What when somebody has 2,500 documents, they're gonna release 500 a month.
If you don't mind, can I interject for just a few seconds?
A few seconds. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Now, are you referring to the same Abimbola that Professor Farouk Perogi mentioned, that when people were carrying that same rumor, he now made his research, and that lady was close to where he was living before, and the same Abimbola was born, I think, 1972, whereas Tinubu was there. So how can you match those three together? Because that's the rumor we hear now. So that's my interjection. If that's
okay, I got you. But look, I am not a law enforcement person. I don't know.
So as Ike is saying, the alleged person was allegedly killed. This is where we are now. The alleged person.
Was
allegedly killed.
Yeah, Ike. To be honest,
unbelievable.
I'm not saying, and I don't. Allegedly, people are saying, but we have to wait. It's step by step. Now, remember, Noriega of Panama was indicted. He was the head of Panama, right? The state. The head of state. He wins the elections by 100%. But the United States indicted him and went and picked him up. That's no different. If this thing, okay, the way I see it,
they are saying this Abimbola is a 52-year-old woman, by the way. So how does that correlate with the?
I want that to be the case.
With the timeline.
Look, I want it to be the case. I don't want that kind of.
She's not dead. She's alive.
Right. I don't want that kind of problems for Tinubu.
She was even in Nigeria as the day. So how he got that thing, we don't know.
No, but listen to what I'm saying. I'm on your side on that. I don't want that kind of issue. with Tinubu at all. If I have to push a button, I want that to go away, right?
So if you don't want it, then why are you creating the narrative? The alleged person that was allegedly killed is a 52-year-old woman who wasn't even in situation when Tinubu graduated.
I know, but you are assuming that that's the one. Maybe there's another one.
There's another one still. I mean,
no, but listen to what I'm saying.
My goodness me.
You have in the records right now, right, a social security number. Maybe
Right.
you know you over there in that United Kingdom, Britain, right? So you don't know what the hell social security number is. It's unique, right? It's a unique number given to an individual. So whoever has that social security number is going to be identified. It's important. It's in the records. It's in the school records.
Well, it has already been identified as Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
The one who's the president?
No other. I'm not sure that there are too many with that name.
You and I. Yeah, but listen to me though. Here, I don't want that. No matter what happens here, I want that gone. I don't want a more sinister situation. And I'm actually now willing, okay, based on all this is how much I don't want this thing to escalate. I'm willing to let Tinubu just be in office, right? And then work on him doing the right thing. Release Showore.
Are you not going to take it by force anymore? That's a real turnaround. I thought you were going to storm Aso Rock and kick his head in and blow up the place.
If wishes were horses, everybody will have one. That's my wish. Now, when I speak as an analyst, I'm going to then tell you what's going to happen. Do you follow what I'm saying? What I'm wishing is that things starts to de-escalate, right? But that's just a wish. Now, what I know is going to happen, though, is that we're looking at a much, much, much bigger thing here. There is a conscience of guilt with Tinubu's behavior and the way he's acting. It's not nowhere. Remember, Tinubu is not Buhari. They're two different individuals. He's hiding. He's not showing his face in public. I give him credit for that. He's ashamed of himself, right? So what I expect is going to happen here, there's a big shoe that's about to drop. This Atiku is out for blood. He's not doing anything. How do you put it? He's not timid. He has determined.
You don't see it as the last kick of a dying horse.
No, I don't. I don't see him dying at all. He's doing press conferences. That's not normally his forte. He's not a guy that goes and does a press conference. That's what one of these old chaps gone. They are no good. But Atiku is on the ascendancy. He knows something we don't know. Because if you go challenging a president or a king, you better get him, right? This man has investments all over the country. But no, I know.
But he doesn't anymore. He told us at his press conference. Did you not watch it?
He's a liar. You know he's a liar, right? We know he's a liar. Right. Tinubu is not the only bad actor, right? He's a bad actor. But what I'm saying to you, though, is this. Check this out. They know something. He has lawyers. There's a coordination. There are things that I watch as an analyst. Tinubu is supposed to meet with the president of the United States.
You know the cases at the Supreme Court phase. So whatever he imagines that he knows, if he cannot present it to the Supreme Court, then
that's true. But he's filed a new case at the Supreme Court to be allowed to introduce certain notions.
Yes, to be allowed to introduce the Chicago State deposition. Yes.
Exactly, but is that all though?
Right?
No.
We read. What if it's a matter of public record now?
No.
It's applying to the Supreme Court to allow him introduce what he found at the Chicago State whatever it is, rendition or whatever. So there's nothing else that he can introduce.
No, but one man and
he's not going to suddenly
window, right? It's a window, right? When they open,
it's an application. What are you talking about?
Yeah, don't spoon feed me. Let me explain to you the way it works, right?
All right. Okay.
He's looking to open a window to allow him to introduce things that they should introduce. But once they open that window, it comes with a lot of things. You understand? Part of it is going to be identity issues.
You don't know. Don't do that now. Hold on.
Yeah,
hold
sure.
on. Let me just do this. Let me just do this. Let me put this on the screen. You've been here long enough to know that the people here are not illiterate and they're not stupid. But let me give you this. I'll be very quick with it. It says Atiku finally approaches Supreme Court, files fresh evidence against Tinubu's victory. So this is what he is doing. It says the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has finally filed fresh evidence at the Supreme Court of Nigeria against the qualifications of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the February 25, 2023 presidential election. Atiku, a former vice president, said in the fresh evidence that he is categorically and authoritatively asserting that the diploma certificate of the Chicago State University CSU used by Tinubu to secure qualification for participation in the election is fake, having been allegedly forged. In a motion, hold on, I'll just scroll through. Yes, in a motion on notice filed by his legal team, headed by Chris Uche, SAN, Atiku asked the Supreme Court to invoke its Order 2, Rule 12 of 1985, to admit fresh evidence of certificate forgery and perjury in support of its pending appeal before the court to do substantial justice to his case. Atiku, so essentially that captures it. I can give you all of it, but I read it earlier. So it's a specificity, or however that word is. It's a specific thing that is asking. It doesn't open a window, then you start bringing back some. I mean, what are you doing? Or are we even having this sort of a?
No.
Let's not diminish. Let's not diminish.
You have an enigmatic here who has some kind of legal background. Now, remember,
are you sure you've not seen his certificate, as you've not seen Ogbeni? So, are you sure you? Are you sure his license?
Drink some water. I'm saying he has a legal background because we are not allowed. We're not required to proffer or establish what you may call it here. So we're talking. Let's relax. I'm on your side. I said we're Nigerians and we're looking for the best option that we could get from these people. We're not related to these people. We want the best option. So it's not easy to introduce evidence, right? But you don't know what the courts, they have a lot of extraordinary powers in that Supreme Court. They have discretionary powers, just like many courts. They do things at their discretion. But they also, in the case of Supreme Court, they have extraordinary powers. They can issue their own writs, including the writ of mandamus. You can actually introduce evidence after a case is closed and determined, right? You can. You've seen a lot of people who've been convicted of murder or whatever, they're sentenced, and then you could come back if you have new evidence that would exonerate that defendant, or in this case, this convict.
Yes. Well, you have to apply to introduce that evidence.
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. When you have that's
not what you're saying. That is what I am saying.
What I'm saying is
you missed the point.
What you're saying. What
you are saying is an open blanket, and what I'm saying is a specific. What I'm explaining to you is that you have to apply to introduce an element at the Supreme Court, which doesn't. You know that the Supreme Court is not a court of adjudication. Do you know that? Do you even understand that?
Let me tell you, that's not true. Okay, listen. Please listen to me. Okay, that is the thing that's flying around. I just told you that the Supreme Court has both discretionary powers and extraordinary powers. Listen to me.
All right.
That court can even suspend everything and try to get information from the United States before they rule. They could do that. They could, on their own motion, retry the case Okay, when it comes to stare decisis, like I talked to you before, you have horizontal stare decisis, then you have vertical stare decisis. The court can overrule itself. So anybody who has all these kind of extraordinary powers cannot be boxed in and say, okay, the court cannot do this, or they cannot. Somebody who can actually overturn laws, or if they could overrule themselves, right, in a vertical stare decisis. Obviously, it's a given that could do that in a horizontal one, because the apex court, you cannot go saying they cannot do X, Y, Z. They can do anything. Now, why we say that we pretty much know what they're going to do is because Nigeria is a corrupt country, right? So, if they cannot follow jurisprudence, they follow me. They cannot say, when I follow Western jurisprudence, for example, or Nigerian jurisprudence, because we have a corrupt set of Nigerians in all spheres. It doesn't help that they illegally removed the real Chief Justice of Nigeria, Chief Justice On again, put in a Sharia Chief Justice for a little bit, and then to put this Yoruba Chief Justice now. That doesn't bode well. I've never seen a Yoruba person in power that does the right thing for the country. It's never happened. So why would it start now? So that's what I'm saying to you. I believe there's a more formidable opponent they have. That's Atiku. If Atiku wants to go all the way and say, you know what, I'm not going to accept this, I'm going to do this for the country, mobilize his people, and then the other Edo people, Christians, everybody.
Did he not have the mobility of those people in the course of the thrust towards the seat?
Yes, he did, but he was rigged out by Northwestern governors, Muslims.
But now they have seen the light.
It's not Tinubu. Tinubu is not the only culprit here. He couldn't have won this election without that.
The
right?
people that hold on, the people that Atiku is going to mobilize to unseat Tinubu, were those people not available in the course of Tinubu going to that seat?
See, this is where it's important for you to hear the rest of what I was saying. What I meant is this: Tinubu's only strength is on the Nigerian military, right? He thinks it's like a Buhari. It's not a Buhari. Buhari was a military thug. Hold on. If there's a mutiny in that army,
no, leave that for a moment.
Okay.
Where is Atiku's strength to unseat Tinubu?
Okay, thank you. Please allow me to answer this. It's not.
Yeah, but don't go the long way around though. Just because I want to have that conversation. So yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Here is what the problem we have in the country is: the Nigerian military and the Nigerian security forces, including the DSS, right? That's where it is. Every time there's a provocation, it gets to where the Nigerian people discover something, maybe they turned off that beavers. It comes to, what are you going to do about it? And, nobody's coming on the streets. So they go to the next one. So if Atiku Abubakar, who has some influence, is able to bring his side of the country to the southern part of the country, obedience, progressives, and they say, no, this is a Yoruba agenda now. Now, doesn't mean that I go to Yorubas, for example, Feni Fere, Badeba and Joe, Dele Farotimi, and a few others, a handful.
So hold on, because we're going the long way. Let me keep you in that conversation. So you are saying Atiku's strength is to use the Northerners, which is his base, to unseat
a mutiny in the army. A mutiny. There's going to be a protest coming up. Not everybody is saying what I'm saying.
Well, you've been trying to instigate the protest for long enough.
Listen to me. I'm an analyst now. Forget about what I believe or what I think, right? I told you what I thought. I seldom do that, but I told you I wanted to de-escalate. But as an analyst, I'm trying to tell you what's going to happen. The day that Supreme Court rules, if they do it in a manner inconsistent with our Constitution, because they're listening now. Everybody knows that he forged that certificate. Everybody knows he didn't win the election, right? So it's one provocation after another. But It's always the problem is that Peter Obi does not have the gravitas because he's from the southeast, right? It's an Igbo man. So it's like a Yoruba versus Igbo thing if he does say anything. But if Atiku Abubakar wants to
does
play
Atiku
ball,
have the backing of the North?
it's not the North, it's the backing of his supporters that are in the army and the DSS and the police. When those kids start going on the streets and the army, there's a mutiny, they're not going to shoot their brothers and sisters because it's an illegal order, right? Hear me out. So now with Yorubas in Lagos who believe that Tinubu is not the right guy, right? And then you have Edo people, you have people in Benue. When Yorubas are isolated with the Tinubu and the army, right? Let me land.
Let me
when
ask
you have your own section, when you have your own share of the army against the
let me
share of
ask
the
you a
army
question.
of the rest
Let
of
me
the
ask you a
country.
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you are telling us that somebody who is not a commander-in-chief of the armed forces can have influence on the military than the president who is commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Is that what you are telling us?
Yes, in a nutshell, but let me explain to you what I mean by that, right? We have laws in the books. Our constitution determines who is president. It's not conclusive, it's not concluded until it is concluded. And there's a fair reading of that conclusion to say the person who was elected is president. If you don't, you shredding the constitution at that moment, right? Once remember Baba Ahmed, the vice presidential candidate of Peter Obi. I want you to go listen to what he said. Northerners don't talk too much like we Southerners. This Muslims don't. Let me land. I may answer, please. I'm just trying
let me ask you.
I'll give you a citation. Hold on.
You can
go
take
and listen to
everything.
Baba Ahmed.
Let me ask you so you can take everything. So
sure.
The commander, the president, and the commander-in-chief of armed forces.
Yes.
Who appointed all the service chiefs.
Right.
So what you are telling us
is
that the service chiefs will not be loyal to him.
I didn't say that.
But rather,
I didn't say that.
Somebody
he appointed the service chiefs, but he didn't appoint the colonels. He didn't appoint the brigadiers, right? Hold on.
Somebody,
those people are going to be loyal to him. The people he
who
appointed,
did not appoint them. So they'll be loyal or they'll be looking forward to somebody. Hold on.
I got your question.
Let me
answer.
Hold on. So they'll be looking forward to somebody who did not appoint them to come and take over the reign of government.
No. Those people are loyal to him.
The person that appointed them. That what
I said.
All right. Sorry. Hold on, Pansat.
Yeah.
Pansat, respond to what Ajanle Koko said, but then use that to bring it to a crescendo, and then I'll go on to enigmatic. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Ajanle Koko, the people, the service chiefs that were appointed by Tinubu, which he ran once he got in office, he ran to do that. He didn't waste a day, right? He didn't do it like he's doing the inflation in the country, tackling those things. He went to appoint those service chiefs, and they're going to be loyal to him. Most of them are from his tribe, right? Those are his people. He did not appoint the infantryman in the barracks or the police officer on the beat. Those police officers come from somewhere. So he's not president yet until the whole thing is resolved. If somebody like Atiku Abubakar, who has some credibility with his side and his followers, Batifites, and then you have obedience, and you have other people, Edo people. How many Edo people are in Tinubu's government? I don't know. How many Benue people? How many Christians? So when it comes down to it, that Baba Ahmed, I recommend for you to go and listen to what he said, because that guy is a very smart and courageous guy. He laid it down for you.
Yeah, right? It's smart enough to have abandoned Peter Obi already, but carry on.
No, he doesn't believe in talking too much. He knows it comes down to that day, right? Now, when the time comes, Tinubu is gonna. Those people are loyal to Tinubu. He's gonna be able to command those people. But in our constitution, you're not supposed to obey an illegal order. If somebody is giving you order in the capacity of a Yoruba person, right, not a Nigerian, then you're gonna face what we face in Biafra time. You're gonna fight the whole country. So you better be ready. Make sure you got enough soldiers in the Nigerian army to be a Yoruba army, a Yoruba president. Tinubu now will be like Ojukwu, right? And he's still president, but it's your president. It's not, for example, my president. You follow me? If he tells me to shoot a kid on the street, I won't do it. I won't obey an illegal order. He's not president. So you have to know, for example, the desperation to make somebody president we saw it under Buhari, right? The Yorubas went to Buhari and said, make Abiola president for us and give him a holiday. And they did. Is it good enough? Yeah. For the Yoruba, Abiola, I don't know what number of president he is, number 20 or whatever. He's president. But it's your president. It's like your Oba. You have an Oba, right? If I see your Oba, am I going to get on the ground? No, I'm not. It's not my Oba. It's your Oba. But if you want the constitution to work and you have Nigeria, you have to elect a president for everybody. And it has to go through the process, legal process. You have to respect that process. You cannot do it with the military. If the courts rule and the Nigerians feel that it's unfair, they had enough, this is the final. There's no other legal remedy.
All right.
This is the court, the end of the line. Then Nigerians will have to decide what to do now. They may accept it and say, you know what, fine, let Tinubu go ahead. They may do that. That's a vote. If the youth allow that to happen and others, that's a vote. He then becomes president because the courts ruled so and the people accepted it. But if they say, no, we're going through the legal process, at every juncture, this man has paid off everybody, but we are sovereign, we the people, these are our representatives in government, but we are the sovereign and we reject this and we're going to arrest all of them, right? They could do that. They start picking them up, including these justices, right? Chief Justice, Tinubu, and others. And that's if the United States doesn't come in soon with this release of documents and there's a more sinister development, which I suspect is coming. So I'll leave it at that. But stop wagging your finger in front of Nigerians and say, hey, we got DSS, we got you Southeasterners, what are you going to do? But you don't say that to Atiku Abubakar, who is even more determined to expose everything, right? Every time you say, oh, it's Southeasterners or it's obedience, this has nothing to do with obedience. This has to do with Nigerians. Now, Nigerians is obedience plus Baptist plus Abadorians, Abado people like you, right? We're all Nigerians. I
is that Aguado term? Is that a pejorative towards the Yorubas? Is that the inflection of it? Yeah.
No, just like obedience is not pejorative. It's just Nigerians like to give nicknames, you know. Just that's fun part of it. But I conclude with what I started before. We cannot lose our mores, customs, norms, behaviors that we're known for. The only thing we have, our way of life. You cannot breach these conventions and say that a certificate, my goodness, I remember when you have a standard 6 certificate, you'll be smarter than people. I don't know what's the best university you have over there in your country. There are more universities in California.
Probably the best you have in the world. Oxford, right? Cambridge, etc.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have more universities in California than probably entire Europe. But I'll say Britain.
Better than Oxford, Abby.
I think so. Having one man, I want to sponsor you to come to the United States because you really don't know. You don't know.
Don't worry. I was there last year.
We don't rub it in your face, right? We don't.
I was there last year, and I'll be there this year again.
You are like one city, like New York City is bigger than your country. Okay, San Francisco has more money than your entire country, including the ones that you're holding by force. That would be Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, I love those.
You know they had a referendum and they chose to stay with the United Kingdom.
Yeah, but you know it was rigged. Britain is part of the problem. It's part of the problem we have now in Nigeria. Britain is a corporate. I will never believe any plebiscite they conducted. Right? Those people are serious. They want out. Let them go. Scotland wants out. Wales wants out. See, that's one thing that we Biafrans haven't done, is to divide that country. They have the same problems we have. Free those people, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland.
Free Nelson Mandela, free Nelson Mandela.
Exactly. I'll tell you. But anyway, I yield back and listen to what's his name?
Enigmatic. Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, steady. I'll bring you in other topics if you're still available. But let's go to Enigmatic, as you've just rightly said. But before we go to Enigmatic, let's usher him in.
Oh yeah. Arìnrìn mẹ́kàn orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
And there it is. Enigmatic Hyundai. Enigmatic, speak to us.
You want man. Awuyewuye. One man, you know.
Only hotel if you wear enigmatic.
There's a proverb.
I thought there was just Tinubu poking at them.
Enigmatic tó jẹ́ pé ẹ̀sọ́ rí ni fún ọ̀rẹ́dì wá ló fún ní ọ̀sẹ̀ pé.
Ogun ẹ̀fọ́rí ìyá wọn. So one thing they don't really know, right? In Yoruba, I believe, and I think, I know that it's quite synonymous and typical of almost every region and culture in Nigeria. You know, sometimes I maybe it can be celestial or probably spiritual, but akondaenyo, right? Orí tó bá máa dádé, tó bá ṣe awuyewuye títí, ó máa dádé ẹ̀ ṣáá ni. What he said there, it's only people who really understand the deep Yoruba language that will understand that. Although they can cool, although they can fire, although they can tear. So look, if you look at the political trajectory of this man that is making everybody cry now, Buhari, others, Olule, Olosori television, Osukun, you know, that Buhari, having tried 3 times, he went on to the screen and he cried. Peter Obi cried.
Peter Obi?
Atiku Abubakar cried, and they are still crying. courtesy of only one man, Tinubu is making all of them cry like baby. Obi was crying the other day. I was so happy. They are so-called Okute. You know.
So sorry. What is ekute? Ekute in Yoruba language? I forget.
They are calling stone that it's hard.
Ekute. What is ekute in Yoruba language?
No, Okute is
only bit
okay.
What is it?
What is it? Ekute is rat now.
All right.
House rat.
All right. Okay.
It's house rat now. So when you even when you look at Tinubu, right? I just want to start like this. When you look at Tinubu's life, you will see that he said it himself that he's a man, is a product of insult. I think probably if I see that, I'll share it with you. He says it's a product of insult. He has gone through all his lives, right? Being a subject of inhibition in almost every turn and times. In Lagos State, look at the war. What are the obedience? What are they doing now that he hasn't experienced in Lagos through Bode George, through Baba Adebanjo, through all of them in Lagos State? In the yesteryears AD politics, if people understand the politics of AD, then before he moved out of AD to form ACN, how they instigated his deputy governor, Bokna Akerele. People should go and read and understand how this man, became the man they called the last man standing. He's still standing as it is, right? He's whipping all these people. He's whipping Obi back and from whipping his older brother Atiku. The two of them carry them go election, wipe their ass. And they can't just believe that this man, regardless of all the coordinated attack, and they're still standing. What can they do? So, and I want to, we have a couple of them on our platform. We should join them again now before the final verdict from the Supreme Court. They should try. They don't learn. That's their problem. They will never learn because iteratively they are shifting their ground, shifting goalposts. When you look at even from 2022 when the campaign started, Tinubu is never going to be APC candidate. He was going to be defeated at the primaries when it was clear that he was going to be the candidate. Okay, when he won the primary, he was going to. Nobody's going to support him. The northern elites, the northern whatever will work against him. That did not work. It's been one thing or the other, shifting ground here and there because they just don't want to have him. They don't want to see him. But he's a politician like every other politician, right? They went all to the field and it's just like in a den of three thieves. The smartest thieves, carry the loot, and the remaining thieves are crying. That's the situation. Nigeria is not a perfect political situation. We don't have a perfect political space. Like every other nation and like every other situation, every human even, we are all subject of imperfection. So this is how some people went on rampage. For good 8 years, they were so distracted. Buhari this, Fulani people, Buhari at a point he was a clone. Look at his ear, look at his eyeball, look at his eye socket. For 8 years, they wasted all their 8 years. They couldn't coordinate.
I really resented that space because Buhari got away with a lot under the cover of that Jubrila Sudani narrative. All the attention space that should have been devoted to his failing as a president, it was completely subsumed and consumed by just the madness. Jubrila Sudani, shallow grave in
Saudi Arabia, but they are not.
Yes.
But you see, they've not learned, and they've not now. I'm trying to give you a rehash of history now I'm starting from 2022 campaign. At a point when it was very clear that, okay, this man has won the primaries. Okay, he's gonna die, he's sick. They sponsor some people to arrive TV almost on a daily basis. That Najatu to come and say a lot of things. Dele Momodu, Dele Farotimi, Kenneth Okonkwo, all of them. He's gonna die. He's not gonna stand. Blah blah blah. Now the man is in Aso Rock now. Oh, he was not gonna be sworn in. On the swearing day, he was gonna be arrested. They will send CIA. They will send
there was a pastor that gave that prediction, and then they spent about a week talking about it on Disobedient. There are some pastors said, I see a vision that on the day it will be oh God, we've been
you know what, man? If you look at what is happening now, they will take maybe 2 weeks of their lifestyle, 2 weeks or 1 week out of their lifespan to discuss Tinubu. After that one is not making sense again, they will drop that topic, move to another topic. So at a point it was 25% or nothing. Now where is 25% now? They've stopped that. Now they are talking about Atiku on the voyage of discovery. All of a sudden, Atiku is the doyen and the angel of the obedience now. The man who is going to do the unthinkable at the Supreme Court, coming with the silver bullet or coming with the smoking gun. So they are always very, very unserious, right? And then these are individuals that they have this penchant and this proclivity, to the phantasm and the hallucination of their mind. They are so deep in that mental cocoon that it's quite difficult for them now to rediscover, their human mojo now as it is, so to say, because wherever you turn, they are always having one, irrelevant conversation. Look at the way this conversation has been going now, and this is what they will be so focused on, distracted for the next 4 years, and 8 months to an election or 9 months to election. You will see them run scatter. Then they will go and bring another Okute or Ekute somewhere to say they want to take Nigeria. They want to take Nigeria. I'm tired of tiredness and whatever. When you've wasted 4 years on nebulous issues, inanities for 4 years, then the man will come back for second term. Then they will find another topic. Now they are it's so difficult to have conversation with them. And what we can do at this point is just to,
enigmatic, take us to the space of Atiku wanting to introduce now these Chicago findings to the Supreme Court. Is that window openable?
I'm trying to avoid that. Oh man, I'm really trying to avoid that because Atiku, in my estimation, I see Atiku as a veteran politician who is acting like an absolute, political Lilliputian, like an absolute juvenile ignoramus in the political space. Of course, I know you are desperate. You've lost. It's a serial presidential contender, and seems like this is going to be his last chance, right? He's throwing everything at this. It is a travesty. It is a shame that PDP, a whole PDP, a political party that used to be the political party of strong men, the movers and shakers of the society, they are clutching now man to irrelevant straws to hold power. Is it not shameful for somebody of Atiku's caliber to?
May I interject and ask you a question?
To be calling, the set of mendacious and perfidious, political nincompoos, so to say, to come and join in to fight a cause that you had the greatest opportunity of your life pre that election.
Enigmatic, take a question from Pansat. I don't think he's going to launch at you. I think it's in a civil mode today. Pansat.
No, Wamba, I already laid my ground rule already. So I try to maintain a semblance of sanity when I have conversations.
It's a legal question for the benefit of one man and his.
I understand, Pansab. If it is the legal stuff, let me just say clearly before so that you even answer me. You even ask me. Atiku does not have a chance. So case closed.
Okay, it's not a chance. It's not a chance that I'm asking you about.
I understand. This case that is taken to is because he's trying to couch that under a new discovery. There's no new discovery anywhere.
All right, so let me just ask you in general terms. Just forget about Atiku for right now, or what the courts may do, because none of us know what they're gonna do. Let's look at it legally. Hold on. The question I was gonna ask you, right? It's around the vicinity of what we're talking about. First of all, you do agree with what I said earlier that the court has both discretionary and extraordinary powers, right? The Supreme Court. You agree? Yes or no?
Just ask your question directly.
Okay.
All right.
I take that as a yes. So now, when they said usually,
hold on. Yeah. This is why let me have my turn, please. Probably
you have your turn, but we're trying to talk a little legally stuff here for the benefit of our countrymen, right? I'm not hostile. You don't have to answer, but let me then ask you the final question. You follow me? So it's just a question. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. I'm not trying to get you. I'm not trying to get you.
Okay, it's okay, Pastor. I'm moving on, please. So
okay, all right then. I will wait 1 man until my turn.
I respect Atiku. Okay. I respect Atiku as a veteran politician, right? And I will always respect him. He's an elder statesman, and either we like it or not, he's still one of those pillars of let me say, political foundation in Nigeria. But his activities since 2022 election, that was probably the surest, the most clear path that he had to be a president of Nigeria. He bungled it. Now what he was supposed to do before the election, he's trying to do now when he lost the election. What were you doing? What were you looking at? What kind of ego was that? Tell me the electoral value of Dele Momodu. Tell me the electoral value of Daniel Bwala. Tell me the electoral value of Iyoshia Ayu, that you sacrificed 5 governors. You sacrificed the whole of Southeast. You sacrificed the whole of Southwest. Bode George, the leader of PDP in the Southwest, they told you...
Sorry, Enigmatic. Pansat, ask your question in the comment section, or when we'll pick it up. Carry on, Enigmatic.
Okay, yeah. So, instructively, 3 times or 2 times, Chief Bode George came on, I think, on Arise TV. He told him that, look, there's no way we will have a son from the Southwest on the ballot. And then we'll go to the podium, right, with nothing, nobody, when you come to campaign in the Southwest, to say, okay, this is what we'll use to counter, this is the campaign conversation. This is what Atiku has given us in the Southwest. Nothing. In Ondo State, the leaders are not with you. In Ekiti State, the likes of Fayose and all of them, none of them. In Oyo State, the incumbent PDP governor worked against you. Ditto, Lagos State. Lagos State PDP recorded their most embarrassing results in the history of PDP in Lagos. Go and look at Jando's number. Even Shinedu, who is an Igbo person, beat that guy down in Lagos proper in Lagos. So when you look at Atiku now running up and down, running after skater, acting like a man who's just started politics 2 months ago, and then you are calling Kwakwanso, calling Obi, calling all of them to come and help you. What were you doing before the election? So it baffles a lot of us, and I'm kind of surprised that he could make such schoolboy political error. So that's why a lot of people will not pity him at this stage. And you know you are not dealing with a schoolboy politician. Apart from the fact that probably you believe in the Naka stuff you want to do in the north, at least he still has his base. He still has the governors and everything. He was so cocky. He believed in that cabal in the Aso Rock. He believed in all those whatever he was believing in, forgetting that you have somebody in the southeast who has already cleared all your, who is probably ready to take all your votes, your natural base. So now it's running to Supreme Court to do what? Does he understand the electoral law? I mean, the electoral act? You are saying you have a new discovery. Upon what? A new discovery that has been out there since 1999? Because they are basing the base of their new discovery now is a forged certificate, and it is so clear on the deposition, except people who just want to be, phantasmagoria in their mindset to say they have a forged. There was never anything in any part of that
What is the
deposition.
meaning of phantasmagoria? Enigmatic.
It means
you just come here, you go to speak English, you go to speak English. English is not how does that put food on my table? That is the thing.
Yeah, it means people who are suffering from a deep
And we all
hallucination.
pretended like we understood what it meant. It's not the project.
One man, that is why I hear phantasmagoria. He will not do this.
Yes, it means people who are suffering from a deep sense of hallucination. So it's one man. It is let me say rule 101, right? 100-level student will understand that Atiku Atiku's case is as useless as anything. It's a DOA. There's no way you will claim a new discovery, right? One man that you never pleaded at the appellate level. Are you going to? Do you know those people at the Supreme Court?
That's a point actually, because if that was pleaded at the appellate court and they were not able to provide the evidence for it for reasons of it still being tied in the legal processes of the United States, you might say they have the sliver of an argument, but it wasn't even part of the mix at all. I think it's an attempt at a blackmail. I think they are trying to blackmail the Supreme Court.
Atiku is trying to use the obedient for the next election, and it's not smart. Even if he's actually, let me even overestimate him a little bit. That is smart, right? Whatever he's doing now, this discovery would have been probably a little bit useful in 2027. But your cards are already on the table. What you didn't plead at the appellate level, you are taking it to Supreme Court. The Supreme Court justices, they are referred to in the legal parlance, right, as the judicial as ancestors. One man, they will tie that is nonsense, eh? They will tie it with a very big stone, eh? A very big stone, and they will fling it. Right? the way they will fling that nonsense out of Supreme Court, eh? That's why I don't want to speak about it. Right? I'm trying to be very elegant with the PDP because they've been matured in their manners. Right? At least they are not wishing Nigeria bad. They are not trying to say Nigeria must perish or Nigeria must burn because an Atiku lost an election. He's a serial loser. And by the grace of God, when Atiku is going to pass the baton to his protege now, who is going to continue to be the serial loser going forward. So look, I'm not going to blame all those Atiku's sons. They will do what they have to do. Atiku is desperate and they've seen it. We can't wake up from your slumber and all of a sudden you are going to Chicago to say you've discovered something. Discovered what? That is not even in the deposition. Woman, is anything? Did you see anything like forgery or forged or anything that has a semblance of that in the deposition. Did you see it anywhere there? Nothing was there.
There is absolutely nothing because of course they will invite that they reach the whole of the deposition, and which I suspect that the Supreme Court judges would have already read as we are speaking already.
Let me tell you one thing that will be very, very.
They might even invite him to bring it only so that they can throw it in the bin. You know.
Well, man, let me tell you one thing that will be very crystal that very day, right? That what is it now? That electoral act, they will tell them directly. It is very clear that it is a known fact that diplomas has been defined to be a ceremonial piece of a POS, piece of S, right? In America.
Point of order,
okay.
one man. Could you have him relax? Let me make my point of order, then you could rule on it.
No, one man. I'm not.
Hold on. Let me ask the moderator. Then he can rule. If he rules against me, fine. But let me ask him.
I have my space. No, when you had
one man,
nobody.
Your rule here is if somebody tells a lie, then we can correct him, right?
When I'm done, you can do that.
He's wrong on the law, so let me explain.
When I'm done,
it's not a question for him. I want to explain.
When I'm done, you can do
how
that.
Works, okay.
When I'm done, you can do that.
No. Let me first let him rule.
No,
he can rule against me. That's fine. Let him rule though. You don't tell me anything. He has to rule.
It's my space.
One man.
I'm not going to give you that chance.
He just lied. Right?
I'm not going to give you that chance. When you have your chance,
so I want to correct him.
You
Would
correct
you let me correct him?
No.
All right, Pansal. Let him bring it. Let him bring it home, and then hold that objection in animated suspension, and then when it lands, then you can just I'll come straight to you.
Okay, Mama, thank you.
But I'll come straight to you only to have that addendum, and then I'll go to Baba.
Yeah. Exactly, would have helped if I corrected him right now before he.
But he's not willing to yield the space, and then it's going to get a bit.
Could you rule and see what he's going to do? I believe if you rule, he will listen.
Thank you. Woman,
rule and see if he's going to obey your ruling.
Would you? You're an old man. Can you just respect that?
You see. I didn't want it to go in that direction. So
punish him for that by letting me talk. Punish him. Punish him for
that. Let him land. You see his dog is heels in. His dog is heels in now. So I'll have to step somebody down. And then also you want to.
Enigmatic, kneel down and raise up your hand. Kneel down and raise up your hand.
Yeah, no problem. You don't have to kneel that. Go ahead.
That's the punishment for you tonight.
Regaining my time. Okay, thank you, one man. So look, that piece of stuff that some people are wilding around with now, it's been very, very clear, defined as a ceremonial piece of S, right, one man? A ceremonial piece of S. So you can fly with that, take a fly with that, take a private jet and fly with that. When we get to the Supreme Court, just like we told you guys before the tribunal, when you guys were supposed to be doing your homework, you were so focused on the irrelevancies, all eyes on the judiciary. Where are those eyes now? Are those guys blind? Are the eyes? Are they blind now? Where are the eyes? Now they are already clutching. They are already clutching on some other irrelevancies and irrelevant straws now going forward to the Supreme Court. When Atiku was supposed to sit down and look at some better loopholes, he was all over the place on the voyage, a route that has been tainted for him by a fugitive, David Hudain. He went on that voyage, David Hudain and Jackson Uday. Now, at the end of the day, when he goes to Supreme Court, they will throw everything out of the window. Then they will come back and say they will be disrespecting, disparaging, and lampooning the integrity and the reputation of the justices of the Supreme Court. Whereas you've not done your homework.
All right, start to bring it home.
Yeah. So in conclusion, one man. In conclusion, law is not. It cares less about your emotion and your moral. There's no morality and emotion in the lexicon of law, right? Do your homework. and get ready for a very sweet result. As far as I'm concerned, what happened, right, at the appellate court is going to be what happens at the appellate court. It's already by the time they transmit everything to Supreme Court, they are just basically simple thing to see if the appellate judges, if they follow the law. Follow the law. Have you guys followed the law? And then you transmit all your stuff. If they have any question, 15 minutes maximum, they bring you in, you pontificate on your nonsense, and then you move on. So coming to Chicago, instead of you preparing for your case, and then you are saying some people are so happy now. Once again, please go get your Panadol Extra and your Alabukun, because you'll be disappointed once again. Nothing is coming out of this. You have a president. He's going to be the president of you yourself, of myself, of your daddies, of my daddies, of your mummies, of my mummies, and everybody else. You like him or not, wait for 2027 to change the government. If you are coordinated, if you continue in this manner of hallucination and not getting yourself coordinated to take power the way it should be, then you come back and cry again for the next 8 years, just like you all cried for 8 years under Muhammadu Buhari. I leave it at that one, man.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. So we'll do it this way. Baba is up next, but because Pansat wanted to interject, but the window did not open. We're lucky to have Ogbeni here. So Pansat, allow 2 legal questions to Ogbeni. Be succinct. Ogbeni, give a straight to it answer, and then we go to Baba. So Pansat, put the questions to Ogbeni.
All right, thank you very much. In the interest of time, hello, Ogbeni, good to have you here. I would use this format. Thanks. I'm going to make some statements, and then if anybody disagrees with it, then they will have a discussion on it. Number one, the primary role of that Supreme Court is judicial review. Now, that Supreme Court doctrine establishment is purely an American invention. They were copied our Constitution verbatim from the United States. The court has extraordinary powers along with discretionary powers. A newly discovered evidence can be introduced to the Supreme Court. That evidence must have been discovered after the judgment was entered and could not have been discovered with reasonable diligence during that trial. There's also an issue of materiality. The newly discovered evidence must be a material and reasonably likely to have changed the outcome of that particular trial. So the court can entertain motion for a new trial. Those are the two, the motion to vacate that judgment and then a motion for a new trial. Having heard no objection. Now it comes down to interpretation of what does those things mean. Nobody here, including Enigmatic, is raising or wagging his hands. This is not an issue of tombolic or discussion. These are serious issues. It's a constitutional issue. Even when that fails, the Congress could intervene in any society that is civil. The people can intervene after the Supreme Court. Their case is just for judicial review. Once you accept the fact that they have extraordinary powers and discretionary powers, I could issue writs, including writs of mandamus. They could reach all the way down to that.
Do you have a point of law that you want Ogbeni to speak to?
You see why I don't answer the question?
He cannot interrupt me now. I mean, he was adamant in not letting anybody interrupt him, and I should have interrupted him. But to lay it down, one man, I said the format is that I'm going to make statements, and if somebody disagrees with it, I made a series of statements, statements of law, and then nobody disagreed. Therefore, now you as a human being It's now your turn to say, okay, if this is true, this is true, this is true, what does it mean? I said that they have extraordinary powers and discretionary powers. It means that they could now start afresh, go all the way down to INEC and say, bring me everything you have on that election. Bring everything up here. They could order a new election. They could do all kinds of things. There is no way of knowing. The only reason why we pretty much know what they're gonna do, and I agree with those who say they're gonna go with Tinubu, APC, and all that, is because we don't have a country. We don't have we don't have laws. We don't have institutions. They're corrupt. Because
all right, if you don't have any,
let me. Here's the problem. I cannot go asking somebody who I could have taught law. What would I ask him? That's why I'm making the statements, to make sure that he's up to par to know what I'm saying, and they've agreed with it. So I don't know what your problem with that is.
You could have taught him law. He teaches law in Edinburgh, which is a better university than the totality of the American educational system.
I taught his colleagues law, right? And they're a lot more sharper than he is. Right now, the point is the point. Let me conclude by saying that this is not a joking matter, right? Like I think Bati come here and is insulting the Waziri of Adamawa himself and Peter Obi. You have to understand that obedience are now broadening their appeal. Now, who's on their corner now? The Waziri himself, Obasanjo, Towere.
Towere is not part of your corrupt team. No, don't mention Towere is not part of your corrupt team.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
Does not dine and wine with criminals.
Okay, please let's be serious here. What I mean by that is that people who disagree with the rule, with the INEC activities, including the appellate court. When I say that Waziri Adamawa is been broadened to include
Waziri.
Yes, it's no longer an illiterate Fulani. It's no longer an illiterate Fulani. It's now the Waziri of Adamawa.
Association of losers.
Look at that.
But look, with all seriousness, though, right now you begin to see the contours of this progressive movement, right? So it's I know that you are pressed for time, and I do understand. So
Ogbeni has actually brought the Constitution, so let him speak to it. Ogbeni, talk us through the Constitution.
Thank you, Woman. Thank you, Pansata and Enigmatic. I quickly rush here because I have something urgent to do tomorrow. But yes, fantastic constitutional issue. You know, that always triggered me when I heard anything constitutional. Like, and by the way, Pansat, you can't teach me. I've been practicing law for more than 20 years. If you don't know, you have to know that by now.
But if I've been teaching law for 21 years, then I have a year still to give, right?
You can't
you teach law.
I just told you.
It's a mathematical problem, right?
And you don't even understand the technicality of appellate process.
It's not possible that you will teach me. That's not possible. So get that out from your skull.
Okay, can I ask you a simple question right now?
No. I'm giving you the window. Let him just talk us through the Constitution. I think it gets the broader thrust of your position.
So Woma, you see, sometimes it's very unfortunate that our people now know more than lawyers. If you see this, if you see what happened generally now in the space, you even see people who are not lawyers arguing with you now and misquoting, and so for me, it takes me a lot of fortune to study law and got this training. So when you see me coming to enlighten people these days, I enlighten only people who want to listen, because law training is not cheap, it's expensive. And that's why not just anybody can study it. Even abroad here, it's one of the most expensive courses you can study. So, but we will do the best we can to enlighten people on this. Law, for me, is just like when you have medicine and they tell you somebody is sick. Anybody can tell you, it's malaria, is this. Maybe the person is having cancer. You don't know. It's only a medical practitioner specializing in that field that will categorically tell you this is the problem this person has. That's the same thing with law. So don't think everybody just know law because you just have the very, very understanding of it. So let me narrow it to what Atiku has taken to Supreme Court. Now, first and foremost, if you can help me to project section 232. Section 232.
How do I get there? You're the one with the keys.
So just roll down straight 1232. Continue rolling. You get to 232. It's very
all right.
Keep rolling well. You get 322. These are a table of content. That's section 232. But let me quickly say what it says. Now, Supreme Court cannot act beyond the law, the power given to Supreme Court. Supreme Court is not absolute in power, the way Pansat is trying to paint it. No. Supreme Court cannot do outside the law that established Supreme Court. The Constitution established Supreme Court, and Section 11, keep rolling. Section 11 of the Constitution simply says that this Constitution is supreme. It's binding on everybody. It's binding on all authorities in Nigeria. And you can't act against, stop. So you can go off now to look for 33.
Yeah, I'm there. 232, yeah.
Yeah, so I will use that soon. So now, so what I'm saying is this: Supreme Court cannot do beyond what is given to Supreme Court under the Constitution, and whatever Supreme Court does outside that, it becomes a nullity. Now, Supreme Court has two major jurisdictions, and when we say jurisdiction, we are talking about powers and authorities given to Supreme Court. They have what you call original jurisdiction, and they have appellate, right? Original jurisdiction simply means that you are bringing a case to Supreme Court for the first time and you want the Supreme Court to deal with it. There are cases like that, cases between federal government and state government, cases between state government and state government. We all saw that played out during Buhari time when Naira EU, Emefiele, and you saw state government approached Supreme Court directly without going to another court, and they trashed that issue. Now you have an appellate jurisdiction of Supreme Court, which is that you appeal from down to Supreme Court. Now, when you are dealing with appellate jurisdiction of Supreme Court, all what Supreme Court is meant to do at the appellate level is just to review what had happened at the lower level. So, for instance, if there's an evidence that the Court of Appeal admitted and they ought not to admit it, you go to Supreme Court to say, why did you admit this? That my lords at the lower court made this error in admitting this, and the Supreme Court will look at it. Okay, what are the things they consider? If they felt that they shouldn't have admitted, they look at it and reverse it. If they reverse it, finish, then they will now think about, okay, what is the effect of this reversal on the decision that the lower court has made? If they think that the effect of admitting it now is to reverse the decision of the lower court, then so be it, they reverse it and then replace it with their own judgment. Now, what is Atiku alleging here? Atiku is alleging forgery. Now, forgery is a criminal offense, and that is what.
Can you read it? Can you read that? Can you read that section? Can you read it? I mean, you read everything else. Why don't you read the main thing?
Which section?
One man, somebody's making a lot of noise.
Yeah, I'm looking for. I think it may be coming from. Who is that coming from? I think it's enigmatic. Yeah. Go on.
Okay. By the way, I know all sections. So I memorize all sections of that Constitution. So if whenever you also want to try with me, I'll give you one. You tell me what it says, and you give me one, and I'll tell you what it says. Right? But before that, why don't you put on the screen that section? What section is Atiku Abubakar?
In law, a good lawyer is not meant to memorize.
But you don't know what section Atiku Abubakar is fighting, right? Do you know what section he's fighting?
So no. Let me land on my thought, please. So
I'm asking no. Can you let somebody with expertise speak to his area of specialism? I mean, you know,
it's their way. They know more than lawyers, you know. So
yeah.
when you
let the audience determine who's the lawyer here. Go ahead and tell us what section.
When you go to section 137, when you go to section 137 sub J of the Constitution.
Okay, one man, can you put that up? It's one.
No, can you hold on? It's building. I mean, you had the floor and you spoke pretty much uninterrupted. Carry on, Ogweni. Yeah.
So section 137 1 sub J simply says this: a person shall not be qualified for election to the office of president if J now said he has presented a forged certificate to INEC.
Okay, could you hold on? That's it, right? Hold on.
No.
Put it up on the screen.
Do I have to set you to the back?
I'm saying put it on the screen.
I shouldn't have to. I shouldn't have to set you to the back. I shouldn't have to.
I'm enlightened.
And I'll be disappointed if I have to, you know.
I won't
Yeah,
take
carry on, Ogweni. Yeah.
your line of this thing with you. So basically, that's under which Atiku will want to come from.
So 137. Sorry, 137J. Did you say
137J? 137J. If you can go, it's up. It's not down. It's up. 137J. That is where Atiku is coming from, right? Okay, I want you to open that so that let's
I don't see. I see 1371 and 1372, and then A and B. So
you just roll down to J. Where are you now? Let me check. One, no, not 2-3. You are in 2-3.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
You are in 2-3.
All right.
137J. 137J.
Oh, okay. Carry on. 137. All right. HIJ. All right. Carry on. I think I'm there. Yeah. Is it this one here? This one here?
Yes, 137. Then roll it to J.
Yes, it says he has presented a forged certificate to the independent national. Yeah.
So that's the qualification points that Atiku is coming under. And now you see this particular provision doesn't stay on its own. That's what we call substantive provision of the law. It says that if somebody has presented what is forged before INEC, then the person should be disqualified. If you now go to the Electoral Act, right, under the Electoral Act, Section 29, now tells you who should come and question you when you present this. Secondly, it also talks about the procedure that you will follow in question this. And you know what? That's the first order Atiku is going to cross. So the first order is this. You go to the Electoral Act, Section 29, it talks about the party members of that person should come and question that person. And it also limits you questioning it to 180 days. And that flipped this case back to the pre-election matters we talked about. Do you know why the law says there are some issues that if you don't trash it within a particular time, you don't escalate it to election time? I've explained it here before. The reason is this. You don't just wake up one day when the government has settled down to start, governance, which is the reason why government is there. You go down and be fishing different things, and you are coming with all these distractions here and there. That's the essence of Section 308, which is the immunity the president has. And that is also the purpose of Section 29. He's saying within 180 days, bring this issue if you discover that a candidate forged a document and attached that document to Form TFO 7, which is the affidavit they file at INEC. That's first thing. Now, secondly, forgery, as you see it there, is a criminal offense. You have to come and prove it in court. So if you now roll it back to that Section 232 that I first cited then, you will see where it is clearly stated there that the Supreme Court cannot entertain any criminal matter of criminal nature. That's the under. Look at it now. Let me quickly read that so that everybody will understand what is there. It said, the Supreme Court shall not, to exclusion of any of have original jurisdiction in any dispute between federation and Go to that provider. It now say, but National Assembly can add to the jurisdiction of the court of the Supreme Court, right? But it now says, provided that no original jurisdiction shall be conferred upon the Supreme Court with respect to any criminal matter. Do you know the meaning of that? Let me tell you the meaning. First and foremost, before you establish forgery, you need to go to trial. You don't establish forgery by saying, I brought this thing from
Can I interject, please? Let me interject. It's not
Let
true.
me land so that you now ask me questions.
You're just not making any sense. Let me interject.
Let me land, please. Let me land. You are like you are becoming like a client in the court that wants to be interjecting a lawyer talking. You are not a lawyer. Wait.
Let me interject, please.
Now, wait now. You break my flow of thought and you have this way of going to other matters that are not relevant to this matter. That's my issue with you. I would have
carry on, Ogweni. Carry on. Yeah.
So my point is this. This matter is criminal in nature. You are saying I forged my certificates. If you are saying I forged my certificate, it's a criminal, it's matter that is criminal in nature. Now you need to prove it. In proving it, you see, whatever you are bringing from that your foreign proceeding now becomes a question of facts in Nigeria. They are not things we just accept, then based on that, you hold somebody liable or guilty for it. So it has to go through the test and the fire of cross-examination, meaning that you come to court, you come and say, I have forged this thing. Therefore, this person must be held responsible for that. Then we start calling witnesses to show that it is true. Now, at the Supreme Court, you don't call witnesses. And any case of criminal nature, the Supreme Court does not have original jurisdiction on it. So where does it land us? First, the first order Mr. Atiku will first cross.
One man, you might as well kick me out because it's not fair.
Yes,
I want to be able to interject.
I think I'm going to have to. Sorry, carry on, Ogbeni.
So what's the first order Mr. Atiku have to cross? Mr. Atiku have to cross the order of showing that that grant in the Constitution is not of criminal nature. And I don't know how he's going to escape that. Forgery is criminal. It's elementary to every reasonable lawyer, except lawyers who are politically exposed. They won't tell you the truth. Secondly, let me tell you, you see, the Court of Appeal said something. They said the issue of disqualification that Atiku has brought, you did not bring it properly. It's not part of your pleadings at all in any way. You brought it through the back door and they threw it out straight through that same back door. Now, before you can bring any document that even relate to that issue, you must need to first vacate the decision of the Court of Appeal, meaning that you must be able to convince Supreme Court first to reverse that decision of Court of Appeal. That is the second order Atiku has to cross. And how do you cross this? It's very difficult because I keep saying it, election matter wants to file your petition stands. You either swim with it or you sink with it. You're not hiding anything. And it play out here. We all heard what Court of Appeal also said about it. And so you brought this thing through reply and you are not even explicit about it. You didn't talk about forgery. You talked about disqualification because your issue was that it didn't even go to that school. Now you have realized he went to that school. You are talking about forgery. So how do you link it to any of your pleadings? If you are not able to sit it on any of the paragraph of your pleading, Supreme Court is not going to reverse any decision for you. That's second order. Now, assuming Supreme Court even reverse that thing for you, then the second thing you need to now do, or the third thing you need to now do, is to now prove exceptional circumstance for which you can now bring this evidence. So, and what is the exceptional circumstance? Let me tell you, one of the things is that you have made a new discovery. And I keep saying it. All the documents we have seen today that they are bringing from CSU, there is nothing new in it, except for those that don't follow the politics in the Southwest. Some of us, we follow the politics. Some of them are emergency political analysts that just came into the space, probably because of, they've seen Tinubu, they don't even know what happened in 1999, they don't know all these things. All these documents were documents that have always been there. There's nothing new. There's nothing David today is discovering. They are there. So the point now will now be, what have you discovered? And before you can bring this thing under exceptional circumstances, it must be a new thing you have discovered. That's one thing. Secondly, those things mustn't have even been in existence as at the time you file, or you can't reasonably get it.
Sorry, is the forged document, if the concession is that the document was forged, is that not a new discovery?
No, because no, not discovery. The document is all matter now. So are you saying that document has not been resting in the bosom of INEC since 1999? That document they're talking about.
One man, can I interject, please?
That document has been there.
I beg you, let me interject.
Submitted in 1999. That document was submitted in 2003. That document was submitted again in 2002/2003. You now went to America to go and bring that document again to come and do what now? Because the document you are bringing, what they want to do now is that you want to use some document that you have seen now from University of Chicago State University to contradict the one you've seen on record. That's not the exceptional circumstance. And now, if you are even bringing it to contradict, are you coming to call witnesses? Because it's an issue of facts. So for the purpose of
can
people
I
who
interject,
don't
please?
understand what is
I
an
want to
EOF,
interject and I want to go after that. Please, let
okay,
me
I think at
interject.
this point I can allow you now to interject because I think
All
I've
right.
been able to make
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And after today, I'm not going to be arguing with you, Obeni. I won't be interjecting you.
And that's fine.
You speak. But one man says discovery, and you say, no, it's just the certificate over there that they found. That's called discovery. But I don't want to argue with you on that. The point is that I noticed one thing, that the mistake you're making now, because this is the second time you made that mistake, which is to, when you're reading where the Constitution is talking about our legal law, the laws governing our presidency, what's going to bring somebody to become president. It's not the penal code. It's that normally when you see, when you looking at a penal code where you have to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty, there will be punishment allotted to that, right? That's not what this is saying, that nobody should be president. Now, when you read that article, you didn't go to 1 itself. That's section 137, 1, then subsection J. You should have read that 1 first and then read that J. It would have told you what the main topic. So if you look at the etymology of penal, comes from the Greek point, poena in Latin, right? Punishment. That's not what we're dealing with in this case. We're dealing with who's going to be the president and what are the exclusions, why you cannot be president. If you, and it's very simple, succinct, the J, it's very short. It says nobody can be president if you submitted a forged certificate. I mean, you don't need a lawyer for that, right? Discovery, it's anything that's discovered regarding that case. That certificate is a new discovery. Now, I did say when there's a new evidence, you do have to cross a hurdle. The evidence must have been discovered after the judgment was entered and could not have been discovered. It's very simple with any reasonable diligence. But look at how hard it is to even get it. Had to go to the United States, the Adama, Atiku, the Waziri, and go through legal procedures before he was able to obtain it, right? And then it's material, because that's the second thing. It has to be material. The newly discovered evidence must be material and reasonably likely to have changed the outcome. Now, if INEC knew, because they have the primary responsibility anyway, but if INEC knew that that certificate was forged, he would have been disqualified. It's very clear. There's no kind of dancing around that's going to prevent that from happening. So it's material. Those are the only things. Everything else you're saying, Obeni, like I said, I'm never going to come here to be doing a measuring this thing with you, because there's no need for that. I believe that if you know the law, fine. We all gain. We want people who know the law to talk about this. But everything you're saying is your opinion. Even the Supreme Court opinions, their opinion. The Constitution, it's the main thing. Now, you said here, you citing 232 or 233, and you're saying also in the Electoral Act, I don't know if you quoted 26 or something. There's nothing that supersedes the Constitution. All those other things, the Electoral Act, emanate from the Constitution, and I believe it's in congruence with it. But you cannot read the Constitution and then go scouting around, searching for something else to save you from drowning. This is the Constitution that is in plain, simple language, and it fits this thing like a glove. It's almost like it's God intervening, because when we discussed the 134 with the Abuja situation, you're dancing around with 2/3 of this and that and that. So the Lord provided something that is clean. You submit a forged certificate, you're disqualified. It's not about going to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you committed a felony, which it is not. You could be disqualified, and then the cops will pick you up, and then prosecute you under the penal code.
Wọ́n máa ẹjọ́ náà. Ẹ má pa wá náà, wọ́n máa ẹjọ́.
All right, okay. I don't speak Yoruba, but I guess ejo means it's enough, and I would respect that. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Mama,
I would exit and I will listen.
One reply. Just one. I won't waste time.
All right. I think the phone call was actually what rescued you. It wasn't anything you said. I think some babe is calling him. Well, carry on.
So Mama, just one reply, and I will exit. You know, first and foremost, I remember when we canvassed all our argument, what happened in Court of Appeal. They all said it's our opinion. But today, I think they have been enlightened. That's if they are ready to be enlightened. Not everybody is ready to be educated. I've discovered that many students don't want to be educated. So I think it's our opinion, but they've seen now that the court re-echoed everything that we said here. I'll be expecting it also to happen in Supreme Court. If they will be enlightened, fine. If not, they remain in their ignorance. But one of the things they don't understand is this. You see, there is difference between substantive law and procedural law. Constitution is not a procedural law. Constitution is substantive. When Constitution tell you do this, Constitution will not tell you how to do it. It is the other laws that tell you how to do it. And in that section 232, you will find out that they said the National Assembly can now give the Supreme Court how to do whatever the Supreme Court can do, and also add more power for the Supreme Court. They now said, but in criminal cases, don't add any power to Supreme Court. Let their power be static there. They don't have anything to do with calling witnesses and everything to establish what is criminal in nature. Now, let me give you a simple example. If you want to disqualify somebody from somebody who has contest and you want to file petition, you won't file procedure that you must follow in filing your petition in the Constitution. The best you will find in the Constitution is the qualification of that person and then the ground upon which you can bring your petition. Simple. It is when you now go to the Electoral Act, which is procedural, will now tell you these are the step by step to take when you want to enjoy what this Constitution has provided. For instance, Constitution said you can go and challenge the election result, proving non-compliance. You can go there, that's non-compliance, etc. You can go there to challenge proving corrupt practices. You can go there to challenge that the person did not have highest number of votes, and you can go there to challenge the person because the person is not qualified. Simple. That's what Constitution put. That's substantive. Electoral Act is what now says, see, if you want to challenge this part, you must come from that person's party. If you want to challenge this one, you must challenge within 180 days. If you want to challenge this one, this is how you must do it. That is it. The law is organic. But you know, sometimes they came to be blind to one. After education, somebody just told you the Constitution. The Constitution is supreme, and you run with it. You don't even know others. And I keep telling you that if the law is that simple, there won't be lawyers. The reason why lawyers run, the law is organic. There are many exceptions to exception to exception to exception, and there are many laws to complement whatever you have in your hand. So just leave it to the expert. Now, secondly, which is the last point I want to make here, you see, he talks about, it is not criminal. It is the court will just look at the discovery and then the court will make their findings on it. My dear brother, I'm not right on that.
Could I ask you a question, please? Let me just ask you a little. Let me hold on. Let me ask me.
No. Let me
just one little question. You asked me a question.
Let me land and go. I don't want to ask more questions. I'm so sorry about it. I'm sorry. I have,
all right.
After
no
5
problem.
in Scotland. So
no problem.
The last point I want to make there is that you said, it's criminal. It's not criminal. It's just they just put forgery and they will not go. But you are wrong on that. Let me tell you why. You see election matter as a civil matter. Election matter is not just a civil matter. What makes election civil or criminal depends on what you are alleging. For instance, if you are alleging corrupt practices, that they came, they destroyed, they kill people, they destroyed their ballot, they snatch our ballot, and all those corrupt practices, they rig, they forge. The person that signed was not the person that's supposed to sign. Somebody forged the signature on it, on the form, and all those things. The law is settled on that is no longer in the realm of civil, because what you are alleging is criminal in nature. What you are alleging is something that INEC can now pick up and.
That's a lie. Now let me go to one man. One man rule on this. One man, please. He just lied.
Let me just land and go.
Hold on. Let me talk to one man. Let him rule. If he says I can't talk, then I won't talk.
One man, this is too much.
One man,
let the
please,
man flow.
Pansat, the panelists are complaining. The audience are complaining. Even people are super chatting that let an expert speak on a specialism.
One man, on a serious note, there's only 4 people complaining out of 100 people, right? I make an objection, then you rule on it. What I'm not gonna do is, if you rule against me, I'm not gonna talk. Just rule on it, and that's it. That's what I'm gonna say.
I think Ogweni did not actually intend to come on the stream today. I think it's the course of the conversation that brought him in, just to come and add some legal.
He's talking about me, so I just want to ask him one little question. 30 seconds. That's it.
Okay. It says it doesn't want to entertain it, so I can't force him.
I don't have time. I don't have.
Carry on, Ogweni.
You told me that after all this one, you are not going to engage me again. I know law. The truth in law is always bitter, particularly if it's not on your side, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I don't expect you to keep engaging me on this. Let me just enlighten our people. Whatever you want to now clarify, you can clarify it. And where I'm landing is this: corrupt practices in election matter is criminal in nature. The standard for which
I'm going to ask it in the comment section. I'm going to ask the question in the comment section.
Okay. The standard upon which you're going to prove corrupt practices is not based on balance of probability, which is what we use normally for civil matter. It's higher than that. So there are two. Is that you prove your corrupt practice beyond reasonable doubt, or you prove it with more than a minimal proof. So when you now allege forgery, it's beyond the realm of civil. It's gone to criminal because it is forgery. So, and in order to prove that, there's no way you want to prove forgery and you won't go into details. Is that calling witnesses? You can't prove forgery documentary. You must call witnesses to come and prove that your forgery that you want to prove. And I don't know how you want to go and do in Supreme Court. Supreme Court will not listen to witnesses now. So that's my submission. And thank you, Pansa. Thank you, everyone, for giving me the chance to, come in and just say my own on this point.
Okay, very good. So,
all right, brilliant. Hold on. Thank you, Ogweni. I know you were not really intending on coming in today. I think it's the conversation that drew you in. So thank you for doing that. To come and add your legal expertise to our just barroom talk. So I want to get to Baba as quickly as I can, but I'll just give you a micro window to say a couple of words, Pansat, and I'll go on to Baba. But Baba has been waiting for a long time, and I don't want to keep him waiting for too much longer.
Thank you for graciousness there. The point is that the Waziri of Adamawa went to the United States on a forgery quest on a certificate, and he wasn't subject to prove his case beyond a reasonable doubt, but just mere preponderance of evidence. And he won. And Tinubu appealed, and he was rejected and admonished not to even try to go further than that. He has the right to appeal further, but he's alleging forgery. Now, it's up to others to pick him up under a penal code, but on this just limited area of trying to prove something, just like this thing, Obeni is wrong 100% in everything he came here and submitted. We can't have this. We can't do a platform based on camaraderie or tribe. Somebody who
no, forget all that now. What's camaraderie?
A lot of people listening, right? He's saying in order for you to prove a case or an allegation that is civil in nature, just for example, I gave him the last time. I said in the O.J. Simpson case, everybody knew that O.J. Simpson was alleged to have killed his wife and Ronald Goldman. In this case, it's reversed. They first went on a penal code. They charged him, and they lost. The people lost. O.J. Simpson won. But then again, the father of Ronald Goldman then went on a civil case and then won. In essence, that judge, if what Obeni is saying is true, the judge would have said, you know what? You went on a penal code charge and you lost. O.J. Simpson won. Therefore, you cannot win by preponderance of evidence. And that is absurd. That's why I'm saying he's not a lawyer. He's not.
All right.
Because
brilliant.
You can't have him here.
Don't insult him, please. All right, thank you. No, that is enough. Enough of that. We've indulged you enough. So let's not indulge you for much longer. Let's go on to Baba. So Baba, you are up next. Let me usher you in with an intro music. So Baba, you're up next.
Wow.
And there it is right there. Baba.
Wonderful one, man. Good morning, everybody. It's 12:30 here. Where do I start? People are so ignorant like me when it comes to law. And when those that are lawyers are talking, they don't allow them to talk. It's not surprising anyway. We know the antecedents. We don't say nobody wants to stereotype. But stereotype at times is necessary. A man who read 20 years of practice, got his PhD, as a professional in another direction is trying to correct him and argue with him. Only a Nigerian will do that. Thank you, one man. You see, this matter is very, very simple, even though they are shifting the goalposts. What Atiku actually went to CSU to do, the real reason, he did not believe Bola Ahmed Tinubu attended and graduated from CSU. Simple. Simple. They got there. Tinubu did not appeal anything. This is the procedure. And Ogbeni can correct me. When they went to the federal court appointed a magistrate court to investigate. And the magistrate court did and said, okay, by right, Atiku can have the documents. Then Tinubu went back to the federal court who directed them to the magistrate court. That's what some people are calling an appeal. It's not an appeal, it's procedural. To say, this is what they said there, but no, if you follow that thing and rule for Atiku, a great harm will be done to me. That's how Maldandona, or whatever her name is, picked the matter up and ruled still in favor of Atiku, and then directed that the registrar of the university should be deposed by Atiku's lawyer, which is like a fact-finding record. That's exactly how Caleb was deposed, and everything is clear. That about 200 pages or so is very clear. The thing they are doing here is at times when the lady asks question and Caleb will answer, that's what they will pick. They will not pick the follow-up of what Caleb is saying. This is it, this is it. But if you follow, there is nowhere in that space that you see the word forge. Nowhere. Forgery was written. It's stated clearly. The word Caleb used was, he might have gotten it off-site. And in the jurisdiction where this legal suit is taking place, this diploma is nothing. It's just a parchment, decorative instrument. If Tinubu were to be the governor of a state in America and all these things happen, they'll just throw out the case because he has not committed any offense. Any offense he has not committed, if it were to be United States. Because what they reckon with here is a transcript. That is one. The SS, this thing on Richard Dale College, is the same SS number in the transcript of CSU. And that SS number belongs to Bola A. Tinubu. Now they are talking about whether what he used in going to Richard Dale. Is that what you went there to do? See, this is the bottom line. Supreme Court will accommodate, will go the extra mile, out of the way, out of law. They will take that new file from Atiku. And who is the loser for it? Atiku himself is the loser. Because when they will take it, they will trash it, rule on it, and throw it away. That is the end. What will you use now in 2027 for your campaign? Because at best, that discovery will have been used as an instrument to embarrass the president in 2027 with the kind of noises they know how to make. But you've showed all your hands, all your weapons. Have you imagined if the Pepsi had not given a live broadcast for that judgment on that day? There will have been spins upon spins upon spins to their story. But fortunately for all of us, we heard it with our ears. So there was nothing they can do. Then it was about 25%. 25%. They trash it, rubbish it. Now, the 25% is no more working. It is a forged certificate. Can I forge what belongs to me? It's not possible. And when there is no original, there is no fake. Caleb said, we don't have it on our record. But this is what ours looked like in 79 days. And you can see the 3 he presented was all different. So that means it's not even constant. I can't confirm this because we don't have any copy on the file. So when you can't compare something, how do you now determine that it's forged? This is warped, but they are stubbornly entrenched in their position. I pray, I hope Supreme Court will accommodate them, because may not put a rest to everything, but it will rub their noses in dust once and for all. And those that will still be propagating it, there must be statute somewhere that can put them in jail. It's as simple as that. You see, these people, I don't like to use derogatory word because I'm not short of a verbiage to use. I think those who are short of verbiage are the one that
Is it headless mobs like Zita insists?
I don't want to go there. You understand, woman? But I'm a very civil person until you provoke me. Then I don't get enough. But these people with a kind of spatula personality, with limited vocabulary, they always resort when they become short of words and lash out with gory language. Your platform, I will leave it at that. One thing I came up to say, because I know and I've been saying it, your platform, like every other platform on YouTube, it's a platform of record. Long after everybody on this panel has gone buried, people will still be tapping into YouTube and discovering what we are discussing today. 3 issues from our Eastern brothers. During Igbo Day, they were just talking about that in the First Republic, the economy was the best in Africa and was growing from double digit of 20, 30, 50% every other time. That's a lie from the pit of hell. They can Google it. Statistics don't lie. They can go to Gazette. Statistics don't lie. The West was leading throughout until that 1966 coup. In the West, they pay 30% more minimum wage than every north or east of Midwest. That means if you are paid £100 in your region, will be paid about, the West are receiving £130. That was why they all flocked to the West and started to speak Yoruba so much like myself. But they forget then that the Yoruba language is very unique. Unique in the sense that even you woman or Aja or Bishop, if I want to call even ordinary an elephant, I will say Erin. Yes, anybody is in non-Yoruba who learns the language would know that Erin means elephant. But if I want to talk to you, I don't want them to hear. I will say Ajanoku. An outsider will not know what's Ajanoku. Even if he knows that Ajanoku, I will say Akoko Lute. That's an elephant too, because that's the generic name. Or Abere, you say it's needle. If I say Okini, will he know what is Okini? Because Yorubas don't talk. We don't boast. The culture detests boasting or anything. Because right now, I hear today, Chief Ezeife is talking about it's better we stay in the enclave called Nigeria as far as we can do the regional thing back. At the same time, IPOB is saying, no, we want to go. Speaking from both mouths, the same people. They know the game they are playing. But I have news for them. Because, look, Dangote said a week ago, Dangote organization, that they pay about 479 billion as taxes in 1 year. They say it's like a boast that, yeah, we're the highest. 479 billion naira they paid. Check the preponderance of that taxes. Where did they pay it? It's in the West. Because it's in the West, you will have all the companies, not those traders. Traders, how much will traders pay? Yes, they pay something, but it's not compared to what Unilever, Forte Oil, Globalcom, MTN, Coca-Cola, Elephant Cement, Flour Mills, what 7-Up and all the rest would pay. That is where the wealth of the West come from in today's day, not from those those stores, all over the place. Because they just kind of, it's irritating. But we have news for them. People like us and so many others, we are saving money. When they leave, their properties will be buyer's market. It's as simple as that. To be buyer's market. So this irritation is just too much. Because I've come to see it as pure hatred against one man and possibly his tribe. Thank you, woman.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Baba. You know, there's that concern that there's an undertone to what is going on that is not altogether palatable. But let's hear from Zita, who's still with us. Zita, your audience demand. Let's hear from you. Zita.
One man.
Salam.
Wow. By the way, so Benny stayed there.
Let's have a look. I suspect it may well be. Yes, he is still. Yes.
I'm still around.
Oh, well, thank you. Are you still coming for the Floyd Polar tour? You say you like it?
Yes.
Oh, it's beautiful. But I don't know. January you are talking about is extremely cold. I will not. It's extremely cold. Maybe February.
Okay, I can
No.
plan.
Are you coming with your kids?
So yes, I'm coming with 2 of them.
It's like Winter Wonderland in is it Iceland? It's Iceland, isn't it? Norway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Winter Wonderland in Norway, isn't it? It's like a theme park, that country.
Yeah, it's Floyd. They call it Polar Night Floyd Tour. It's like, that time that.
How do you spell that? Let me see if I can get it on the screen. What's it called?
Floyd. F-L-O-R-D.
F-L-O-R-D. No, you give me Mayweather. Polaroid. What do you say?
Polar. P-O-L-A-R.
All right. It's not giving me anything.
Polar Night. Let me show you.
Polar. Sorry, say it again. Polar Night.
Floyd Tour or cruise.
Check and see if it's in Panya.
Let me give it to you.
Is it some phenomenon?
No.
But Madam Sita, Scotland is also very cold. No, it's the northeast. So
No, I don't think Scotland can ever be as cold as places like Norway. Places like Norway and Iceland, they are God-forsaken places. It's
Yeah. No, let me cut it and put for you there. It's beautiful, but I don't know whether
they have no unemployment. I imagine in Norway, they can't have unemployment in Norway. They don't even have enough citizens to fill the jobs. What's the black backdrop in Norway? What sort of level of blacks do they have?
The area I am, I don't think I see much. Do you see person self?
Is it black people at your end of society, or do you have the pedestrianized blacks in Norway?
No, the head of society, I beg. What would you be coming there to do if not for a good job? No, it's not. You can't come there to.
So it's not on the Japa route, Norway.
Not at all. You freeze to death. No. Not that area, far north, Tromso. No.
I don't imagine you have people sleeping on the streets in a country like that.
But they are very rich now. They are too big for that.
It's an oil-producing country, isn't it? Yeah, work in the colony.
Very high.
Is it part of OPEC? Is Norway part of OPEC?
I don't even know whether they are part of OPEC.
No, they are not.
I don't imagine that they are.
OPEC? I don't know. I've never heard them say such a thing here.
The Arabian.
Sorry, woman. A quick question for you. You said Norway is the coldest, or Iceland is the coldest.
It's one of the coldest. It's one of the
coldest. You still have Iceland
and Siberia, probably, but certainly, yeah.
Okay. I don't know the temperature, but I know that Canada has recorded minus 63 degrees before. So I don't.
Canada cannot be as cold as Siberia now, or Norway.
No, I said it recorded. There was a time it recorded the least temperature Canada has ever recorded, minus 63 degrees.
Only.
Yeah, minus 63. So I want to know how cold is Iceland.
Can you what I will ask you now is to check how cold we are now. Tromso.
No, I've seen. Where are you? Norway or Iceland?
I just put it in the private site.
Okay. Because I know I've checked Iceland. I think they recorded minus 51 degrees most. So private chat, I can't see it there. Let me see.
All right. You wanted to put a question to Ogwene, did you? Or Zita?
No, I was just asking him if he's still coming. We are just talking about that. No, I like his submission. No, in as much as sometimes I don't even know what Baba was saying. Is he saying after the Supreme Court the thing will stop?
No,
Baba, where did you get
it
that
will not
one?
stop. It will not stop. They have fertile mind. They will continue manufacturing things. We are still expecting the FBI files. They say, I think 250,000 pages. I don't know whether it's Tinubu that is Castro, Onoriega, Escobar mixed together. I don't know. They are talking of FBI files in advance.
You know, it's the skitty way that the narrative moves from just one. It just fleets very sharply from one extreme to another. You know, as early as just last week, the whole of it was subsumed. It's a heroin dealer. It's a heroin dealer. It's a heroin dealer. So that's now completely packed away from the conversation. It's a forger. It's a forger. It's a forger. So now, by
25%. You forgot.
It's cumulative. It's not forgotten. That's there. We're waiting for the Supreme Court to rule on those things.
You were waiting for the appeal court, and then you were
wait in vain, like Tinubu said.
They were waiting.
You labor in vain and wait in vain.
Yeah, but
Baba, you see what some people are doing is this because they are limited. They are in terms of creativity in politics. So instead of focusing on the value that they want to deliver and how to mobilize enough political capital, all they do is just to go against an opponent, and they will continue to lose when you.
But it's the skitty manner, though. It's just the skitty manner.
And they are coming after Shoyinka. What has that old man done to them? Can you imagine somebody saying you should go out, Shoyinka should present his certificates? What's wrong with these people?
Has anybody ever won that way before politically? Because already when you turn
this man is not a politician.
That's it. When we see someone is still advising, if you
let me tell you something. Every Nigerian, and I think those who went to Ife and all the rest will tell you, every Nigerian issued with a third class certificate failed. They failed. They use money to buy the third class because the school will not give them second class, because if you fail, then how do they prove that you got second class? So with their bribe, they give them third class. And that's what Pandora Obi got. Third class philosophy.
Oh my goodness. No, because I've seen that this I don't know, because maybe for the group of people,
is it third class or pass? Is it third class or pass?
I don't even know for him. Pandora Obi, I don't know. Because it's a sense they don't want anybody to touch.
Raise the issue. If it's me, I raise the issue. If I think he did that, you raise the issue. But anyway, you said
nobody cares about being
cannot forge your own.
Did he get second class?
Baba, you said you cannot forge your own.
It's like over 60% people within the obedience space and inexperienced politically.
Yeah, Baba, can you forge your own $100 bill?
Let me tell you about that FBI document. There was a lady posted something yesterday. I forgot her name now on Twitter. Rema Ibrahim or whatever her name is. So she posted that one thing. I think I sent it to one man that FBI they've started releasing those files. So
is it a clip you sent?
Is it a clip or something like a snapshot? I will check again. So the lady posted that thing. Then one of their own, right, within the headless group, Gotham, they call the man Gotham, as he's an American man or a UK, one white man. He's always in their space. So he responded to that lady. You know, FBI is a very serious thing, and he lives in the US, and he knows the terrain that somebody is trying to pull him to, that he's gonna get some criminal defamation, lawsuit if he doesn't retract. So he responded that where would you please or something like that, provide a link, right, woman, for this stuff you said FBI has released? Because as for me, I can't take this thing hook, line, and sinker by the face value of this. FBI does not operate like this. One.
Just a second. One man put night, Paula night. I put it on the private chat, on the comment section. Yes, Paula. This is daytime now. This is when the night not they come.
Okay. So the next thing, the lady knew that this guy got her already. And this is what I speak about Nigerians. Regardless of the disagreements in the US, they will always protect their nationality and the nationalism of an American. So that man, he knew that he lives in the US and he knows the uncharted terrain that lady is trying to drag her to. Instead of the lady provided a link for that verified whatever she was already posting, the next thing she did was she blocked that guy. And that guy had to repost that, right? Had to repost that this lady actually blocked me because she was already posting a fake FBI document that never emanated. So that thing actually generated some furore right yesterday. There was a
Can
guy.
you imagine?
Yeah, there was a guy eventually who lives in I think in VA. So she copied that stuff, took the snapshot of that lady and everything. They dug into the lady's background up to the point that they went into her LinkedIn. Her LinkedIn shows Deloitte. So they copied Deloitte. They wrote Deloitte about her activities on the internet, on Twitter, right? Trying to put FBI into disrepute. So immediately, I think Deloitte responded that they don't know her. So they copied the LinkedIn again, that this is her LinkedIn. She says she works at Deloitte, Nigeria. Once again, Deloitte actually, I think, eventually said they don't know her. Probably she's an imposter. Then the guy in VA now in the US, he had to take it upon himself. He wrote he wrote to FBI and he went to the field office of FBI. He said he probably like 5 miles or 10 miles, right, to his residence. He went there. He brought all the evidence and everything. And FBI, I think I'll send you this thing, one man. FBI said they don't even that. First of all, that's not the way they operate. Second, there's no possibility that they will be releasing documents in peace like that for any president or anyone or any public individual. That whatever is coming from anywhere or whatever it is, they are already dealing with some situation like that in the US. That they are dealing with some propagandists who are trying to do that. So these new narratives from the headless mob now, these FBI documents, FBI files coming through, already is being shut down by FBI, and I think they said they will release a communique very soon to call the attention of, and it has been flagged by CISA in the US, the Cyber Information Security Agency in the US now. So people need to be very careful who are peddling that fake news. FBI is they've already shot it to the top of their list as a fake news now. If Pansat is here, is listening.
I'm not surprised.
You should be careful. I'm not saying this because of politics, but if we are doing
for their own safety.
Yeah, if you are doing bad balls, we understand, but you got to be careful, man. Everything is not funny. FBI does not. There's a certain, if you live in the US, as some people want to claim that they live in the US, right, man, there are certain procedures and processes that CIA, FBI will coordinate their affairs. They don't. How would you see CIA, FBI, dropping stuff on social media? Is it possible that when they are not David Uday?
No, Assange.
So I mean, this is common sense now. But when we are saying some people don't have common sense.
That's true. That is true. I mean, that's law enforcement, and that's true. But people have freedom of speech here in the United States, And as far as they don't cross the line, you know, they're
No,
making allegations.
classified document, classified
There is not
document.
absolute freedom
It's not.
Yeah,
It's not within the
when there is
purview
a
of.
line.
Yeah,
yeah.
the classified
The
document is not
spirit,
within the purviews of
yeah, the
of
spirit of what
FOA.
you're saying. I agree with that
You
spirit of
know,
what you're
even
saying.
you see what Trump is going through now because of his carelessness
Right.
handling you know, classified information.
That's
This
true.
is why this is my cross with a lot of people who lie that they live in the US and they don't understand, you know,
Right.
certain data policies like FEPA and how to handle classified data. And they will say,
That's
okay,
true. That's true.
how
But
will
that's
you?
look, we have bigger problem than what you're talking about. Why don't we talk about what's important here?
No, this is I'm trying to
It's part of what you guys
it's part
have
of
lined
what is
up.
important because you
They said starting October 10th.
yeah, starting October 10th. That's another lineup of fake news that is coming through.
Yeah,
You just have to like shut it
you're
down
gonna
now.
spend a lot of your time if there's a lot of fake news on social media. Virtually everything it's irresponsible. That's true, but you do not assign it to anybody because you know who are obedient. You really don't know who they are. There could be people who are
Obedience are
really
fascists.
against the OB, right?
Obedience they are fascists.
A lot of as a trained lawyer, you should know that there is no way for you to really ascertain who are this obedience, especially.
Pastor, you live in the US. I don't really know where you are
Let me
now. This is,
let me
I'm not
let
trying
me
to
land.
disrespect you, but
Let
you
me
live in the
no, no.
US, right? Do you
Let me
live in
land.
the US?
Let me land. Let me land. So
No,
what
I'm
I'm
just
saying,
asking. You live in the US.
no, I'll come on. I've shown my face. I've talked to a lot of people.
I
I've come to
know.
CNN, for example, right?
Really, I
So
thought you live in the UK. I just want to be
I
sure if you
do,
live in the UK or the US.
I do.
UK.
Before you were born, I live in the
Oh,
US.
okay.
But
Okay.
here's the point I'm making.
I get that.
Listen, on a serious note, Baba, there's something you said that you know it was kind of it was a rhetoric remark, like you know, but you were trying to make an important point. I just want you to know that yes, you can forge your own documents, right?
They are
For
not
example,
talking. I'm not talking about document again,
no, no,
Pastor.
I'm talking to Baba. I'm
I
talking
care
to
less
Baba.
about that.
Baba
Okay,
said,
okay,
yeah,
Baba.
I stipulated to what you said, enigmatic. That is
Okay.
some admonishment that everybody should take to heart. But all these people who do those things on the internet, they're not going to listen, right? But it's not any tribe, it's not any political party. It's just irresponsible people. But Baba, what I'm saying is that you can forge your own documents, right? For example, a practical test. You got $100. I bet you have $100 in your pocket, right?
We are talking about documents here.
Yeah, $100 a document, right? So you just listen
I
to
don't
me.
look at it as a document.
It is
It's a bill of exchange. It's a bill of exchange.
It's a bill of exchange, but let's say there's something that requires evidentiary hearing and it involves a particular note, a particular $100 bill with a serial number or whatever, or they want to dust it for fingerprints. It can be entered into evidence and it becomes a document in that sense. Like just here, that's not actually my point. What I'm saying is that if you go just casually and you take your own $100 bill and you forged it, now you have $200, right? One of them is forgery.
No. It's not the same thing,
Let me
Pansat.
land.
Talk to me about documents.
It's not the same thing.
It's not
Even
the
the
same thing.
$100 bill is not really your property. It's the property of the
That's
state.
government
It's not.
document. It's central
Exactly.
bank document.
But what I'm saying is that he didn't limit it to, he said, here, you could rewind it, right? He said, you cannot forge your own document. People forge.
Exactly. So money, a bill of exchange is not a document. So
That's an
talk about
example.
document.
Let me land. It could be anything. Okay, your birth certificate. It belongs to you.
Very
right?
good. Very good.
Give me one thing that belongs to you. Let's do that way.
My birth
what's
certificate, for instance.
Okay, you can't.
Your degree certificate belongs to you. That's yeah.
Okay, your birth
Even my
certificate.
birth certificate belongs to me.
Okay, let's use that. Your birth certificate, let's say you're born in 1952. It was issued to you by a particular county or state. I don't know where the hell you are. Whatever issues your birth certificate, they issue a birth certificate and you lost it, right? And then you go and make your own birth certificate, right? Your own. Now you just go to somebody and they print you one, right? And then they go to the county or whoever issued that birth certificate to you, a hospital, and they say, hey, no, we didn't issue that birth certificate. It's a forgery, right?
Listen,
Let me land now.
wait.
Let me land because that argument, all those things we're doing, it doesn't help us.
No, wait.
Let me just land
Can
now.
I counter you? It's my birth certificate. If everything, if I do a reproduction, a reprint, a reproduction, and everything is correct, the T's are crossed, the I's are dotted, the dates are correct. The worst the issuing county can say that this doesn't look like us, but let's check the records. And if the records are perfectly correct, I've not done anything wrong.
No, it is still doing something. It's a forgery. Let me tell you why. Hold on.
No.
Now, would you hold on? Just
Pastor,
hold
please,
on.
I want to ask one more question. Just a second, please. One
Sure,
more,
go
please. Is Ogbeni still on the platform?
Let me check. No, I think it's gone. Yeah.
Okay. I think I'll test you later. I want to connect with him behind the scene.
All right.
Yeah. Did you kick me out at first because I have to find out that I was kicked out?
No, I didn't kick you out. You left. No, you left. I cannot kick you out. You're one of the leading voices on the platform.
So okay, no, I just maybe my thing. My phone was acting up. Okay, no,
Can I say something, Panzat?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, the thing is this. Like I said the other time, you have to look at the legal space, and Eligmati can correct me if wrong. If within Nigeria, if you issue something and the authority, you have the authority that's okay, the only authority that can issue, and duplication is illegal, and the legal system within your space, legal space, understand it as forgery. It's forgery, no doubt. So you can't compare the issue of birth certificate and national population census and those people that can do that. You cannot make a copy of your certificate because there are procedure. If you lose your certificate, you go and swear affidavit. Or maybe if a national population census say, okay, they will replace. That's the
the rule of thumb, actually, to know what's forgery.
No, because that's the legal space. But in America,
listen
wait now, let me land now so that you continue. I'm just saying something to you so that you respond. But in America, they are telling you that the diploma, university diploma, you understand, is not legal. It's not something that you can use that you can use to hold someone like transcripts. It's just for ceremonial. Ceremonial is ceremonial.
No. Please. Okay. That's not true. Okay, let me tell you. Okay. The rule of thumb of what is a forgery or not is something you're going to tender to a second or third party that they can then go to verify if they issued it, right?
But forgery is a legal term. That's what you are missing it. Forgery is not just a street vocabulary. Forgery is a legal term.
It's a legal term. So that's why I'm trying to give you,
so
something.
Now, but the legal term must be applicable.
Hold on.
Barrister, Pansat.
Hold on, please. This is if you disagree with what I'm saying, then you go test it out. If you issue anything out that could be verified. Now, if you go to INEC and say, INEC, I made this certificate. I can't find my own. So I made this. Would you take it? Right? That's not a forgery. Do you understand? That's not a forgery. You told them you made it. Now they're supposed to say, oh no, we don't take this one. We want the one that's issued by an institution. But if you go there and you give it to them, and they're thinking that it's up to them not to verify, make sure that is the correct one, because you're liable. Right?
Okay, another question for you. Then I rest my case.
Ola, let me ask one question, please.
Baba,
if Tinubu were to be ordinary person and he has this kind of case in the US, will he be arrested by the police department?
Okay.
Not at the point of the school or whoever is trying to check that out. Now they could report him, right? Let's say there's an election.
That's what he done. No. Ordinary person, not a president.
No, I know. But
and this kind of issue crop up. Will they call the police department on him?
If they want, they should, right? But they don't have to.
Look at you.
The issue at that point with that institution is to disqualify him, right? That's different. Now, if you're disqualified, you still are in for some consequences, right? in the penal code section. As far as that institution is concerned, INEC, the only thing they're concerned with, the only thing that's giving them authority to do is to disqualify you. That's it. It's not a penal code where in a penal code it will say
that is not possible, even. They just laugh you to your face. That's all.
Baba, the simple answer to this, their forgery expedition now, right? Is the simple answer, dead on arrival, because it cannot be.
It's DOA. No doubt about it. It's DOA.
That's possible.
At level of Supreme Court. Even if let me give you the big if now. The big if, the Oga Patapata of the big if that for any reason that they actually even want to by one abracadabra, right, take this matter up and go back. At a point, forgery is a criminal case, right? They will have to even cross-examine some witnesses and even the president himself. Are you aware of that, Baba? So, and the president is covered by the immunity. So it means as long as the president
sits on that throne, nothing will happen.
So
I was going to go there.
Let me ask you then. Do you recall the NSAS movement, right? During the NSAS movement, they had 5 demands of the government. Tinubu was a
Let's go sleep, okay?
Tinubu was a corporate in that activity, right?
How was he a corporate? How was he a corporate?
Those kids.
Why didn't they repeat it for Mohbad? Only one tear gas. They all ran away.
Let me ask the question. You don't want to invoke the moderator. He's going to come in. If we're rowdy, the moderator is going to intervene. Let's just have a conversation.
Let me go with your
without the moderator. Let's talk. Hold on. What I'm saying is that during the NSAS movement, right? During that NSAS movement, Tinubu was alleged to have turned off that light at the toll bridge. So the people, the youth, right?
Now go make all of now buy because of this.
They came to talk to him about that. He ran away to France, right? That's not a court action, right? When it
didn't Sanwo-Olu go there? Sanwo-Olu went there, talked to them.
But Baba, hold on. Let me tell you one thing about this. Their NSAS non-stop. Let me tell you one thing now, because they want to hold Sanwo-Olu responsible as the chief executive of Lagos State, as the governor. They want to hold one way or the other. They want to tie it to Tinubu because of who Tinubu is, right? One way or the other, they just want to tie everything to Tinubu now. Not being the chief executive, not being the CNC. The only human being,
right? They're just picking on him, right? Poor thing. Every time they go to Tinubu.
Yeah, I'm telling you. So, unfortunately, the only person alive at that time who had the power to do anything or to command the military to give any last order is CNC Buhari, Abuja. Now, and I always tell these people this thing. Are people aware of the fact that we can play the same scenario, right? Trying to pin in on Sanwo-Olu now. Let's go to our Anambra State. When Peter Obi was the governor, the chief executive at the same time, when at Okuzu, right, SARS, the Izu River, more than 100 or about 100 Anabrarians, Anambra youths, that they pied them, right?
Floating on the river.
On the Izu River. The executive governor at that time was Peter Obi. So there's no way he's the chief executive of the state. He's the chief security officer of the state. Of course, we understand the fact that FSARS, Federal SARS, Okuzu, right, is under the federal level. Now, is it right and fair to say Peter Obi is culpable? And meanwhile, hold on. And meanwhile,
let me respond now. We don't have all day.
Hold on. And meanwhile, more than 2 times or 3 times, even at the last time when federal government set up SARS commission or whatever of inquiry, instead of Peter Obi to go to that panel and present his report or whatever he knows, instead of that, he took some sands. He went to court, right? for stay of execution, perpetual injunction. Up to now, the case is still pending, and we still do not know who gave the order in Anambra State. But in Lagos State, you want to flip it on Ashwaju, who was not in office, and the governor
who was not in government.
Who was not the CEC. So now they want to respond.
Let me respond to you.
Claire will be out of that. Give us rationalize why Obi shouldn't be pinned to that. They want to pin Ashwaju, who was not in office.
Enigmatic, you say you want to be a gentleman when you're talking. Be in order. Let's not invoke the moderator. Let's have a conversation. You laid it down, right?
Is one man still here?
What you're talking about, right? The way you couch those two scenarios is you have to look at it ontologically, right? You have Nigeria the way things are in Nigeria. Obviously, the governor is supposed to be the head of the chief security officer of the state, but that's not part of that's in the exclusive list, pretty much. So we know
he collects security votes every month.
All right, gentlemen, let's try and bring Patrick and Midwest into the conversation. So they are here, but we've not heard from them yet. So make that point, land the point, and then we bring Patrick, then Midwest in.
All right, thank you very much. So you have to look at things the way things are. That NSAS movement was a revolt, near revolution of the people, right? They actually ended up having 5 demands. It's not just the brutality issue.
Answer the Peter Obi one. You are not answering that.
Yeah. No, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. You have to look at it ontologically.
I mean, it's something you can answer within a second.
I am. Remember, others want to talk here. So let me just say to you that, you know what, maybe we'll let those people come in. If you are interested in that, we'll have another discussion on it because it's...
No, let me lead them in, but land your point, then I'll lead them in. Yeah.
The point I'm trying to make to you is that Tinubu was a culprit in the shenanigans that took place in that toll gate. So the people came out.
So Obi was a culprit too.
No, but just hear me.
That's the logic.
So Obi was a culprit.
No, he was not, because people didn't go after him.
Why not? Hold on.
They didn't
Obi
go
was
after
the chief
him.
executive. There's no way. Obi was the chief executive of Anambra State.
Collects the money and is responsible for turning on and
Tinubu
turning
was
on the
not.
light.
He was not
So
near.
you're not gonna let me talk now,
government.
moderator. You need
Because
to help
you're
me out here.
No, he was
Help
not
me
in
out so I
government.
can.
It was not in
He
government,
was
not
in
part of government.
All right. All right. Let's hear from Patrick. Patrick, come in. Patrick,
cut me up. I mean, when they do that, they take it away from me. That's not fair.
No, because it's going to go on, and I want to make sure all voices are documented, so that
very well.
Yeah, very well. Patrick, if you're ready, Patrick.
No, I just came in and I've just been trying to listen to what everybody's saying, so I've not been following. Maybe someone should go.
All right. Let's say from Midwest. If it's there, Midwest.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning to you.
I hope my mic is good.
We will enjoy it. Carry on.
Okay. The thing is this, my brother. They say the more you look, the lesser you see. I think that is the situation of the country. If we want to argue over the whole thing, whether he forged or he didn't forge, I think let's leave it to the judiciary and let them tell us what it takes to say, oh, we want to cancel somebody's the presidential election, or we want to nullify him as a president, because the whole issue presently is complex, but not too complex, because the university said Tinubu attended the school. They went there for the purpose of, he wasn't a student there, and in the process, even concerning that very particular male or female, the university said Tinubu is not the first person that they have that they have made that kind of mistake too. So it has been happening to other people as well. So to say he forged, that one is very, very complex to verify. It's just that the lawyers, I feel, they just want to eat money, and they keep on pushing. I would like to have answered one question. Me, I am a Peter Obi supporter, and you are. If today They said, Tinubu, you are no longer the president. Is Peter Obi having chance to become president of this country? Because the number 2 man is Atiku, and Peter Obi is number 3. What are the tools or opportunities or chances that Peter Obi have to challenge Atiku? I want Pansa to speak to that space.
Okay, let me answer that for you. Very simple, right? The election was held, and it has concrete numbers, right? Who won what state? Who won what precinct, right? It's documented. The one that INEC is parading, it's not the proper numbers. In that BVAS, it has those numbers. And in the forms with polling agents, they have those numbers. They have the thing that was signed, right? They know what it is, the actual numbers. So they've gone to the tribunal, and the tribunal just threw them away. But it's not over, though, because the Supreme Court is going to have a chance and the powers, extraordinary and mandamus, to see those things, right? So when Obi says he has the numbers where he won, he might have won 20, maybe 25, 26, 27 states.
I think he wanted a snapshot response so he can carry on.
The snapshot response is this. Let me cut it on this way again.
Yeah.
Is there any challenge from Obi against Atiku?
Yes. Obi challenging certain states that Atiku won. Obi is actually challenging certain states that he won, including Lagos. So he's challenging Atiku. He's challenging himself. He doesn't believe that the number they gave him in Lagos is his number. He knows, and he's going to win, because all you have to do is to take a look at it. They turned it off, but it's there.
But what I come to observe is that Obi supporters are not supporting Atiku, because with the forgery. Wait. Obi did not go to United States to request for that certificate. It does not present any case like that. Why are we not supporting that something? Is it in favor of Obi or favor of Atiku?
And I'm going to tell you what is right, right? Those who are not against you are for you. If Obi, by strategy, by intuition, or otherwise, right? If Atiku can disqualify Tinubu, the election will be run over again. People like show where they get a chance. A lot of them get a chance because they're gonna rerun the election, right? So so therefore, strategically, tactically, and strategically, it's a good thing.
All right.
So don't give hope. If you're an Obi supporter, he knows what he's doing. He's been through this route before, and he lost up until the Supreme Court restored him back to office.
No,
all right.
Let me put this one. There is no space for Obi coming to be the president. Just have that one in your mind. It's not that people are wrong.
That's your opinion.
Wait, right. And I will tell you the reason is this. Obi has not been able to prove that he won that election. It's just like, let's disqualify this man. They cheated me. He's not even challenging Tinubu. He went there to challenge INEC. That's just the fact.
Listen to this. Let me tell you. You're wrong. You're wrong. You are 1,000% wrong.
There's no proof. They are not able to tell. Look, they are not able to even state the exactly polling unit where he was cheated in the whole of the state.
Listen to this. You are 1,000% wrong. Even if you go, listen to me.
I think it is time for Obi to say, Tinubu, I supported you, but you don't win me.
That's wishful thinking, right?
For another generation of Indians to destroy all the opportunities.
You want to be liked by Yorubas on this platform. That's peer pressure. That's wishful thinking, right? Listen to this. First of all, what I hope, let me just give you my own opinion. What I hope is that they will run the election, because at the minimum, it's actually unknowable what would have happened if INEC went ahead and respected the Nigerian people and conduct an election. We have beavers. This technology works. They ran a lot of elections prior to this one where that beavers made the difference, right? Nobody challenged the results, aside from the one in the I forgot where's that Adeleke family and one other place, right? But the
Ocean
Rivers
State.
works. Ocean State. So now, this is not political. I'm just trying to tell you the best thing for our country, for clarity and everything else, is to rerun that election, right? But if you go by what Obi is saying in his appeal, right?
Wait.
Yeah.
The university, they said Tinubu attended their school. So what else do you want?
They said a Tinubu.
Are you in school?
All right.
No,
Well, I think
let me
we.
finish.
All right. All
Okay,
right.
let me finish that.
Oh no,
Hold on.
hold on. Midwest. Just hold on, because your system is quite woofy and so somewhat. Yeah. So just give us a few more lines, and then we hear from Patrick, and then we start to wrap up.
Okay. This kind of something happened in
Let me commend you
Wait,
again.
it happened in those states. Wait, let me just put this one in, please. I give example. It happened in my state.
Obedient backbones. So I just like it. Just let them leave them in the one man.
It happens in my state.
Midwest. Hold on, your connection is a bit woofy.
Okay. Talk later.
Okay, so the answer is this in a snapshot, in a nutshell, whichever one you like. A Tinubu with a middle initial A attended that school. Yes, that's a Tinubu that attended. So now the question is, which is it? Who is that Tinubu? That's where that one lies. Atiku is not a pursuit of that. That is something that is coming out.
Bola Ahmed Adekunle Akanbi Tinubu. Yorubas don't just have one name.
Yeah, hold on. You cannot. That's your opinion, and you may be right. And I
What
hope
do you
you're
mean be right? Are you
I
Yoruba?
am correct.
No, what I'm saying,
Are you
what I'm
Yoruba?
talking about,
It's telling you that Yorubas don't just have one name. Yeah.
No, I agree with that, but I'm saying the identity of that Tinubu. Who is that? That is not established so far, right? But I'm on your side on this.
It's established with the SS number.
But Baba, please hold on. We're
No, I'm telling you facts.
We're not
You
talking
are spewing propaganda. But I'm telling you facts.
Okay,
you are US. You belong here. Go check. You must have a means of checking the SS number out. That
People
particular one, Richard Dale,
right?
and the one in on his transcript. Check it out. They will give you Bola Tinubu.
Baba, you know their problem. Most of them, right? 70% of them, they live in the US, but they want to listen to hearsays, but they cannot put their money $20, $20, and $30 and make their own.
Even the ones that have done it enigmatic, you know, they will reel back and then make adjustment and come out to spew lie. That's what they do.
The SSN, you will know that
let me land now before one man won't let me land because you guys. You are
talking, but you are not making. You are talking, but you are not talking.
You yourself can check it out, Pansa.
You can check it out. Check it. You say you live in the US now.
On this particular issue,
take a flight
right?
to Chicago
please, Enigmatic, you're out of order again. Let me say, what I'm saying is that on this particular issue, Bob, I'm with you. I don't want that to be the case. Trust me. I don't want it to end up being that Tinubu actually did identity theft. But I gotta tell you,
no, I can't hear that well. Please repeat.
The rabbit does not run around in the afternoon for nothing, right? That's the reason why he's got a guilty conscience already. You can't see me anywhere. If the FBI releases documents that shows there's a female Tinubu out there, then it's over, right?
You are in Texas. That particular Tinubu lives in Texas. Search your phone books. Search the hospitals. She's a medical personnel. She's 52 years old. She graduated 1998, Uni Loring.
God bless you. He wasn't even in the US at that particular time.
The FBI may call you to testify since you know this particular thing so well. I'm telling you, it's a more sinister.
No, it's not a hidden thing.
It's not a hidden thing now.
I hope one man knows your phone number and your address because
he has it. I will step up. I will step up.
There's an allegation, right? That there's a missing.
If we start to dig
come on, Panza. You are just adding this right now.
No. Listen, there's a Southwest.
Enigmatic.
If we start to dig Obi today.
Yeah, no, actually, it is rowdy. And gentlemen, with your indulgence, I'm going to start to round up. When it hits the hour mark, Thomas is not around, and it's going on 6 hours, and I'm barely keeping my eyes open. So yeah, just a few more minutes, and then we'll wrap it up.
Let me just say this one to Pansat so that he can take this along. You know, it's quite easy to associate everything with only one man. Atiku is there, who is probably, we've seen what his boss said about him. Obi is there, who has Pandora issues, Pandora boss, or what do they call it, right? Who on an annual basis for almost 4 years or 8 years that he was the governor of Anambra State, making almost or over $5 million when he kept Anambra's money in his personal bank that he has over 70% of shares. A lot of things like that. Do you think he doesn't know that he's a criminal, or because they've not started with them? When they start with them, all these things you guys are covering, because you guys are covering it. It was all over the media, on Twitter. A lot of people who were calling Obi thieves, who were calling him the most unproductive governor in Anambra State, they turned overnight. And Nobu Igwe, all of them, you can see their tweets when they were cursing Obi out. But because of the fact that we should just forget 2023 and let Obi ride, is glory now. By the time they start,
should I go next or Baba go next?
So we all know
you're
like we say.
to what we're talking about. That's not responsive. But Baba, go ahead. Then
but you don't want to listen to Obi now. But you want to all of you you don't want to listen to Obi stuff. But you want to listen to the stuff every time. You want to listen to the stuff every time.
There's not
all right, gentlemen. Let me do this. I'll shut it down on the YouTube, and then the conversation can carry on the backstage.
Okay, well, man, have a very good night.
All right, just stay as you are, because I think you guys still want to talk. But let me shut. Yeah. Let me shut it down on the YouTube. So thank you everyone, to the super chatters, the happy clappers. Of course, you're the official sponsor of the platform. So that's how you're wrapping through.
When you show YouTube, Abby?
What's that?
It's Midwest. So you will remove me, Abby?
No, everybody will still be there, but we will not be transmitting, but you will be, you can still carry on your conversation. Babati has joined you, so he will put the elegance of royalty to your conversation. But let me rattle through the administrative stuff. So that's Ayo right there. Thank you, Ayo. And of course, Ayo keeps the lights on the platform, and there he is paying the NEPA bill right there. So thank you, Ayo. The man with the golden gun, Ike Ogiome, here he is joining Ayo. Kulata discovers his wallet to do that. Olatubosun, a name that's a recording decimal now, Prince Daddy, of course, said hello on the screens and said, how are you with a super chat. So there's Ayo again, having the final word. This is the fourth of many, asking what the point of Pansat is, a question we're still all asking. There is Ola chiming in there, and that is the fourth of many still there. So thank you, one and all.
One man, please, before you leave, please do me a favor, and maybe next week, let's dedicate just a day going through. I know we've done it before, during the election cycle. We need to actually discuss Obi's record at everything. The same way you're talking about Tinubu stuff. Let's also talk about Obi, and I'm hoping that my very
you know what I'm actually looking to do. Maybe I'm going to have to contact a lawyer or something. I want to request Peter Obi's academic records.
Exactly.
I want to request it. Right, because people have been sending me records of his primary school. His WAEC thing, which, as you no surprises, are not especially impressive. And we know that he took an inordinately long time to go through University of Nigeria Nsukka. So what is the record there? So I'm looking for that portal to interrogate Peter Obi.
Atiku as well.
Well, nobody is interested in Atiku, but
I want this thing, and I'm hoping that my friend will be here to discuss that. Pansat will be here to also.
I will be here.
If I find something wrong, do you know the circumstances surrounding Obi's father? Do you know the circumstances surrounding Obi's father?
Yeah, tell us. I think the audience wants to know.
So I think that's what I'm saying. You know, when you open Obi's chapter, they quickly want to parry it aside and go back to Tinubu real fast, right?
You know, I've often said, but nobody is taking on the conversation. In that class of 2023, Peter Obi is the most indictable of all of the candidates, of all of them. If you go and look at the details of his impeachment, and you know that impeachment is still not been addressed because they got off on the technicality. So all of the allegations, we're talking about one of the most crude nepotism that we've ever witnessed. He has this guy, I think Paul Ododiem, his name is, or something like that, who is his co-partner in his Next International, and all of the contracts during his administration in Anambra State, it was just funneling it to this guy, somebody that you co-own the company to. No due process throughout all of his administration, no reference to the state house.
So,
bring it on.
The
guy is as crooked as
they always want to talk about it.
If you have anything like that, bring it on. I really
let me tell you this one more real quick. You know, they always want to talk about drug, right? Obi's childhood friend is from Oba. Is it from Oba or Ekusigo in Anambra State, right? People knows this guy to be one of the kingpins. Look, yeah, this is why they don't want to open the chapter of this guy. When they are ready for this guy, when they open the chapter, you know, it's like, you know, when you go to Ariara market or you go to Main Market in Indonesia, right? The way they will package fake Adidas for you as the authentic Adidas, this is the way they package this guy for this election. And
okay, you know why you're wrong about that. Let me tell you. It was not a binary election between Tinubu and Obi.
No, we are not talking about.
Will you be quiet so I can land?
You too quiet too.
Right?
You too quiet too.
Talking. Let me get a word in here.
You too quiet.
Like
you too quiet too. You don't want to listen about Obi.
All right.
You've been talking about Tinubu for 10 hours.
All right, gentlemen. Let me say goodbye.
You're fair. Try to be fair.
Let me say goodbye to let me say goodbye to the internet, and then so thank everyone for joining us. Make sure you join us. Hold on. I may have to wait a little bit longer. Let me see. Who can I shuffle for this guy? Let me shuffle you Midwest just because your connection is poor. All right, JB, are you the same JB that was backing and forthing on Rudolph's platform just now? JB, on mute.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, were you the one that was trying to educate them on Rudolph's platform earlier on?
Yes, I was the one.
Yeah, I was speaking to you in the comment section that you are on a fool's errand. It's not going to land. They're not interested in the truth. But I think you've come to that realization yourself.
You are right. I knew it, but I just went in there when Rudolph said he would like to see someone who can take.
Do you think Rudolph meant that? Anyway, let me know. Rudolph is a good friend of mine, so I can't slag him off. But carry on.
That was why I went in. So I'm a silent listener on your platform. I'm on your platform almost every day, but I've never come on for once. So you guys are doing a very great job. This is the only platform where other people's opinion are welcomed. So I knew that on Rudolph platform, they don't entertain any other diverse opinion.
Okay. Make that point then that you were trying to get across earlier on. So just have like a 3 to 5 minute window to put across the points that you were trying to make on Rudolph's space.
Yeah, the point is that all those things that they were saying, that Tinubu did not attend the school, he did not graduate, it's a identity theft, all those shenanigans there. So I just went there to point to them from the position where the school are found that he attended the school, he graduated, he was issued a certificate, and there are points in the disposition that the INEC diploma that is consistent. That INEC diploma is consistent with those ones issued in the 90s.
So all right, I'm going to ask you some questions, but before I do that, Pansat, in this instance, you must let this guy speak. So let him speak. So have you read the deposition, JB?
From the beginning to the end.
All right. Do you identify within it where either it was said directly or it was inferred that Tinubu's certificate was a forgery?
There is no place.
Okay, so which section within that deposition are they referencing to come to that conclusion?
Oh, there's no place in the deposition where they come to conclusion that it's a forged or fake certificate.
Okay, in that deposition, did the Chicago State University say that they have no recognition of the certificate that Tinubu presented to INEC?
They did not say they have no recognition. They said they couldn't authenticate that INEC diploma because they don't have it with them. Any diploma that has been picked up, the school will not have it with them. So for you to prove that it's forged or it's fake, the school must have it in their possession. Once it has left the school possession, they can only compare it to that particular year's other diploma that has been issued. The reason why INEC was saying that they did not issue that one in 1979, that was where people were saying it was forged. The school said they didn't issue that particular diploma in 1979 because Asiwaju graduated in 1979 and he has been issued a diploma immediately when he graduated in 1979, but he lost that one. When he now reordered, it was in the 90s that he reordered. There is a statement in the deposition that confirms that that particular one that Asiwaju submitted to INEC is consistent with others issued in the 90s. If you go to page 40, line 12, page 40, line 12 says that it consistent with the one issues in the 90s. But they will not point to that.
So okay, so there's a copy. Is there a copy of Tinubu's diploma that has not been picked up?
It seems, if you read through, it seems there was one that was requested by Nauru.
Okay. Now, when Tinubu lost his certificate under Abacha, yes, did he reorder another one from CSU?
He reordered and he didn't pick it up. That was the one that was issued to Nahuru.
Okay, so which certificate then is he presenting to INEC?
He now reordered another one in the 90s when he wanted to contest for governorship. So that was the one that he presented to INEC. Because he got that one around 97 or 98, around that time. And the school came up with another 3 certificates, another diploma that were issued at that point in time. And the one with INEC is consistent with those ones.
Okay. Sorry, just a quick question. So the one he used for his governorship in 1999,
yes,
is the same diploma is submitted for the 2023 election.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Well, was that diploma challenged by Fawemi? Was that part of the Fawemi challenge, or was it? What was the? Do you know what the Fawemi challenge was?
The issue with Fawemi might be, you know, when
if you don't know, say you don't know. Yeah.
Well, okay, let me, because I don't want to say anything outside the deposition. I want to the only thing because I've only read the deposition. Is only from there.
All right. So where is the smoking gun in that deposition? Where is the smoking gun?
I wish the Supreme Court could take in that new evidence, and the Supreme Court will stamp it that INEC diploma that Asiwaju submitted is authentic from the school. That is what that deposition is saying. There is no smoking gun at all. The issue of age, it was explained. The issue of sex, it was explained. The issue of 1952, 1954 of the ages, that the differences in the age, it was explained in the deposition.
What about the issue of Government College Lagos?
That one didn't come up in the deposition.
Right, but that's still a hanging charge. But
sorry, if it is not in front of the court, we are just saying all this on our own. The court will decide what is in front of them. And Asiwaju in this in this era did not put any primary or secondary school in his form, so you can't debate it because he didn't indicate any primary or secondary in his form, so you can't debate it.
All right. So, what is your understanding then of this all this hoopla and brouhaha that is agitating the obedient mind? Why do you think they are all bent up and doing somersaults? What is jarring their senses?
No, it's all political. As what's your friend who say? What's his name? I forgot his name now.
Okay, carry on.
So it's all political. Asiwaju, Atiku just went there to waste a lot of money. The law firm that Atiku used in US, they are very, very top law firm. Their name is Decade. I know Decade in UK. I know them very well. I did some work with them. So very, very expensive and high level law firm. So he must have spent a lot of money. Definitely all those money are wasted. Those lawyers are very, very intelligent. They push Carlos Westberg to say that Asiwaju diploma was forged or was a fake one. They pushed him to that wall, but he didn't say it. The only thing that he said that was
do you have the section in that deposition where they pushed him? Do you know the section?
Yeah, if you go to page 41, if you go to page 41, so section from 3 downward, line 3 downward. That's my phone. Do you have the deposition with you?
I do.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for it.
If you don't have it to hand, just carry on it.
Yeah, it is from that page 41 downward, line 3 downward.
Right. So what does that tell us?
So the guy was asking Carlos Westberg that does he recognize the INEC diploma, and he said, I don't want to say my word now. So if you have it there, you can just read from line 3, please.
All right. Let me do this. All right. Yeah, making me read after 6 hours of. It says, no, it's all right. It says a question. You have never seen a diploma that cuts off. I think we actually read this already, and that was why we. Yeah. It says a question. you have never seen a diploma that cuts off the signature of Herbert Conley's position like that. Correct? Answer correct. And then question. And CSU does not have a 1979 diploma that contains the same font, CL signatures and wording apart from the INEC diplomat. Correct? Answer correct. When it gets to the point, tell me to stop. Question. And CSU does not know of any diplomas like the INEC diploma haven't ever been issued. Correct? And then the answer, I believe, that's what we produced in the request. Hold on. The ones that are like it are CSU 8, 9, and 10. Question.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You see that the one that is like the one they were showing is the one issued. Let me read that. I believe that's what we produce in the request. Hold on. The one that are like it, that are like INEC diploma, are CSU 8, 9, 10. There are other diplomas that were they put on the table. So Carlos Westberg was now saying that that particular one you are holding, the INEC one, we didn't issue that in 1979. That is where they are shouting, oh, it's forged, it's forged, it's forged. And how could they issue that in 1979 when it was reordered in 1990s? So it's now saying that those ones, 8, 9, 10, if you read the next line, the question says, CSU 8, 9, 10 are dated 90s, correct? You are correct. So those three certificates, they are consistent with the one that Asiwaju submitted to INEC because it was reissued or reordered in the 90s. So it will never be the same thing like the one in the 79. So that is why Carlos Westberg said this one, we didn't issue this one in 1979. That is the statement that they are holding, that it is forged. So, but later, the guy confirmed that that one is consistent. It looks like the one in the 90s. And Asiwaju reordered that one in the 90s.
While you have this exhibit up, could I ask him a question right there?
Yeah, go on. Go on,
all right,
Pastor.
so, by the way, you're doing a good job, and we're proud of you as one of
Thank
our
you.
countrymen. When I noticed that you paused a little bit when it said like in the earlier paragraphs, I believe it was 8. There's a noise. What, Mike? Could you try to have somebody mute? So when you pause and when she used that word colloquially, like something can be like something. It could be similar, but it's not identical, right? You understand what I mean? Something could be colloquially it's like that. It looks like that, but it's not identical. It's similar, but it's not identical, right? Do you understand what I mean by that?
Yeah.
You agree with that?
I agree with
by
that.
using the word colloquially, the ones that are like those.
Right? Look. Let's not get bogged down in some sort of semantic gymnastics. Hold on. No. It doesn't make anything. The language is consistent with the question. The question is, and CSU does not know of any diploma like the INEC diploma having ever been issued. Exactly. And then he in that tone of language answered suit. So carry on, JB.
Yes, you are right.
Don't bog us down in nonsense.
I haven't gotten to where I'm going. I want to ask him something. That's why it's important, right? He's quite eloquent. He knows what he's saying. He's not here to trick us, right? I look at him as a credible person, credible witness. So
don't worry.
When it answered on 12, I believe that's what we produce in the request. Hold on. The ones that are like it are CSU 8, 9, and 10. That's what I mean. This like right here on 12 and 13. Okay, they are like it 8, 9, and 10. Now you say that 8, 9, and 10 are dated in the 90s, right? It says you're correct. One man, could you go further down, because I believe they also asked about the 79, about 19 and 20. Could you just or remove the fourth that super chat right there. Maybe we could see it without you moving. But if you're gonna leave the super chat, just move it up to 1920 because it talks about the 79. Which his point is that it's like the ones that were issued in the 79 in the 90s is different from the ones that are issued in 79. But because my point is that at no point, especially when we go to 42 and 43, they got the focus like a laser beam by asking her, "Did you issue this?" He said no.
No,
So
no.
hold on, it's right there.
All right,
One
let's
man
hear
can
from
go to
JB.
42
Let's
and
hear from
43. We'll have that.
Yeah, JB, carry on.
So the reason, if you go back to the question, the questionnaire used the word like. So it is.
Sorry, are you a lawyer, by the way, JB?
I'm not a lawyer.
All right, carry on.
Okay then. Sorry about that. It's okay. I was only saying because the word like something can be similar but not identical, and once it's not identical.
Can you not do this, my guy? My guy, please now. Don't look. It's gone all the way through. So let me just say this. If you look at this question here, and I'm going to do this, and then JB give us your summary, and then we might just want to be rounding it up. It says, and the CSU doesn't know of any diploma like the one the INEC diploma. And that was the tonality of the question, and that was the tonality of the answer. Just carry on, JP. I cannot abide this any longer.
So the questionnaire was pushing Carlos Westberg to use the word forge. If you get down to page 41, line 9, you will see, have you ever seen a diploma purporting to be from CSU?
What page?
40, that page 41.
Yeah.
Line 9.
Well, line 9 now.
42 probably. 42.
Okay. I think it's 42. Yeah, 42, line 9.
Right.
That is, have you ever seen a diploma purporting to be from CSU but was actually forgery? You see that the questionnaire, it was the one that was using that word forgery. So he wanted Carlos Westberg to agree. So, and he said yes, he has seen it before. Can you give me some example of that? I cannot provide a name or entity that provider. You can Google it. So he now came back with the same question in another way. He asked that question for about 7 times. And CSU has no record of issuing this INEC diploma to President Tinubu in the 79. That was when Asiwaju's lawyer, Mr. Adamson, now objected to that. That you have asked that question, why are you still asking it again? He said, okay, that the guy should go ahead to answer it. So the only thing that they couldn't find out from Carlos Westberg is that INEC certificate was forged. They could not find it out. They could not get that out of him. So, but they inferred that by their own, that because Carlos Westberg said this INEC certificate, we did not issue it in the 79. In 1979, we didn't issue this one. But this one you are holding is consistent with the one we usually issue in the 90s. And above in line 12 of page 40, that it says that he could not authenticate this certificate because he doesn't have it in front of him. So there is no place in the deposition that it was agreed or confirmed that the certificate was forged or is fake. So all this noise are all social media noise. When this gets in front of the judges, in front of the learned people in the issue of law, easily they will just discard this, that because Carlos Westberg agreed that Asiwaju attended and graduated. So what else are they saying? All others are noise. And the SSN number, social security number, that was on the Southwest form is consistent with the one they have in CSU. So they are dealing with the same person. That confirms that CSU is dealing with the same person. And if this the SSS number is checked up, it came up with Bola A. Tinubu. male for that matter, male. So it's all noise, one man.
So I was just saying in just earlier on that it will probably serve for them to admit that that whatever it is that just to close the matter, you know.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That I wish that Supreme Court will take in this new evidence that they are shouting about. But unfortunately, I don't think they will take it in as new evidence. But
They should take it in and invite this Westbrook to Nigeria to come and stand in front of them.
If it's fortunately taken in, Supreme Court will just stamp that INEC certificate diploma as authentic, original, and that will be it. Is that, and that's stamped as you 8 years in government. That's it.
Please, what's your name, if I may ask, if you don't mind? What's his name, one man?
JB.
My name is JB.
Okay, JB. Let me ask you one question real quick. Are you aware of the fact that even the application, the admission application, is the application letter that Ashwaju, procured to get admission into that school? It was published and in the application, because these people are trying to claim female or male or somewhere now.
No, female.
He actually checked that box, right?
Yeah.
He checked that box that signified that he's a male.
Yes.
Did you see? You saw that application that he sent to in his application letter, right? To this.
I saw it.
To CSU.
And when CSU wrote admission letter to Ashwaju, the salutation was Mr. It was Mr. Tinubu. Where they inferred female is, there was a mistake on the form from Southwest, where F was used instead of male, and in front of it was SSS number.
Okay. Stay there. That SSS number, yes. Right? What is the result of the SSS number for those who have been able to check it?
The result shows that it is Asiwaju and it is male. It is Abola Tinubu, male. Okay. And even it shows spouse to be Oluremi Tinubu.
God bless you. So why I'm asking that is for people who like hearsays, right? Who like hearsays, and they will not even try to bring out maybe $10 or $5 or $20 to make their own independent, research. And they live in the United States. They can call for maybe $200 or $300, right? To fly to Chicago, just like Reno did, to get this thing by themselves. But because they want to engage in the parody of that propaganda, they don't want to get the fact by themselves.
You know what was funny? On Rudolph yesterday, one guy checked up the number, and he said he has checked up the number. The name there is Abimbola, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, show us. So he now show us a short screen, a page that say the number is confirmed, and show us the result. He said, no, that is what it was the one that paid to check it up. So he can't show us why are you reading the name? Show the results that
because they know what they are doing. That Abimbola, she's in Texas. That Abimbola they are referring to, she's a female. She's in Texas. She's 52 years old. She's schooled, right? She's a medical doctor, right? Earned a degree from University of Ilorin.
Yes.
In North Central Nigeria. Now, how do you juxtapose and then rationalize that to be so? People who want to
peddle the law. Can I ask a question real quick, please? There was also another woman that they put her picture online. Do you think these people can find a way to sue a few some of these obedience? They need to, what can those people do? Because it's unfair to put people's pictures and live on the internet.
Babati, I can't really say more, but behind the scenes things are really going on. That lady that they actually put her picture, right? People, it's like they are dealing with the.
It's not fair now. You cannot just put people's life without. Life was all online now. That's not fair.
Unfortunately, they are dealing with the Yoruba people now who are ready for their goals. Yeah. Right? What they did was that they went back. Some people within the the APC group. They went back, so they found that lady, the LinkedIn, her profile and everything, and they copied the lady. The lady's name is, I think, is Nikita, whatever. She's an American lady. Yes, her name is probably Nikita Z or whatever. She's an American lady. But when they caught them, then they switched to Abimbola, the one that lives in Houston. So when they switched to that, then they found out that lady too, that she's a medical doctor in Houston, 52 years old, and she's schooled. She had a medical degree from UI and from University of Ilorin before she came to the US. So at the material time, they were linking her with Asiwaju. She was not even in the US at that time at all.
Enigmatic. I want that guy Kalu Kalu. I want them to charge him to.
No, leave all those ones. Things are, what they are doing. Things just.
No, the laws. If you want done, maybe 2 or 3 of them, they have to do it. It has to happen. Please, it has to happen.
If you notice,
they must do that though. They must do that because this sort of behavior that we are saying, it cannot be allowed to go.
Hold on. The first woman that they put the picture on, if you remember back then, she runs an NGO, okay? And you know how an NGO gets funding. It's based on trust. So if they don't trust the head of the NGO, there's no funding now. If I don't like a career, but if I don't carry a business now, why would you do that? That's not fair to that person.
Babati, before you came on board, somebody on this platform was already, parroting the idea of FBI. They've been carrying this FBI will release some stuff on this certain day. But FBI now, they're already on top of some certain situation because they caught one of them.
Yeah.
And they do not understand. And this is what actually get me worried, that you claim, quote unquote, that you live in the United States of America, because they are the one that will start parroting the fact that in Sena climes, but you reside in that Sena climes, you do not understand the laws. Are you aware of the fact that even in the US here, they have dynamic data laws, data system laws, state by state, and there's a general one that actually tells you that they find certain documents or certain things to be classified.
So, hold on, Enigmatic. I'm going to post my Instagram link in the comment section again, and this is a clarion call to any and everybody that is listening. And if you are watching it on Watch Back, my Instagram link is at the top of the homepage for the platform. So I am looking to investigate Peter Obi's academic records, right all the way from secondary school all the way through to his time at UNN. So we might need a Nigerian-based lawyer for that. So anybody that knows how to walk that process, I'm ready to take it on. We want to interrogate Peter Obi's academic records.
Woman, how about his period during government and not those contracts he was giving to his friends during when he was a governor in Anambra? I think that is where to even
Is this Emeka, right?
Yes, this is Emeka.
I thought we lost you, Emeka. You've been so quiet.
No, you didn't lose.
You slept and woke
I slept off, but JB woke me up. I just woke up to say, JB, you did a very good job, because when you were there, you shut the hell out of their mouth. You were giving it to them. When they were all rowdy, speaking. But once you got there, you gave them you brought the fear of God into their hearts. You brought silence and silence into their camp.
It was at Rudolph station.
Yes. He brought silence into their camp. And no, JB was very professional.
In fact, JB cost me money, because I was even super chatting him that leave these people alone. They are not interested in it. They are not interested in any facts now. But he thought he could. He thought he could civilize them. They are not interested in facts.
Emeka, hold on a second, please. People are not playing now. People actually went to FBI office now, and FBI they are, because look, like you said probably 2 days ago, I think they are making a mistake that they are not dealing with the normal, quiet, and liberal northerners. right?
Yeah,
But what they don't understand is that the Southwest, they are just waiting for that Supreme Court thing to be over. When that level is over, even from Lagos, from that Lagos there, they will smell pepper. That they should
that's why I said fight these people fire for fire. That's the only way they will stop this nonsense. Just like Madam Zita has been saying, these people are headless mob. They will keep on lashing onto anything just to make it stick or misinform the public. But once they see, many of them are now recognizing that this is not like the Buhari administration. If you are not authentic enough, just don't go ahead. So I've listened to you, and I'm happy that some people are waiting, and they are going to start to fight these people fire for fire. After the Supreme Court, I dare anybody to come and be saying nonsense again. So people need to go to jail for this. Completely.
All right.
They need to go to jail.
Thank you.
Hold on. Let's hear from Folly B, who started with us, but he dropped and then it's back. Hopefully.
Just before Folly B, please, I need to go. I need to drive for an hour to get to church. So I will be leaving. I'm going to church now. So, and
pray for the obedience whilst you are there. But
Enigmatic, I follow you. I follow you on Twitter. I know I don't want to mention the name you bear on Twitter, so I follow you on Twitter. Don't worry about it.
Okay, no bother.
I've listened to you on some spaces on Twitter.
Okay, no bother. We are ready for them. Don't worry.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah. All right. Brilliant. Join us again, JB. Join us tomorrow, and then we expand a bit more on your findings. Folly B, I came to you almost first, but I'm not sure if you heard me or you fell asleep. But Folly, let's hear from you.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning. You slept and woke up, and we're still here making noise.
Well, you guys are doing a very wonderful job over there. I applaud you for that. Fine. As in these days, I love to just come on board to just listen to everybody saying something. But still, I won't say that I won't have my own thoughts about what is going on. But
you don't necessarily have to speak to this. You just whatever you feel like. Just free flow.
Yeah. Yes. What I want to say is like the past is actually hurting Tinubu. Past is hurting him, seriously. I know there is a problem somewhere. There is something somewhere that's actually bringing all these things out, which I can relate it with past, what has happened in the past. But I'm not sure if you actually believe that he can find himself in this kind of position in the future. And it happened. And the little mistakes that he made during that period is actually hurting him if we are to be sincere with ourselves. Because it's obvious. Is that anybody is trying to say anything to make it look like there is not something fishy somewhere about him. If we want to be sincere here, there is an error somewhere that is causing all these things. Actually, he went to Chicago, he did all these things, he has his results, he has this thing, but there is an error somewhere that is bringing all these things out. Because in the first place, like my primary school mates, we are still talking till today. We can still see ourselves on the street and still say something to ourselves. My secondary school place, we still have our WhatsApp group that we are still doing things together. So why would somebody tell me that throughout his life, he doesn't have a friend from primary school, doesn't have anybody that can actually say, okay, we went to the same secondary school together. So I think something is fishing in there, but I don't want to talk much about all these people, because even if Tinubu failed and Atiku emerged, who is Atiku? The same people, the same criminal, let me put it that way, as my own language about them. So I never see any one of them speaking to what I think I should be listening to, even including their obedience of him, the big questions. I've never seen any one of them. Okay? Because these people don't really have us at heart. They are actually doing everything they are doing for their own political gains. So if anybody think I is following them because of you want one of them to be fall, and so that the one of them will continue from where they stopped, I'm saying that person as an unserious type. We have to take our own life serious this time around. But that these people are just there. Tinubu saga and everything certificate is a sign of a failed country that we have now. Okay, and I won't lie to you. I personally, when I wanted to travel in 2006, the agents make one what's it called, passport for me that is not even on my name. Immediately they bring it out to me. Then I was to travel to Malta. Immediately I saw it that is not my name on it. I have to cancel the whole thing. Today me and that agent we are not greeting ourselves because he's expecting me to pay the balance. And I'm saying, this is not what you promised. How should I travel to another person's country without my name? They give me somebody's name, a prince name. I think these are the error that is there that everybody can actually speak to. But me, I don't want to be in their caucus dragging whatever they're dragging. My own is.
Foley, I actually brought one headline because of you, so I'm glad you came back. So I brought this headline on the screen because of you. So can you see it? Let me read it out to you. It says 73.9% Nigerians happy with their lives. So this runs contrary to what you come here and tell us every time you turn up. 73% of Nigerians, they are happy. So what do you have to say to that?
Who is saying that?
A report.
Who is giving us that report?
Oh, I don't know. It says the pandemic recovery survey is what they are calling themselves.
And we have to look at the source of people bringing out things here before we can actually say it that is right. Okay, who is that person? Like there was a day I'm actually on this group. Somebody actually said something here, and I went back to go and check the person's profile on Facebook. I noticed that it's all these bats, all these people. So I didn't give myself a headache on him anymore because I have actually traced his sources to them. So if anybody is coming here to say anything, that person should be okay. You should come to the street, sample the mind of the people. You see whether people are smiling or people are happy. I was in a place yesterday. I was to like stay there for a very, very long time. But immediately I'm hearing the news about that area, the way they are smashing car, the way they are shooting people. I was like, I have to just take my car and leave the place immediately because the place is not more safe for me. And this is an environment where I can be till 2 o'clock before, which I will not be panicking if anything happens. But the system is, people are getting more frustrated. People want to do anything now to make money, and because money is not even coming with you being legit. Again, you have to be crook, you have to be criminal before you can actually make good money. So it's not really, things are not really rosy here. Don't let anybody say to you like, okay, it's only people who are contented with whatever they have. Wow, we are fine, we are good, we are not complaining. Me, I'm not even complaining about the system because I'm not even that feeling it that much. But when you now have your phone and you have almost 15 people comment as in calling you every day, begging you for something, as in the way they will stand, these people are actually suffering. And if you don't have those people, if you don't think about them and you don't talk for them, you are not a man enough. You are not a man enough. If you think you are okay because you can get it from somewhere, because you are doing something that is fetching you money, and you feel some people around you are not feeling the same way, and these guys are putting their best every day, but yet it's not giving them anything. They are not making any way out of it, and you think the system is working. Let everybody just continue to deceiving ourselves. I pray that what is happening now in this country is not consuming one of us. I pray. So I'm not here to speak about Obi, Atiku, whatever. All of them are failure. They are the same set of people who are just looking for themselves. I think Nigerians have to rearrange and organize themselves. Even the obedient movement that we're all talking about, these guys are they had their mind. They want that change, but they didn't know how to drive, where to take their hunger to. They are doing it in the wrong way. They are making it look like it's an external thing these days, and it's not. It's a movement. It's a reaction of the system that people are reacting to, but they are reacting in a wrong way. They are not actually doing it in a way that people will actually see them as if they are doing anything meaningful anymore. People are by the time they wake up, they will know that people will definitely fight this. They are bitter about the system. And to be sincere with you, everybody that is in this mess that is not being trying to say something about it, you are not man enough. But the way they are doing it, they make it look like somebody is them. It's not them. It's the system they are reacting to. And I pray it's not too late for every one of us to bottle ourselves together. And let's face the reality once and for all. We have criminals leading the space, parading themselves as a leader. That's all. That's the only thing. That's what we have here. And there are many. All of them were there. So thank you, Mr. Wale.
All right, brilliant. Not everybody knows my name, so be mindful. Yes. So thank you. Also, I'm going to shut it down from the main thing. So thank you to the viewers. Join us again tomorrow. Everybody stay in situation. You can carry on the conversation in the back room. So I'll shut it down on the